A father stands in the forest with his son, where trees are currently being cut down, and asks him about something. He became interested in the young man's opinion about what the main virtue of a lord was. A little taken aback by the unexpected question, he immediately replies that, in his opinion, this is generosity. The father said that his answer was not bad, and the son asked which answer was correct. Richard Valencia, Lord of Leschala, replied that the greatest virtue is a good heart. This answer surprised his son, and he asked why. And he replied that a lord needs to show different virtues in different situations. In some, such as with friends and family, they may be alone, and sometimes, with villains, you need to show others. And his father advises him to try to do everything in the best possible way, no matter what situation he finds himself in. Richard told him that then everyone he interacted with would respect him. Suddenly, a blond man named Charles, who was standing at a short distance away, began waving his hand and calling out to his master. He approached Richard and asked if he could ask him for what they had agreed upon, and he responded approvingly. The head of the family asked Simon and Charles to move away from him a little. Strange words began to come from his mouth, and darkness began to accumulate in front of the outstretched one. Hearing the eerie sounds, Simon, anticipating the sight, thought that someone would appear now. Richard began to finish reading the spell, and suddenly a dark magic circle appeared in front of his hand. Strange sounds and splashing noises began to come from the incomprehensible purple liquid that appeared on the ground. Suddenly, bony hands began to emerge from it, which quickly began to grow into full-fledged skeletons. The man raised a squad of terrible undead from the dead with his spell, and they, in turn, having climbed out of the liquid, approached the tired Charles and looked at him. He pointed with a tired smile towards the chopped wood with his thumb. At this moment, the skeleton's eyes lit up and they looked at the blonde with interest. The dead men understood what was wanted of them and cheerfully dragged the firewood to Charles's applause. He in turn thanked his master, and Richard said thank you in response to the blonde man's work. Simon stood next to his father at this time and thought about how great his father was. Necromancers are special magicians who practice the dark arts. A long time ago, wishing to escape the influence of necromancers, the emperor of the Talgern Empire gathered an army of 50,000. The rulers of Kaizen sent a squad of 10 necromancers to meet them. Soon the entire vast army was turned into undead, returned, and destroyed the Talgern Empire. The end of the Army of the Rose, as it was called, led to the capitulation of the emperor. The victors mocked the headless empire by placing the dead emperor on his throne, where he sits to this day. Thus, the necromancers seized power over half of the continent. But there was a force that threatened their power. On the other side of the continent, the priests were in power. Their power was opposite to the power of the necromancers, the light power of the goddess Deva, and between these two forces, there was an unstable peace. While the skeletons and Charles were happily hauling firewood, the hero thought that it didn't concern them. They live in Leschil, a small town that probably even the surrounding villages don't know about. And the guy, Simon Valencia, is the heir to the landowner. After work, he decided to go home and announced from the doorway that he had arrived. He was met by his mother, Ana Valencia, who greeted her son. Simon approached her, asking what she was cooking, and she said that for now it was just water, with lurk mushrooms in it. Remembering this name, the guy cautiously said that they were poisonous, and the woman asked him not to be afraid. She used her magic powers and said she would make them edible. The guy is a little surprised by this, because his mother used to be a priestess, and now uses sacred power. He found himself wondering when he saw her magic, how she and his father had ever met. While he stood and looked at the mushrooms, his mother managed to set the table, and began calling the black-haired man to sit down and eat. Approaching the table, he looked at it in surprise, seeing a large number of different dishes. As she began to eat dinner, Anna worried about her son, who was eating food without appetite, while her husband managed to flush all the mushrooms he had eaten out of his body. He felt sick after eating this dish, so his wife decided to take care of him. The hero began to prepare to go to bed and looked out the window at the moon for the last time. He began to close the shutters, while at the same time wishing his parents good night. But suddenly, from the still open window, a letter flies into his face. The guy clearly didn't expect such a surprise from the street. He opens the letter to read what is written in it, and at that moment a girl appears right in his window. The white-haired girl, who looked like a schoolgirl, sat down more comfortably and greeted the guy. He clearly didn't expect this, and so he was speechless and looked at her with a stupid look. Thinking that he is going crazy, the guy decides to simply ignore the vision. He turned towards the bed to go to bed, and at that moment the girl began to scream hysterically, so that he would not pretend that he did not see her. Ignoring her words, the black-haired man continued to get ready for bed, while the white-haired woman continued to yell at him, trying to pull the blanket off of him. But in the end, he still decides to ask the girl who she is and why she came here. She happily replied that she had come to see the guy, calling him by his first and last name. He, in turn, was surprised that she knew his name, and the girl paid attention to the letter sent to Simon. At that moment, his parents burst in, hearing strange sounds and thinking that thieves had broken into their house. The white-haired girl turned her attention to them and happily greeted Richard and Anna. According to the guy, they reacted very strangely to the girl's appearance. His mother hastened to explain that this girl was the legendary Nephthys Archibald. Apparently the guy recognized this name, and extreme surprise began to appear on his face. He simply cannot believe his ears and his face turns dark. The guy understands that the same Nephthys who made Emperor Talgurn into a raised corpse has come to him, and is a necro witch who is already 300 years old. Confirming his statement, the girl says that she is the same Nephthys Archibald from Kaizen. Realizing what might be in the letter, he decides to open it and see what is written there. He takes the bundle in his hands and slowly takes out a document from it. It turns out to be a letter of acceptance into the academy, which is addressed to Simon Valencia. Nephthys confirms the guy's thoughts and says that she invites him to go with her to Kaizen. Without waiting for a reaction, she quickly disappears from the room through the window and declares that she is waiting for him. The boy stands there in complete bewilderment, while his father asks him to give him the letter. Listening to Richard, he obediently hands over the piece of paper, but at the same time thinks about his own things. The father decides to read the letter out loud and says that Simon Valencia has been accepted under special conditions. He also explains to his son that the Necromancer Elite and the Dark Alliance live in Kaizen, and therefore, the academy itself will be a boarding school for young necromancers, and Nefti is the rector of this school. Simon was very surprised that such a reckless girl was the rector. The guy asked how far away Kaizen was, and Richard replied that the academy was in another kingdom. But he assured her that Simon had nothing to worry about, and that the island of Roke where she was located was a very beautiful place. Also, Kaizen Academy is famous for its very beautiful uniforms. Anna said that he would have something to do before the entrance exam, because the guy needs to become a necromancer. Richard suggested that he open his mana right now, and Simon, unable to keep up with their stream of thoughts, only looked at his parents in surprise. After meeting Nephthys, he began the most hectic week of preparations, and his father and mother began to worry greatly. Richard put his hand to his son's back and began to cast a spell, saying that it would hurt now, and that he had to be patient. A blue glow enveloped his chest and back, and the boy began to groan a little. He had not slept for 3 days already, and every night his father helped him form a mana core, and on the other days he learned breathing exercises. And Richard also introduced him to a course in black magic. A week later, a boy who had never been outside of Leschel. After numerous and difficult trainings, he went to Kaizen. While the boy was riding in a carriage with his father explained to him how to control magic. He said that he needed to draw all the magical energy onto himself and pass it through himself. The boy did everything as his father said, and a clot of mana began to thicken in his chest. Next, he tried to release the accumulated clot through the arches of his fingers. Richard praised his son and said that he now saw before him the source of the necromancer's power. These small clots of pure energy, similar to ordinary blue liquid, are called darkness. Father continued to explain that this was the difference between a magician and a necromancer. Mana has a gaseous consistency, low density, and therefore easily dissolves in the air. Darkness is closer in consistency to water, and sometimes denser than water, so it is easy to give it shape. The man explained that one could take advantage of this property and make a figurine like this out of it. Those who use this particular form of power are called necromancers. Richard said they had little time left, and then he would teach his son to extract darkness from the mana core. As they rode in the carriage, Simon tried over and over again to recreate what his father had done. A lot of time had passed and many attempts had been made, but during this time the guy was only able to release a little more liquid. But after a few days, he finally started to make something that looked like a figurine. Unable to hold the liquid in a stable state, it suddenly spread over his hands. Richard in turn remarked on how incredible his son was. It usually takes a student 6 to 2 months to learn how to create figures out of darkness, but Simon managed it in just 3 days. The father thought that he understood that the boy was gifted, but he put off creating a mana core for him until better times. He didn't want him to repeat the mistakes of his youth. But now the time has come to release his talent into the wild. Suddenly, the boy noticed that he had accidentally created some kind of midnight glow, which he reported to his father. He just grinned and said that his darkness had a beautiful blue tint. Simon was inspired by this praise and asked if this was a sign of his talent. But the man laughed and said it was just a very beautiful color. At that moment, their carriage stopped and the coachman announced that they had arrived. The guy asked if they had reached Kaizen yet, and Richard said that they were near the border with the Kingdom of Dresden, and they would have to say goodbye here. The father apologized for not telling him earlier that he should not cross the border with this country. The man said that from now on, the boy was responsible for himself, and asked him to be careful. Simon was about to exclaim something, but Richard stopped him and said that he could handle everything. The father also said that he was very proud of his son, to which he quickly became sad in response. The time had come to say goodbye, and Richard, standing on the hill, watched the chariot leaving for the city. Speaking more to himself, the man asked his son to be careful. Another week passed, and Simon finally reached the capital of the Kingdom of Dresden. The chariot arrived in the city, and the coachman informed the young master that they had arrived. In the city itself, it was currently the busiest time. Simon, having found himself in a new area, stood and looked at the enchanting beauty of Langangerstein. He thought that this city was very big, and therefore he should be careful. On the note, he read that he needed to go to Rue Camel, to number 239, where a guide would be waiting for him. A woman passed by him, and he decided to ask her how to find his way. He had already reached his hand to her shoulder, and began to ask if he could ask her something. The girl turned towards him, and he saw her right eye, which had fallen out of its socket. The guy was very scared, but still decided to ask how to get to the right address. The woman asked him for a piece of paper to look at the address, and at that moment she began to examine the piece of paper with her missing eye. She recognized the address, and so explained that the guy needed to go to the street paved with gold slabs. This will be Camel Street, one of the landmarks of Langangerstein. Simon bowed and thanked the woman, to which she was surprised by his good manners. He said goodbye to the blonde, who waved and wished him luck. The guy also raised his hand in response and waved it at the girl, walking away in the direction of the desired address. At this time, a bald man with a cap on his head was walking nearby in the crowd. He approached the same woman, asking her to help him with something. While the hero was going about his business, the man was asking the girl something with interest. At this time, a girl with black hair was sitting on the fountain waiting for a guy. He, in turn, went somewhere wrong and ran into some strange guys who started extorting valuable things from him. He found himself right in the middle of a gang of criminals who began to force him to take off absolutely everything. At this time, the hero was panicking and thinking about what to do, and mentally apologized to his father, because he would have to be late to Kaizen. An hour earlier, he had walked along the street the woman had spoken of, and was looking for the right house number. Suddenly, the same man in the cap approached him, and Simon thought that this was the same guide that Howell had sent. The bald man took off his hat and said that he had been looking for the guy for a long time, thinking that he was lost. Simon shook his hand, and the man introduced himself as Riley, a guide to Langangerstein. He called him to follow him, saying that he would take him to Simon's place of residence. He also said that he was glad that he found the guy, because the city was full of thieves who preyed on unlucky foreigners. He started talking about pickpockets, robbers, and swindlers. But Simon didn't lose his composure and told the man straight out that he knew that the bald man was one of them. The man was a little confused and tried to justify himself, but the young man said that the guide was not looking him in the eye. And recently he felt his pocket, checking whether he had taken a weapon with him on the job. The guy noticed that, judging by the shape of the object in his pocket, it was a knife. The bald man was still trying to justify himself by saying that he had taken it only for self-defense. As for Howell, that was the name of the goat from the village where the black-haired man lived. The man realized that he had been exposed, and asked why he had followed him if he knew his true nature. Without wasting time on unnecessary conversations, the bald man took out a knife and began to threaten the guy with it. He said that none of this mattered anymore because he would soon be asking them all for mercy, and he ordered Simon to lay down all his valuables on the ground and take off his clothes. The guy didn't agree with this, and therefore resisted giving up his things. A man from the crowd suddenly told the young man that he might not understand what was happening. Simon's calm reaction angers the knife-wielding crook, who then goes on the attack. The young man easily dodged the attack, letting the blow pass him by. He casually grabs the man's wrist and squeezes the tendon, preventing him from making a single movement. The scammers were very surprised at how easily the young man neutralized their friend. Simon stated that he had occasionally encountered people like them in his father's domain, and to clear his lands of them is his duty as an aristocrat. Upon hearing of his origins, the bald man called upon his entire gang to show up. The hero mentally apologized to his father for the fact that he might have to be late to Kaizen. Suddenly, the same girl with jet black hair who was waiting for him near the fountain finds him. She said that she was already tired of waiting for the guy and decided to go look for him. Simon turned towards her and looked at the girl with confusion. The black-haired girl looked at him and asked why he was surrounded by some bugs. Baldy firmly ordered his colleagues not to be afraid, because they could simply deal with them and leave. But the girl suddenly asked if he was sure that there were more of them. Suddenly, out of nowhere, bones began to intertwine together, and the living dead began to rise up everywhere. The girl asked the men if they knew they were right across from the skeleton shop. Without waiting for an answer, she sends her summoned creatures to attack. The skeletons began to brutally grab everyone in a row and tear them apart in a crowd. They didn't touch the main character, so he just stood and watched as the dead killed the living. The leader of the squad decided to speak up and asked the girl for forgiveness, because he did not know that she was a great necromancer. The black-haired girl responded by simply asking which gang they belonged to. The man replied that they were from the Kaizen clan, and the girl said that they were disgracing their clan by robbing poor travelers. She ordered the bald man to press the leader of his clan face to the ground and hold his hands behind his back so that he would crawl like that to the guard's barracks and surrender himself. He was about to tell her to spare him, but the girl angrily asked him how he dared to order her around. After that, she updated her order and added that she would wipe out their entire clan if the bald one did not do what she said. The girl turned to Simon and asked if he was a descendant of the Valencia family, and he asked who she was. She changed her look to a more good-natured one and declared that she was his true guide. And without wasting a second, she grabbed the guy by the hand and said that they needed to go because their mother was waiting for them. This statement left Simon at a loss, and he asked what kind of mother was waiting for them. When she reached the fountain where the girl had been sitting earlier, she began to wonder where the person who was supposed to be here was. But suddenly her gaze catches on the ice cream counter, near which a girl was standing. She called the white-haired little girl mother and called her to her. And immediately after that, her face took on an angry look. She was angry at the girl because she ran away. She began to make excuses and say that she was waiting for them, while the black-haired girl at that time carefully wiped pieces of ice cream from Nephthys's face. The girl justified her misdeed by saying that the seller was giving the ice cream for free. And Lorraine began to get angry because she could lose both Simon and her. The guy was very surprised that Nephthys was not the black-haired girl's younger sister, but her mother. Getting down to business, the girl suggested that Simon take a rest and said that she hoped that Richard had managed to teach him something. He casually said that he had managed to learn how to summon the midnight glow. Nephthys looked at the flame in surprise, saying that she had not seen the blue hue of darkness for a long time. Suddenly, the girl called Lorraine to tell her something. She said with a smile that she was introducing the girl to her new student, and she only said resignedly that, as always, she was getting the hardest part. While Nephthys went to get another ice cream, Lorraine said it was time for her to introduce herself. Her name is Lorraine Archibald, and she is a student at Kaizen Academy. After that, she suddenly grabbed the guy by the hand and suggested going somewhere, and he asked where she wanted to go. The girl suggested that he go shopping for the beginning of the school year. As they walked to the store, she asked him if he knew what the most important event of the school year was. The guy replied that he didn't know, and she said that it was shopping, because to be ready you need a lot of things. She told him to enjoy this moment because he would remember it. Lorraine suggested starting with the textbooks. The list was long, so he should follow her. She immediately threw him some book and told him to catch it. The guy caught the book, but suddenly realized that it was very heavy and he was pulled toward the floor. The girl explained that this was an introduction to summoning magic, and its author was Elkermore Trimble. Immediately after this, Lorraine continued to throw more books at him. Not having time to catch them, the guy simply began to cover himself from the books with his hands. He desperately asked the girl if it was true that he would have to read it in his first year of school. Lorraine winked at him and said that this would have to be learned not in a year, but in the first semester. And after that, she tells him that instead of whining, he should catch a book on toxicology. The girl went to get the last book and asked the guy to wait. Taking advantage of a free minute, Simon finally decides to look around the library. He thought that he had never seen so many people his own age before, and it seemed to him that life at the academy would be interesting. Suddenly, some girl with pink hair accidentally bumps into the guy. They didn't notice each other, and so the girl turned in his direction in surprise. Unable to move her legs correctly, she trips and flies face first into the bookshelves. The shelf sways, and heavy books start falling right onto it. At this time, Simon jumps up to her and tries to cover her with his body. The blow landed on the body of the guy who was now asking how the girl was feeling. In an awkward situation, she says she is fine and they apologize to each other. Simon asked her for help in putting the books back in place. The girl decided to get to know him and introduced herself as Cindy Vivas. The guy introduced himself with his first and last name, and the girl said that she was pleased to meet him. She also said that she had just entered the academy, having arrived from the far north, and that she had no friends at all yet. Simon said that they had a lot in common, since he also had no friends, which made Cindy very happy. And then she, blushing, asked if she could greet him when they started going to the academy. The hero responded approvingly and said that he wanted to ask her the same thing. She was about to leave, saying that she had already found all the books, but the guy suddenly called her over. He extended his hand to her and asked if it was true that she could take his wallet with her. The girl realized that she had been caught and her gaze changed in a completely different direction. She said that she didn't think he would notice the theft using spirit magic, and the hero explained that during the collision, he saw his wallet flying through the air. Cindy started poking him in the chest and telling him that it was impossible unless he specialized in spirit magic. Bowing her head before his chest, she said under her breath that her judgments were correct. And suddenly a smile flashes across her face, and she enthusiastically declares that Kaizen is a place of wonders, and it is probably full of geniuses like him. She started jumping for joy and said that if he chose the faculty of spirituality, then they would see each other every day for 3 more years. Finally, her stormy emotions let go a little, and she throws the guy his wallet back. Cindy began to fade away and told Simon not to pretend they were strangers when they met again in the future. By this time, Lorraine had started to approach him and said that the last book was already sold out, but when it appeared, it and the other books would be delivered directly to his dorm. She also noticed Cindy and therefore began to tease the guy if he had managed to become friends with her. And if he fell in love with her, he need not be shy about telling Lorraine about it. After that, the girl got down to business and said that now they needed to buy him a bag. He didn't understand what she was talking about, and she explained that he needed a necromancer's bag, which is called a magical inventory. And in common parlance, it is called a spatial pocket. Finally, they arrived at the store, where they were met by an elderly owner with pink hair. She immediately assumed that they had come to buy a bag for the young man, and Lorraine asked to show her some easy-to-use model. The girl explained that he did not need a model with walls and floors, because necromancers fight in open spaces. The woman took out a gold ring with a gray stone and placed it in Lorraine's hand, saying that it was an experimental model. After the guy put the ring on his hand, she began to explain that he needed to direct his darkness to the ring and feel some kind of lever. He felt it and said so, and in response he was asked to pull this lever. The space began to change, and the woman began to explain that this was the latest development of the advanced master, Gelen Eclipse, and the volume of this pocket was 4,000. The pocket opens regardless of the terrain and contains functional spells such as temperature control and storage mode. Also, when the ring is worn, he will be protected from detection by enemies. The guy was pleasantly surprised when he saw how huge his spatial pocket was. Lorraine asked him if he liked it, and he said he did. But that bag must cost an incredible amount of money. The girl asked the woman about the price, and she replied that the price of this thing was exactly 5,000 gold. The hero understands that these are several annual budgets of his county, and Lorraine casually said that she was buying a ring. She hastened to tell him not to worry, because all this was bought with Nephthys's money. Lorraine says she doesn't know the details, but her mother is in huge debt to Simon's parents, and this is sort of like repaying the debt. The guy wants to somehow repay for this gift, and the girl told him that the best payment would be his excellent studies at the academy. Finally, they finish their business in this store, and having politely said goodbye, leave. Lorraine happily announces that he now has everything he needs and suggests they have some fun. First, they go to a stall where they have to shoot skulls with a crossbow for a prize. Then the girl showed him the highest point in the city. By this time, it was already evening, and they found themselves at some event called 1,000 Lights. He said he didn't think there would be 1,000 fools here willing to spend 200 silver pieces on a paper lantern. In response to this, the girl said that he would fit in perfectly in Kaizen, and upon receiving gratitude, she added that this was not a compliment. After that, they decided to visit a local cafe, and Lorraine noticed that he really was an aristocrat. The boy explained that his father would not rest until he taught him proper table manners. The girl noted that he had studied well, and added that only 30% of the students in Kaizen were commoners, so he shouldn't act arrogantly. She said that they have a meritocracy at the academy, and the guy replied that he would take this into account. Changing the subject, she offered to answer his questions, since tomorrow was his first day at the academy. He remembered that in the library, Cindy had talked about certain faculties. The girl began to explain that in the first semester he would have 9 subjects, and from the second semester he would be able to choose the ones he liked and refuse those that did not interest him. Also, in the second year he will have to choose a specialty. The guy assumed that he would have to figure out which subject he had the greatest ability for. Lorraine asked him if he had chosen his specialty yet, and he replied that he seemed to like the theory of summoning. She said it was a very good choice because it was the most classic magic. Then they continued talking about teachers and various gossip. Finally, the evening came to an end. The girl decides to say goodbye to the guy, because it would be bad if her mother found out that their walk was prolonged, and Simon came home tired. The hero thanked her for the evening and said that he had fun. He also added that he would remember this day for the rest of his life, and she replied that she was pleased to hear that. But before they parted, the girl suddenly called out to him and said that she needed to tell him something. She became a little embarrassed and said that she didn't want to lie to him and should have told him right away. Suddenly, she announced that she was also new, and the hero simply did not understand how to react to this. So she suggested being friends and said that they would see each other at school. After that, Lorraine said goodbye to him, and Simon still stood there with a shocked face. The next day, he came to the pier from where the ship to Kaizen was to depart. He noticed that everyone gathered there looked quite stylish. While the workers from the ship were calling people to come up, the hero thought about the fact that he would only see Lorraine at the academy, because she would arrive at Kaizen by a different route. It was the main character's turn, and he calmly handed over his documents to a man with long ears. Simon's gaze did not pass by the fact that the ship was moored in a strange way, since usually they moor with their bow facing the sea. The man said that the boy's documents were in order, but suddenly they both turned around at a strange noise. Some guy grabbed a man by the chest, cursing at him because he couldn't get into the academy. He felt very angry because he was first on the waiting list, but not a single student refused to study. The hero looked at the guy with understanding, because there are always people who cannot accept the result. Deciding to take advantage of his lineage, the purple-haired youth said that he was the heir of the Earl of Dredden, and ordered that the administration be contacted. They told him that he was not on the list, so he grabbed the man by the hair and wanted to hit him. At this time, the main character managed to run up and grab the young man by the hand. Simon asked the guy to stop with a calm expression on his face, but he became even more angry, and his face began to turn red with rage. The black-haired man realized that talking wouldn't do the trick, and that he would have to use force. He squeezed the guy's hand even harder, and something suddenly crunched in it. He screamed in despair as the pain flared up and completely clouded his mind. A few seconds later, he came to his senses and began to threaten Simon. An elderly man in a hat came down from the ship in response to the noise. This man turned out to be an old man with a cane, or Professor Sillage from the academy. Hearing that it was a professor, both boys froze and waited for him to say something. And he, seeing the young man with purple hair, asked if he would have any last words. Ignoring his question, the guy began to justify himself by saying that his failure to enter was a pure misunderstanding. The professor didn't listen to his arguments, and simply raised his hand, snapping his fingers. With just one movement of the old man, the boy's limb was suddenly torn off. The professor said that they didn't have time for this, and everyone needed to hurry to load. He also personally addressed Simon and told him to go to the ship. The crowd was greatly surprised by this magic, and many recognized it as black blood magic. Simon hesitated greatly after this, because he had just seen something incredible. But the old man reassured him, saying that the guy was still breathing and would be fine. Finally, everyone boarded the ship and went into the hold to sit on specially prepared benches. The professor, with a serious expression on his face, ordered everyone to sit down in their seats. He began to cast a spell, and at the same time said that the ship might go through turbulence, so they shouldn't go up. Simon at this moment wondered how this ship would sail, but instead of floating, the ship became enveloped in the red glow of the professor's magic. The old man was informed that they would soon be there, and he ordered them to stick to the route. The guy heard only the sound of the sea and the waves, but in reality a whole tsunami was moving towards them. A huge wave of water, rising tens of meters into the air, was heading straight for the ship. A large blue whale suddenly jumped out of this wave and began to fall onto the ship. The disciples saw this from the hold and were very scared. Before their eyes opened the huge throat of a blue whale, which was about to swallow the entire ship. A second later, the blue whale, like the entire ship with the students, went underwater. In fact, all of Kaizen's necromancer masters have an underwater servant. It is a huge blue whale which is undead. This monster wanders the ocean waters and swallows any ship that the necromancers point to. And once a year he delivers new students to the port of Kaizen. This creature is the high-speed ship of Kaizen, which brings the students. The hero thought that it was quite nice here, and it seemed that people even lived here. The guy with glasses who was sitting next to Simon suddenly started praising him. He was very surprised by how the hero was able to calm down that purple-haired boy. He says his name is Rowan and decides to meet the main character. Suddenly he asks how Simon did on the entrance exam. The black-haired man was very surprised by this news, because he was simply handed a letter of enrollment in person. Trying to fit in, he claimed that he had taken exactly the same exam as the bespectacled man. Their conversation is interrupted by a sound from the speakers, announcing that landing will take place soon. Suddenly he noticed that the waters inside the whale became more restless. At the front of the ship stood the professor, preparing to remove his spell. He raised his hand towards the created red dome and removed his magic. A voice from the speakers announced that they were now entering a zone of turbulence, and that the students needed to remain seated. At this time, the ship began to fly up along with the layer of water. At this time, the students began to fly straight up to the ceiling due to the fact that the ship rose sharply upward. The main character held on to the railing with all his might for safety, and opening his eyes, he suddenly saw in front of him a huge island, in the center of which was a mountain. And at that time, they were in the air. He enthusiastically asked Rowan to also look at this wonderful view. The ship began to fall down, and suddenly the old man snapped his fingers again and a red spark flashed between them. Red magic began to flow from his finger, quickly enveloping the entire ship. The red dome was restored to protect the ship from damage if it hit the water. Finally reaching the surface of the water, he fell into it with a loud crash. The voice from the speakers finally announced that they had arrived on Kaizen Island. The guards told the students to line up in 4 lines to be given their uniforms. The students were taken to the men's and women's locker rooms to change. They were also told that they only had 5 minutes to change. The hero noted for himself that, as his father had said, the uniform here was indeed very stylish. Some students started saying that it was enchanted and suitable for magical combat, because it was stronger than armor. All the boys changed their clothes and were called out of the locker room because time was running out. They were all very surprised by the girls' unexpectedly beautiful forms. Rowan came up behind Simon and suddenly declared that the suit suited him very well. And immediately after that, he joyfully shouted out that he couldn't wait to study at Kaizen. He was also surprised that there were so many applicants this year. Sitting down in the auditorium, he explained to Simon that there were 1,000 students enrolled in the first year alone. He continued to say that in the second year there would be about 300 of them left, and by the third year less than 150, which left the black-haired man perplexed. Rowan explained that of the 1,000 enrolled, only 30% will continue their studies in the second year. He also said that there are students here that are worth knowing about in advance. For example, the student who sat not far from them, named Serna Aindark, is the heir to the Ivory Tower. Also in attendance were rising stars such as Darwin Carradine and Jay Sanders. Simon interrupted his new friend and asked about the huge guy sitting in front of them. Rowan said that the guy's name was Chatel Meyer, and he was half-giant. Pointing somewhere to the side, he suddenly said that the best student in their class was sitting there. He pointed to Lorraine Archibald and said that she had achieved a high score on her entrance exams, even though she was not required to take them. She didn't place first or second among those tested, but everyone already knows that she is the best. Suddenly, someone stepped into the center of the stage and gathered all the students' attention, announcing that the enrollment ceremony was about to begin. The dark-haired woman announced that she congratulated all the new students. At the end of her speech, she said that the academy expected the best results from them, and they were strictly forbidden to go into the forest. After this, the entire teaching staff was introduced to the students. Rowan was greatly inspired by the sight of these high-class necromancers, as he had only seen them in the newspapers before. All the teachers reacted differently to the public's strong reaction. Looking at his future teachers, Simon wondered why Nephthys was nowhere to be seen. Rowan explained that their rector doesn't come to ceremonies for some first-year students, and he'll be lucky if he sees her even once in his third year. The black-haired woman asked all the students to stand before the stream representatives took the oath. The bespectacled man said that now the 2 best representatives from the girls and boys should come out and say the oath. Then the ceremony will end. While Simon was wondering who would be called, the woman called to her student number 2, who had been accepted on special terms. It turned out to be Serna Aindark, who was already walking towards the stage with all her grace. The woman continued speaking and called to her the #1 student accepted on special conditions named Simon Valencia. Not meeting with any response, she asked again whether he was there or not. Simon, like his friend, simply panicked, and their faces were painted with extreme surprise. After a long lull, the guy decides to get up and go to the stage, amid general whispers. He didn't expect to be among the best students at all, and therefore he was very nervous. Serna quietly tells him in his ear not to worry and to just read the oath out loud. They stand on stage in front of 1,000 new students and, with their palms raised, read the oath out loud. After this event, everyone went to classes, and the guy thought that Kaizen really was a serious academy. While he was surprised that classes had started that same day, he also listened to the whispers of his fellow students directed towards him. Because of this, he couldn't concentrate and decided to distract himself by looking at the class schedule. His attention was caught by a subject called the theory of summoning. He realized that they would teach the magic that his father knew, so he thought that if he studied hard, he would become like Richard. This thought greatly inspired the hero, and he lost the confusion he had felt a couple of minutes ago. At that moment, everyone in the audience became silent because their new teacher with golden hair came to them. For some people, necromancers are associated with figures in dark cloaks. But this is all in the past. Modern necromancers are smart and stylish people who keep up with the times. Before them stood their new first-year curse theory teacher named Bakhil Amagar. He is a young professor of necromancy, and at 27 years old, he has already entered the Raven Squad, the main squad of battle mages of Kaizen. The teacher greeted the students and said that he would be their teacher of curse theory. The students at the academy simply adore him, as can be seen from the general reaction to his appearance. Taking off his coat, he proposed to begin with roll call and asked each person named to introduce themselves to the class. He called out the name of Jamie Victoria, who immediately jumped up from her desk and shouted that she was very glad to meet the professor. The girl continued to say something, but the man stopped her and asked her to introduce herself not to him, but to the class. Having apologized to him, the student finally introduced herself to her classmates and told a little about herself. Gradually, the line moved towards Simon, and when he stood up, all attention was focused on him, since he had already managed to distinguish himself. The roll call was over, and the teacher, rolling up his sleeves, finally suggested that their lesson begin. As he began writing something on the board, he invited the students to ask themselves a fundamental question. The question was why they needed a curse theory. Then he raised his hand and asked the disciples who could tell him what a curse was. The first to volunteer was the same girl with green hair, answering that a curse is a type of dark magic that sucks the strength out of the enemy. Bakhil praised the student, but said that he didn't think everyone could imagine this, especially the weakening of the enemy during the curse. He wrote something on the board with chalk and said that he would give them an example. We have 2 knights with the same skills and level, and they start a fierce battle. They wear each other out, one waiting for the moment when the other makes a mistake. Already about 20 blows have been dealt from both sides, but no one wants to give in, and then one of the knights, looking at the enemy with bloodshot eyes, shouts a curse. Suddenly, after this, his opponent flinched and turned pale, loosening his grip. Finally, the first warrior was able to pierce his shoulder with his sword. The first blood has flowed, and the enemy's movements are becoming less and less precise. The knight seizes the chance to win. He advances until the opponent is cornered and strikes the leg. He grabs a handful of sand and throws it into his eyes, then slams the flat of the sand into his opponent's helmet to stun him. The battle becomes desperate, and finally the knight cuts off his opponent's head, and it falls to the ground. Having finished their amazing presentation, the students notice a certain diagram that the teacher managed to draw. After this, he explained that even a barbaric sword fight is a series of actions designed to wear out the enemy. His acting skills and ability to convey information greatly surprised all the students. Later, he said that he would show them how a battle between modern necromancers takes place. Drawing a little man with chalk, he said that in order to defeat a man, a necromancer needs only one action. And this action, this application of the curse spell, with just one move, a necromancer can kill a person without much effort. Damn it, this is the simplest and least expensive formula among the dark arts. Also, the measure of effectiveness is how much you can shock the enemy with just a little effort. After this explanation, he walked up to some guy's desk and abruptly leaned his hands on the table. He looked into his eyes mysteriously and smiled a wild smile. The guy was simply very surprised by such an unexpected action on the part of the teacher, and the next second, a red circle of spell appeared in front of his face. Immediately after this, the student fell face down on the desk, and his face became very twisted. While he lay there unable to move, Bakhil quietly took the boy's knife out of his bag, and making a demonstrative pose, he said that this is how modern necromancers fight. Having finished his performance, he gracefully bowed to the hall of students, who began to loudly rejoice. Then he broke his curse and said that he assumed that 80% of them would take his course in the second semester. Simon, in turn, thought that the theory of curses fits perfectly with other types of magic. Bakhil continued speaking. He said that he approved of the youth's zeal for his subject. He also added that the theory of curses is the heart of modern necromancy, and the reason for this is the priests, because his subject is a mandatory science for those who want to resist their natural enemies. The students were moved by his speech and waited for his next word. He went on to say that necromancers have the art of cursing, and priests have the art of blessing. The difference is that a curse takes away strength, while a blessing gives it. He asked the students who could explain to him the superiority of curses over blessings, and Jamie again volunteered to answer. The girl said that a curse can be cast faster than a blessing. Looking at her mysteriously, the man said that it was an interesting hypothesis, but it was wrong. Scientists agree that the casting of a curse is slowed by the object's resistance to magic. Having finished with this hypothesis, he again asked the students what the answer to his question would be. Hector Moore raised his hand and said that the fragility of the human body helps the cursor. Bakil twitched a little during the student's answer and suddenly asked his name again. The boy answered him, and the teacher said that he would remember his name. Then the teacher continued speaking. He said that Hector was right and spells that weaken the enemy cannot be reflected by any art. All people learn magic in their normal state, without assuming that they can be sick or injured at the time of battle. If the environment does not affect it, then these are ideal conditions for combat. But the human body is much more fragile, and even a small change for the worse can weaken it. Let's say their opponent is an archer, and it's not necessary to cut off his hand to disable him. They can give him pink eye to make his vision difficult, or make him feel sick. You can simply hit his sense of distance so that he can no longer distinguish it, or force him to become distracted by something. These various actions can be used to avoid the archer's arrow. Necromancers have many ways to make their opponent feel worse. He asked them to think about whether they would come to his lesson when they were tired, or when they had a stomach ache. They will most likely lie in their room all day. They must think of ways to weaken others more than ways to make themselves stronger. After finishing the sentence, girls with stencils started entering the office. He said that now they would learn to apply curses in practice. The main character was very surprised that in their very first lesson, they would be studying dark magic. The teacher added that it should be a shame for Kaizen students to use spell stencils. But this is the first lesson, so it will have to be done. Ideally, they should rely on memory, which confused Simon a little. When the students took the hand stencils, Bakil told them to start with the exhaustion spell. He then told them to take hold of the handles of the board and pour their darkness into the mold. The key to successfully drawing a magic circle is the perfect correctness of the runic writing. Runes are an alphabet with magical properties. Drawing runes with one's own darkness causes their magical effects to manifest. He then said that if they had a magic circle, they should raise it into the air. Simon tensed and his circle began to rise, but the darkness began to drip slightly onto the stencil. His circle rose into the air, which he was incredibly happy about, but it was not very even. Comparing it with the circles of other students, he realized how far behind he was in skills. After that, he couldn't hold the darkness in the air, and it fell flat onto the stencil. Bakil noticed that not everyone succeeded, and therefore explained that, apparently, they did not have time to cleanse the composition of their darkness. And then he said that those who can keep the circle in the air should try the spell. They were all given a houseplant that looked like a live potato. Bakil ordered them to look at him and cast a spell. He said that if they ended up getting a visible negative effect on the plant, then everything worked correctly. Almost all the students were able to cast spells and were happy with their achievement. But Simon couldn't even keep a straight circle in the air, which Bakil noticed. He said that the difference in skill between the group was huge, but for those who succeeded, he told them to try to increase the speed of creating the circle, and if the speed was sufficient, then they should try to draw it without a stencil. After several attempts, Simon realized that he was not succeeding. He nervously clutched the stencil and panic seized him, because he did not understand what was happening to him. The boy felt like an outcast among all the students, because he was the only one who couldn't do anything. Suddenly he remembered Lorraine's words, who said that his darkness was like mana. She produces tongues like flames, so that she is half gaseous. Simon realized that he had not fully mastered the control of mana and darkness, so he decided to start from the basics, going within and collecting his thoughts. Professor Bakil says that the problem is either the purity of the darkness or the strength of the binding, so Simon wants to try to concentrate as much mana from the surroundings as possible first. And immediately after all the manipulations, send a flow of mana directly into the core. Now he felt that his darkness was much more stable. Now all that was left was a small matter. He tried to cast a spell before his magic circle fell apart. Raising his magic circle into the air, he loudly cast a spell. The houseplant began to quickly dry up and die. The plant's face suddenly twisted and life began to leave the poor potato. The guy was very happy with his success and happily watched the plant deplete. The feeling of joy clouded the guy's mind, and he did not notice that at this time Hector was diligently watching him. Finally, the teacher clapped his hands and called on the students to finish it. He said that if someone fails, he recommends that they practice as homework. They will spend the rest of the lesson practicing the spell on living people. Looking at the register, he said that he saw that they had a student number 1 in their class who was admitted on special terms. When he called the boy to the board, all the students in the class turned their gaze to him and began to talk among themselves. At this time, the teacher began to look for an opponent for him and suddenly discovered a student with a high score on the entrance exams. He called Hector Moore to the board, and he stood up abruptly from his desk like a soldier and confidently walked down. The two guys stood opposite each other, and Bakil began to tell them about the rules. He said that he would only allow one exhaustion spell to be cast, and the first one whose knees or butt touched the floor would lose. Deciding to show off, Hector told the teacher that he would do the drawing without a stencil. Bakil smiled sarcastically and said that the guy was in a great mood. Simon noted that the big guy looked quite smart, despite his bear-like appearance. The reason for the teacher's sly smile was that he specifically called the use of a stencil board shameful. Simon, in turn, said that he would use it, despite Hector's answer. The teacher cast a suspicious glance at the boy and told him to do as he wanted. The duel was about to begin, and Bakil announced this, telling them to begin at his sign. He wished them both good luck, while the boys looked at each other nervously. Finally, the teacher lowered his hand, indicating that they should begin this duel. Simon began to mentally calm himself and encourage himself, pouring darkness into the stencil. He didn't even have time to pour in half of the darkness, and the enemy's curse had already struck him. The guy only managed to see the vague figure of Hector, who had already created a circle and directed it at Simon. The audience burst into applause, and Bakil praised the blonde for his speed of execution without a stencil. Simon thought that just from his spell alone, he already felt very tired. But all this is not scary, because it is almost ready. You just need to lift the circle into the air. As it lifted its circle, it quickly began to fall apart, dripping back onto the stencil. He realized that the spell would not work, and so he needed to draw the circle again. The guy didn't even have time to start doing this before the enemy managed to create another curse. The circles continued to form, and Hector continued to cast spells. Many had time to think that this was the end, because the blonde had already managed to create the 5th curse. But Simon remained standing on his feet and tried with all his might not to fall. Hector suggested that he surrender, because he began to look very pathetic. Without hearing a word from Simon, the blonde decided to see things through to the end. He created a circle once again and cast the 6th curse on the black-haired man. Bakil just stood to the side and analyzed his new students. Hector is definitely a natural. He is not only talented, but also behaves like a true adept of necromancy. And this one, accepted on special conditions, has neither theoretical training in the dark arts, nor any experience in combating magic. The teacher's eyes began to emanate his anger due to not understanding why Nephthys chose this particular guy. This year, only 4 were accepted without the difficult entrance exam. Such people are usually very talented, especially the one who is called number 1 among them. Usually it was Nephthys' personal choice, and such a student would later grow into a great man. But Bakil thought that he didn't see any potential in him, except perhaps resistance to magic. At his age, students would fall to their knees from the 4th exhaustion spell. But this is already the 9th, and he is still standing. He's still struggling to get the writing right, though it's taking a lot of effort just to stay on his feet. But this would rather impress the professor of combat magic, and Simon's abilities have nothing to do with the subject of the Bakil. Suddenly he noticed that the guy began to lift the spell circle from the stencil. He finally managed to do it, but his face looked very tired. The boy let out his rage and cast a curse, directing it at Hector. Trying to somehow block the mana with his hand, the curse overtook the blonde. Bakil was suddenly surprised that Simon had managed to cast the spell. He in turn was very happy about his small success. Hector practically fell to his knees at this point, holding himself up with one hand. He couldn't understand how that guy was able to cast such a powerful exhaustion spell. But the blonde thought that he shouldn't give up, because the advantage was on his side. Quickly casting a spell, he placed another curse on Simon. At that moment, the black-haired man's stencil fell out of his hands. He finally fell to his knees and thus lost his duel with Hector. Bakil ordered them to stop and announced that the blonde had won this duel. He also praised both students and said that it was a wonderful demonstration. Smiling at his new students, he clapped his hands and said that the lesson was over. During recess, a student approached him with some question, but he immediately stopped her. He invited her to come to his office after school to answer all her questions. But under his breath, he said that he couldn't waste time on empty-headed fans. The man became lost in thought and thought about Seaman Valencia. That guy's single spell was worth more than all of Hector's curses combined. Encouraged by his remark, he declared that it was simply incredible power. A genius like him simply has to be a cursor by profession. A few lessons later, Simon went outside during the long break and buried his face in the table. He muttered tiredly under his breath, wondering why all the lessons were so exhausting. Some guy explained to him that it was because Simon was number 1, and there was a lot of competition at the academy, even among the teachers. Professors with poor results can be fired in the middle of a semester, and some even have their salaries cut. Those who have good performance gain great influence in Kaizen, so all teachers want only the best students, and therefore everyone is hunting for number 1. Simon realized that this was the reason he was called to the board for demonstrations in every lesson. And the girl who was called along with him in one of the lessons, Malin Velin, she is the best student in Class A, which makes it clear how highly Simon is rated. But the boy was unable to win even once in class, and so all the teachers were puzzled, because they thought that he came as a ready-made genius, and not just started studying. The hero finally understood the whole point, but suddenly asked who this guy was. The blonde guy called Simon cold as ice, and said that they all introduced themselves to the class during Shoemaker's lesson, and his name was Dick Hayward, and he was also in Class A. Then he asked the hero how he could study here when people only talk about him, and he replied that it was very difficult for him, because he did not live up to the expectations of others. Dick also noted that he looked quite tired, and Simon said that he had used up all his energy during Bakil's lesson. But he said he was curious about what had suddenly surprised the blonde man. Simon thinks the lessons are difficult, but very interesting. All of them. Changing the subject, Dick suddenly moved closer to him and whispered that he had something to talk about. He whispered that Hector was already recruiting his gang. The blonde impressed many people during Bakhil's lesson, and therefore people who wanted to be friends with him immediately began to gather around him. Simon reacted extremely neutrally to this information, saying that he was not interested in it. But this answer did not satisfy Dick, and he raised his voice and shouted that politics also plays a role in Kaizen. He explained that if the entire class came under his influence, any student he disliked would be isolated and would suffer academic failure. Simon noticed that the guy was well versed in social life and asked why he didn't go to Hector, but he explained that he himself was not of noble blood, but simply the son of a shopkeeper, and in response, he received the fact that in Kaizen, everyone is equal. Dick told the boy that the children of nobles still flaunted their superiority at the academy, but it was precisely because Simon didn't do that the blonde-haired man decided to invite him to his gang. After all, even if he doesn't know much and people don't like him, he still remains number one. The difference in pedigree is gradually leveled out, and besides, Nephthys could not have chosen him without a reason. Dick said he was convinced that Simon had talents he didn't even know he had. This speech left the guy at a loss, and he just looked at him silently for a while, thinking about what to say in response. But suddenly a smile appeared on his face, and he sighed with relief. And he replied that he didn't know anything about joining a gang yet, but for now, he just wanted to make friends. Such frankness touched Dick, and now he himself stood in thought, not knowing what to answer. But his reaction was not the same as Simon's. He asked not to say such words in Kaizen, because even he was ashamed of it. However, he was satisfied with this prospect, and he said that having a friend was probably not a bad thing. After the conversation, Dick suddenly said that they needed to hurry to class, and Simon asked what was on their schedule. But suddenly he remembered that now they would have a theory of summoning, and his face lit up with joy. He became excited that he could learn to summon undead, just like his father could do. As Simon and his new friend were climbing up to their seats, they heard someone throwing mud at the black-haired man. Some nobleman sat on the desk and was indignant that the hero was placed above Lorraine and Cerna. Hector was sitting next to that guy and was looking strangely towards Simon. Dick thought that such statements would offend his new friend, but he only said that he was looking forward to it. Not noticing the insults directed at him, he said that he was really looking forward to the start of the lesson. Dick called him a strange guy, and Simon, confused, began to ask him again why he thought so. A man came into their office, and the students started talking among themselves about whether he was their teacher. After all, unlike the other teachers, he looks like a complete mediocrity. Raising his head towards the students, he introduced himself as Arondea, and he was their first-year summoning theory teacher. He immediately began to explain that his subject was the fundamental science of necromancy, and that it originated from the environment of undertakers, grave robbers, and necrophiles. He also added that many believe that this science is currently outdated, has a bad reputation, is difficult to understand, and has many shortcomings. And in fact, all these prejudices are basically true. This information plunged half of the students into deep shock. Many doubted his teaching skills, but he continued to say that they probably liked the previous subjects because of his attractive presentation. But he is against such methods, and he is in favor of every teacher talking about the pros and cons of his subject right away, so as not to mislead people. When he began to speak about the first drawback of the call, all the disciples were surprised that he began to speak precisely with this. Aaron continued his lecture and said that studying the theory of summoning is the most expensive activity. It is necessary to have educational items, because they cannot kill people or animals, just because they cannot afford to buy the necessary substitutes. In their day, skeleton kits and processed corpses are available, and each is only enough for one use. This is a costly business, and they will have no reward or satisfaction from this magic. The second drawback is that the effectiveness in battle depends on the quality of the summoned creature, and the outcome of the battle will depend only on them. When their summoned creatures are destroyed, they will suffer 80% mana damage. This is also related to the first disadvantages. For example, in our time, relatively long-term use of the undead model is available, and if she is killed, the Necromancer will be permanently disabled and lose a lot of money, and the battle will continue without them. And finally, the most important flaw in the conscription theory. Priests are much stronger than this kind of necromancers in any case. In modern realities, summoners cannot withstand competition at all. The only opportunity for a summoner to prove himself is in war, where there will be no shortage of objects to summon. But after the non-aggression pact, military actions took on the character of local conflicts. Spiritualists and spellcasters are great for small skirmishes, and necromancer summoners are definitely weaker than priests. One sacred spell, and their entire regiment of undead will be defeated. Suddenly, Jamie Victoria decides to raise her hand and ask the teacher something. She wondered what the benefits of the summoning spell were. But he angrily replied that he had not given permission to ask questions during his class. The only advantages he highlighted were that there were a huge number of tactical options and the ability to carry out operations using summoned creatures. After this, He asked the students to choose for themselves whether they wanted to study the theory of conscription in the second semester or not. He also stated with a serious expression that those with small intestines should not even touch this discipline. And if they want to whine in despair, or come in the middle of the second semester with requests to change their major, then let them not even think about going into the profession of summoners of the dead, because he doesn't need such people. And he also has a short conversation with those who go into this specialty because of low competition. In that case, he will simply achieve the exclusion of such people, and that's it. Now the lesson began, and all the students were given some kind of chests. These were sets of island ratmen. Their skeleton is similar to a human's, but simpler and cheaper. This is the most suitable object for training novice necromancers. While some woman was hanging up a huge sheet, the teacher said that on the board they could now see a drawing of the finished skeleton and the numbers of its bones. Next, he ordered to start and take out bone number 1 from the set, that is, the skull. Some girls immediately started saying that it was very disgusting. The teacher told them to turn the skull over and put their finger into the eye sockets. On the back of the skull there is a stencil of a magic circle. Simon noticed that there was indeed a stencil cut out there, and decided to try pouring darkness into it. Deliberately drawing out his speech, he began to say something about what would happen after the formation of the circle. Many students in the audience began to scream in panic as their skulls flew. Aaron explained that he had not had time to tell them that this was how the undead were activated. Simon was one of those who was not at all frightened by such a spectacle. He ordered the skull to lie still, and it obediently obeyed him. Dick noted with surprise that he reacted too calmly to the undead, and Simon said that he often watched summoning spells from the sidelines. Calling for an end to the general hubbub, Aaron told everyone to calm down. The summoning is almost complete. At this stage, the necromancer must construct a skeleton for it, and he must know the structure of the skeleton of the summoned creature by heart. The average human skeleton has 206 bones, while a ratman only has 53, so it's much easier. First, they need to find the first 2 cervical vertebrae and attach them to the skull. Simon brought the vertebra up to his skull and it suddenly snapped into place on its own. Aaron explained that if the bones are not mixed up, the assembly process will be simple, because the creature itself strives to take its normal form. After the standard instructions, all the students began to slowly assemble their skeletons. Few people managed to do everything perfectly, and so there was noise in the audience. The teacher added that it is important not to confuse the bones, because otherwise they greatly reduce the ability of their undead to walk. A sure sign that a mistake has been made will be the distinct creaking of bones. While all the students had just started collecting the skeletons, some had already finished with it. After a while, Aaron decided to walk around the audience and look at the results. While Simon was admiring his first assembled skeleton, Dick suddenly called him. Almost crying, he began to ask him why his skeleton was rearranging the bones of his legs and arms. Simon pointed out that his creature was trying to fix its own build. He began to explain to his friend the mistakes he had made and teach him how to assemble it. Suddenly, the teacher announced that time was up and that they would devote the end of the lesson to a demonstration. As always, Simon Valencia was called to the board first. And also, Hector Moore was called along with him for a more illustrative demonstration. Aaron said they had about 10 minutes left. During this time, they must assemble the skeleton and use it to take the necklace. But reaching for the necklace yourself and using black magic is prohibited. He told them to get ready, and the guys had already placed the chests with skeleton parts in front of them. Finally, the teacher called them to action, and they simultaneously grabbed their skulls. Simon became inspired and thought that he could finally defeat Hector. First, he needs to assemble the entire spinal column, and then everything else. He raised his head to the board to look at the structure of the skeleton. But at that moment, the teacher's assistant had already started to remove the sheet, and he, in turn, said that he forgot to remind her about it. You can't use a cheat sheet in this fight. Simon began to examine the bones in order to begin to collect them at least by numbers. But suddenly he noticed that those were not on the bones either, which he reported to the teacher with growing panic. The teacher explained that those sets were educational, and his assistants took the trouble to number the bones, and skeleton sets are sold without numbers. Immediately after that, he said with a serious face that he had made himself clear earlier. The necromancer must know by heart the skeletal structure of the summoned creature. Some time passed. Hector had almost finished the assembly. Simon, meanwhile, was panicking and thinking about what to do, and decided not to give up, because he could definitely recognize the main bones. He decides to start the assembly from cervical vertebra number 2. Aaron just silently watched the students, analyzing their actions. In Simon, he immediately recognized a man who had never assembled a skeleton in his life. And from Hector, it was immediately clear that he remembered the drawing and the assembly order. He relies on knowledge and memory, and he definitely took preparatory courses. Aaron was surprised that Simon apparently didn't even go to prep classes and was close to failing. According to the teacher, only Hector in this class shows any promise. He thought in his mind that he would be the first, because he had almost assembled the skeleton. And at the same time, he wants to morally destroy Simon so that he would even think about going against him anymore. He wants to make a fool of the guy and break his will so that he will no longer be considered as having been accepted on special terms. This injustice made Hector feel pure anger. Finally, he collected the Ratman's arms and attached them to the main skeleton. The creature began to look whole and waited for its master's command. It suddenly jumped onto the teacher's desk and ran towards the skeleton with the necklace. Hector was the first to manage to take the jewel with the help of a summoned creature. But Aaron said that there were 5 minutes left in the lesson, and if the necklace remained in Hector's hands, he would win. Simon collects his thoughts and calmly continues to assemble the rat. He thought that he had greatly overestimated his strength, because the blonde had attended courses, and the hero had only assembled the skeleton by numbers once. The boy understands that there is no point in reluctantly remembering what he did in class. Accordingly, he must follow his intuition and collect as his head tells him. He decides to assemble the skeleton the way he sees it. Many students began to notice that he began to make a lot of mistakes. He is insulted and told that he has neither courage nor talent. Many people wonder how he even became number 1 in their class. Simon thought about how the professor had said that the necklace needed to be obtained using the skeleton, but he hadn't said anything about the perfect assembly. He has little time, and therefore he will not have time to build any complex structure. So he needs to make the skeleton as simple as possible. He began to improvise and make his own type of skeleton. He also knew which bones could be skipped and which ones could not. He decides to skip the 28th die and only place the 29th and 31st. Aaron looked suspiciously at what Simon was doing, and suddenly his gaze caught on something. Finally, he looks more closely and genuine surprise appears on his face. The skeleton that Simon had assembled suddenly began to stand on its feet, and the teacher began to become more and more surprised. He realized that the guy had not assembled a rat man, but the structure was more like the skeleton of a gray rat. The gray rat is the ancestor of the island rat man. The student recreated its skeleton by changing the order and number of bones. Obviously, this isn't a complete build, but it's still undead, and it doesn't have to be assembled in perfect order for it to be able to move. Aaron thought Simon was able to intuitively recreate it in his head. The black-haired man's acquaintances began shouting calls for him not to give up. While many students in the audience praised and marveled at Simon's feat, Hector was thinking in his mind that he was the first to assemble the skeleton. Moreover, it turned out perfect, and he did it in a few minutes without looking at the drawing. He thought that he, Hector Moore, should be the center of everyone's attention. His mind began to fill with anger because he could not understand why all the people turned to his side. At this time, Simon's rat was locked in a fight with the rat man for the right to own the necklace, but the hero's creature was destroyed in just a couple of seconds. At that moment, Hector thought that the black-haired man had definitely lost, and that it was the end for him. But Simon only smiled sarcastically, looking at his summoned creature. He moved the fingers of his hand slightly, and directed the force into the skeleton's paw. She flew past the rat man and easily snatched the necklace from around her neck. Then Simon used his mind to command the rat's paw to close, and the jewel appeared in his possession. The rat man did not have time to react to such a cunning movement, and only looked at the necklace. Just at that moment, the bell rang and their fight ended with Simon winning. The necklace remains in the paw of the rat skeleton collected by the hero, and therefore the victory is awarded to him. Hector would not put up with this, and turning to Aaron declared that this was a scam. He recalled that the professor said that the necklace had to be obtained using a skeleton, but a bone is not a skeleton. Simon took the floor and asked again which bone Hector was talking about. With a snap of his fingers, his disintegrated skeleton began to assemble itself in the air. The bones clicked into place on their own, and the rat began to recover. Gradually, all her paws fell into place, and she began to rise from the floor. After she had returned to her normal appearance, Simon asked what Hector thought about it now. Taking the necklace from the rat's jaw, he declared that he had won, and that it was undeniable. The blonde man became furious, and his face took on a very menacing look. Aaron, sighing, ordered the guy to calm down, and began to announce the winner. As expected, he awarded the victory to Simon, since he did not break the rules. He lifted his rat above him and shouted joyfully that he had finally won. The guy was overjoyed and almost started crying right in front of the whole group. After classes were over, some of the teachers sat in the staff room and discussed some of the outstanding students. They talked about the exploits of Malin Velan, as well as the successes of Cerna. Schattlemeyer was able to dispel the myth about the intellectual abilities of giants. Suddenly, these teachers decided to approach Bakil, asking how his lesson went. He asked them what they were talking about, and they replied that he had that very number 1 of the special students in his class. Bakil said he lost to another student 10-1 during the competition. He also said that he had good resistance to magic, but the others weren't too surprised. Suddenly, Bakil met Aaron's gaze and asked him how he liked his new number 1 student. He described Simon as a slow and mediocre boy. The only thing that impressed him was that he had very creatively, albeit with mistakes, designed the object of the summoning. He also said that he thinks this year's special number 1 is not talented at all. But Bakil saw through his colleague, realizing that he was just throwing dust in the eyes of others. He has a bad character, and for him to speak so ambiguously about a student can only mean that he is very interested in the student. Slow, mediocre, creatively but with errors designed the object of the call. This is simply praised by Aaron's standards. Nephthys chose this boy, and Aaron became interested in his talents. All this only intrigued and spurred the interest of Bakil, who also had his eye on that guy. Before Aaron left, the blonde suddenly called him, asking about something. He recalled that he had said something last year. Bakil reminded him that he no longer intended to deal with the students. Their conversation did not get any more heated because Nephthys suddenly entered the staff room. Each of them bowed respectfully to the rector of the academy, and she joyfully greeted everyone. Bakil, in turn, clearly trying to please his employer, pulled out ice cream from his pocket dimension. Nephthys reminded him that she had asked him not to treat her like a girl, but she reached out her hands for the candy. She called him a flatterer, but said that since the professor was giving it, she would accept it. Another teacher moved a chair for her and invited her to sit down, to which she thanked him. Having sat down comfortably, she began to ask how they were enjoying the new students at the academy. Most of the teachers talked about their most famous students, telling about their talent. After listening for a while, Nephthys said that if they had any problems, they should not hesitate to speak up, and if there were no problems, they could calmly go home. Aaron decided to approach her personally and asked for a private conversation. At first, she did not understand the reason for such a request, but immediately replied that she did not mind chatting. On the way, she asked him what he wanted to talk about, but he said that he was only ready to discuss it in private. Bakil sarcastically noted how straightforward Aaron was, as always. But, speaking under his breath, he advised Aaron not to hope that Nephthys would be able to give him a straight answer. After school, Simon and Dick went to the dormitory, but suddenly discovered that there was only one free space in all 4 rooms. It seemed like they were late because the summoning theory lesson lasted 3 hours and the rest of the classes had already found their rooms. The girl who helped them choose a room said with disappointment that there were no suitable rooms on the 2nd floor either. They started looking through the list together and realized that the situation was the same on all floors. Dick suggested going around the floors and asking someone to swap rooms, and Simon said that was a good idea. The girl offered her help and said that she would go with them. At that moment, some guy hit her painfully with his cart with things. He stood over her and called her a blockhead because he had ordered her to get out of the way. His company also began to pester her, and she in turn apologized in panic. One of the guys ordered her not to stand there like a pillar, but to carry their suitcases to their room. But Simon stood up for the girl and suddenly called them over to him. He asked if they had seen what they were talking to her about and why they allowed themselves to communicate like that. Dick also added that they were first in line, and they almost ran over her with the cart on purpose. The guys started getting angry and saying what right these commoners had to say anything against them. But one of them recognized Simon from the entrance ceremony and shouted about it. Frightened by the black-haired man's status, they began to quickly get out of there. The girl thanked Simon, while Dick laughed heartily at these fools. The conductor assumed a more kindly appearance and invited them to walk around the floors. Suddenly she found a room on the 4th floor, where there are currently 2 vacancies. But when she saw who lived there, her face suddenly changed. Immediately after this, the girl offered them 2 rooms next door on the same floor. They didn't understand the problem, and simply suggested going there and finding out if it was possible to move in with them. The girl explained that one of the people living there was Kay and Edwalt, and he was a repeater. He stayed back a year, he had some problems with his studies, so he starts the 1st year again. She explained that she was simply the administrator of this dorm, but she had heard that everyone who moved in with him ran away to other rooms after a while. Dick suggested looking for other options, fearing that guy from room 409, but Simon decided to take a risk and at least go and say hello to them. Without knocking, he put his hand on the handle and began to slowly open the door. There was a strange smell in the air inside and it was very cold. They approached the bed on which apparently lay that same Kaizen, and Simon apologized for waking him up. The hero explained that he would like to settle in this room, and the sleeper began to get up. With a kind smile, Simon asked if he objected to his request, but the look in Kaizen's blue eyes did not seem very friendly. He looked angrily at those who had arrived in his room and asked who they were, but then he scratched his head and remembered that there had been a ceremony recently and they were apparently new. Then he said that they shouldn't be so nice, because formally, he was also a 1st-year student. Simon continued to address him with respect, but he nipped it in the bud, telling him to call him Kaizen. He also said that if they wanted to stay at the academy for a long time, there were some things they needed to know. Firstly, he advises them not to poke their noses into his affairs, and secondly, they are forbidden to make noise until he goes to bed. They asked if they could stay there, but Kaizen said he didn't care, and ending their dialogue, he lay back down on his bed and quickly fell asleep. After that, the guys went outside and told the administrator that they wanted to move into this room. The girl wrote them down in a document and told them to contact her immediately if any problems arose. She wished them good night and went about her business, and the guys went to get settled. Dick was worried that Kaizen would really not wake up if they made noise. Deciding to test his guess, he deliberately dropped the heavy textbooks on the floor. The noise didn't disturb the scarred boy at all, and Dick was sure of it. Simon also added that apparently Kaizen isn't such a bad person, at least as long as they don't break his rules. Not leaving the matter for later, Dick suggested to his friend that they leave their things and first go to the shower. After washing and changing into clean clothes, Simon experienced pure pleasure. The blonde-haired man noticed that the hero was reacting too strangely to a simple shower stall. He also advised him not to exclaim with delight every time he pressed the tap because people would misunderstand him. He's already popular because he's the #1 special student, but his behavior will also give him the reputation of a country bumpkin. Simon remarked that he was glad to be in a place like Kaizen anyway, and Dick confirmed his words. However, How long they will stay here will depend on their grades, since there are less than 300 people left in the second year. For now, there are a whole bunch of them here only because in the first year, students cannot be immediately weeded out. This is called the defense period. During this period, it is forbidden to grade students or openly express approval. Teachers do not have the right to have a private conversation with a student, nor the right to expel students from the academy. When Dick said that there was also a ban on harming students, Simon thought that everything that had happened to him was just the tip of the iceberg. At the end of the defense period, teachers will expel everyone left and right for anything. However, if you just hold out until the end of the first semester, you can become a sought-after person and easily find a job. And if you graduate from the academy, then you can become the master of destinies, and the destinies of entire countries will depend on you. Dick said he believed that a graduate of this academy could become anything except perhaps a member of the royal family. Simon asked if he wanted a title for himself, and the fair-haired man said that being a nobleman was beneficial for him, but it was not an end in itself for him. The real goal he is striving for is to become as rich as possible. He was about to dive into his studies head-on, and Simon looked at him knowingly. Just as Dick was about to say something about money, a suitcase flew out of the floor right in front of him. His friend was very surprised by such a surprise, and Simon explained that it was his spatial pocket. He took out the Island Ratman skeleton kit since he didn't go to the preparatory courses, so he needed to practice. Dick asked in surprise why he wanted to continue studying only after breaking away from lessons, and he explained that he didn't want to forget what he was able to do today. Instead of memorizing the correct Ratman skeleton, he wants to trust his intuition. Not daring to put things off, he immediately began to assemble his construction set. Dick was very surprised by the zeal of his new-made friend and looked at him with interest. After just a couple of minutes, Simon had assembled the skeleton of the rat he had collected in class. He explained that the result was not really very good, and besides, her left paw was lame. Placing his hand on the rat's skull, he quietly apologized to her. He abruptly brought his hand down and the skeleton flew into pieces all over the room. Dick screamed, asking why Simon did it when he did it so well. He looked at his friend with a little panic in his eyes and tried to understand why he did this. Simon, meanwhile, was remembering what Aaron had said about skeletons awakened by magic tending to take on their natural form. This is called the initial shape attraction force, or simply skeletal attraction. Concentrating and gathering his strength, Simon closed his eyes and tried to feel the parts of the skeleton. In his opinion, if he mentally remembers the order of the bones, he will be able to assemble them remotely. Having felt all the parts separately, he ordered the skeleton to recover. The rat's skull's eyes glowed red, and the rest of the parts began to flock to it. One of the pieces flew dangerously close to Dick's head, and he was very frightened. In just an instant, the rat became whole again and stood on its paws. Dick stated in amazement that the way the skeleton came together on its own was simply incredible. He was about to ask how Simon managed to do it, but he was overcome by drowsiness. Without waiting for an answer to his question, Dick declared that he was very sleepy and was going to bed. He asked his friend if he would go to bed, but Simon said he wanted to try again. The blonde also asked what their first subject would be tomorrow, and the heroes said that they would have the dynamics of darkness. Their dialogue ended, and the main character, stroking his pet, looked into his eyes and admired him. This time he decided that he would follow the drawing and recreate the Ratman. In the process, he realized that if he connected the joints correctly, he could make him walk upright. But he didn't succeed the first time, and he was surprised to try to figure out why this was happening. He wrote down each of his attempts in a notebook and tried different approaches to assembly. The formulas for assembling skeletons are the result of centuries of accumulated experience of necromancers. It's trial and error, and that's how he's trying to find the right formula now. Each task has a reason and a meaning, trying to recreate the formula for the correct assembly by trial and error. He begins to understand how much the necromancers had to endure before. He swapped bones number 25 and 31, and then asked the skeleton how he felt. Realizing that the rat didn't like it, he realized that he should move them back. The boy realized that no matter how much he thought he could do something better, the Ratman still had a single skeletal structure. After this, he decided to continue his research and picked up a book. His father summoned skeletons to their village simply to help the peasants, and Lorraine called upon skeletons to pacify the street punks. So the hero wondered what he was missing to be able to do the same. Looking into the Ratman's mysterious eyes, he said that he was really looking forward to the next lesson. The next day arrived, and the boys were already sitting in the classroom where a class was currently taking place. Eric Ora, professor of the dynamics of darkness, said that darkness is the main power of a necromancer, so his subject is the basis of the basics. In order to create spells from darkness, you need to understand the laws of the current of darkness, the meaning of runes and magic circles. Runic writing dates back to the times of the Temple of Del and the Chalice of Eternal Fire. At first, no one wondered why the fire did not go out, because it was considered a manifestation of the power of the gods, and asking questions about such manifestations was blasphemy. One day, the temple ministers noticed some letters in the ashes of the eternal flame, and they were amazed that the flame's inextinguishability was caused by just the letters that were written on it. That's how the runic letter was opened, and Dick fell asleep at that moment and hit his head painfully on the desk. The teacher continued to talk about how the necromancers and wizards of antiquity supplemented this letter, and that is how it has come down to our days. He pointed to the runes, supplemented beyond those discovered at the Eternal Flame, as well as 2 magic circles. He explained that one of these magic circles is not working, and to the right of it is a working circle. The only difference is in the runes. He then continued his lecture, talking about stencils and the way of working with darkness. After some time, his class was over, and he informed the students that the lecture was over, and he had homework for them. To do this, they need to take a non-working magic circle drawn on the board and work on the mistakes, making it work. He will also call 3 students of his choice to the board to present their work. During the break, 2 friends went to rest, and Simon said that the dynamics of darkness is a difficult subject. Dick confirmed his words and said that he remembered arithmetic lessons with his father. The hero noted that he still liked the lesson. He didn't understand more than half of the lecture, but he liked how the teacher explained everything from the very beginning. Dick teased Simon by saying that he just liked Kaizen, especially the shower and scented soap, to which he received a slap on the shoulder in response. Simon feigned offense and began to walk away from his friend at an accelerated pace. Later, Dick asked what was next on their schedule, and the hero replied that they were going to combat magic. The assembled students were talking among themselves in confusion about how and where the lesson would begin. But Cindy suddenly screamed and asked them to look away. She saw thick clouds of dust that were quickly approaching them. A whole flock of huge hippos appeared behind the cloud and were rapidly approaching them. The animals surrounded the students, and suddenly from somewhere to the side, a voice was heard greeting the newcomers. It belonged to a man who said that Professor Hong Pan would be teaching a lesson on Mount Rook and invited them to ride hippos. Dick whispered in his friend's ear that the teacher was a well-known madwoman even among the other teachers. Someone from the crowd asked the man if he really wanted them to climb on the animals. Another guy, apparently an aristocrat, loudly declared that they could at least throw on a blanket for comfortable movement. The man didn't like this way of addressing his elders, and he nervously clicked his tongue. Releasing the darkness from his heels, he suddenly flew up and began to dive straight at the guy. The white-haired youth lost his power of speech from surprise and fear, and stood rooted to the spot. And literally a couple of seconds later, the man landed on his chest with his feet. Many aristocrats began to shout at him because he did not dare to speak to them so informally. But the necromancer only gave them a cold look, telling them how ignorant they were. He said that he was not a commoner, but Atta, after which the others began to look at him askance. The guy lying under the man suddenly began to humbly apologize to him. Simon recited that these upstarts were stepping on the same rake, and Dick told him that he was different from most nobles. Atta smiled and loudly called the students to climb on the hippos, otherwise they might be late. While everyone was somehow climbing onto the animals, he also added that they should not climb there more than 3 at a time. Dick was surprised at how difficult it was to climb the hippopotamus due to its size. The teacher told them to start moving, but suddenly a girl screamed under Simon's animal. Long-Eared couldn't climb up on her own, so the boy extended his hand to her. She thanked him shyly and raised her palm for him to pull it up. Simon, without ceremony, simply threw the girl in front of him. Finally, everyone sat down, and Atta shouted that they were starting to move towards the mountain. The hippos picked up speed and loudly ran after their leader, on whom a man was sitting. For some reason, it was at this moment that the girl decided to thank Simon, but he couldn't hear what she was saying. Many of the students tried to hold on to the hippos somehow, and in a panic asked Atta what they should hold on to at all, and he only replied that this was also part of the lesson, and they needed to overcome themselves. He also said that if they fell, they would die under the feet of other hippos. He scared them by saying that they only had a couple of cases like this a year. Amid the desperate cries of his students, Atta only laughed loudly and advised them to hold on tighter because Kaizen didn't need students who couldn't even survive a ride on hippos. After this long and difficult journey, they were exhausted, and the assistants who had already gathered in this meadow offered the students water. They walked among the exhausted students and handed out bottles. Simon sat with his friend and the long-eared girl and drank water with pleasure, but their calm was broken by a sharp and loud greeting. Their teacher, Hongpen Tunsokum Marlat, came to see them. She walked out into the meadow and, beating her chest, loudly announced that she was their teacher of combat magic. Once upon a time in the past, there was a giant undead hydra named Kundar that burned down 4 parishes. The legendary Necromancer fought against this titanic monster for 5 days and achieved a glorious victory. Hongapen approached the students and politely asked them to get up from the ground. She then said that they needed to line up in 4 rows, and for some reason, the students were very surprised by her words. But as soon as Atta repeated her request, the students immediately began to carry out the order. Then the woman called the lined-up students to follow her, while they tried to understand where they were being led. But without further ado, she suddenly broke into a run, and all the students stood up in shock. They also started running after her, and Hongjipen recited that the basis of combat magic is good physical training. Simon thought that this woman was truly amazing and wondered how she could run so fast. It seems like she is the same person as them, but she is on a completely different level. The teacher said that today they would learn to increase their physical strength using darkness. Necromancers who focus on combat magic are called combat necromancers. She also said that if they become even a little bit like them, then the darkness will come out of their body without difficulty. like a silk ribbon. From this ribbon of darkness you can make clothes. It is called the Garment of Darkness. Only combat necromancers have this feature. Dick said he envied those with martial arts talent, and Simon asked who he was talking about. But suddenly he looked up and saw people moving quickly through the trees, and confirmed his friend's words. After a short period of time, Dick became exhausted and began asking how Simon was feeling. The blonde-haired man was surprised by the guy's endurance, and he explained it by the fact that he grew up at the foot of the mountains, and he likes to run here. Hongapen heard their conversation and smiled sweetly at it. They finally arrived where they needed to go, and it turned out to be a steep cliff with a river below it. To complete the task, they had to jump to the other side of this gap. The teacher explained that to do this, they needed to release the darkness through their feet. To demonstrate this, she asked them to watch and suddenly release the power from her legs. Immediately after that, her body quickly flew up, and she rose to a height of 10 meters. Then she did it again, and darkness began to flow from her feet again. She did various pirouettes and somersaults in the air, pushing off from the darkness as if from a surface. The students were very surprised by this performance, and the teacher said that they only needed to make one such jump. At the moment of the jump, they need to release darkness through their feet, as if spraying it into the air. After that, she immediately did what she said, flying to the other side of the gorge. Soon she landed at full speed on the ground and used them to slow down her inertia. She held her hand up and waved it at the students, telling them to try it too. A few arrogant guys without any preparation decided to try to repeat after Hongapen. During the flight, they were able to use their darkness and flew forward. A few seconds later, they were able to reach the other end of the gorge, although not without problems. The boy who almost fell into the abyss listened to advice from the teacher on how he could correct his mistakes. Simon took his time following them, mentally running through what he needed to do. Dick decided not to waste time, and running up to the cliff, told the black-haired man not to think for too long. And immediately after that, he quickly ran up to the abyss and pushed off the ground with force. But in flight, he was covered by someone's shadow, and he suddenly saw a man above him. He saw Hector above him, crossing the gorge at an incredible height. He was able to land softly on his feet, while Dick flew tangentially straight onto his back. Some guys immediately started praising Hector for his high jump. Simon was still standing behind him, and his friend was urging him to jump because even he managed to do it. The black-haired man continued to gather his strength. He closed his eyes and tuned himself into the right mood. Suddenly his legs began to move quickly between each other, and he began to run. A beautiful bluish darkness lit up under his foot, and he pushed off from it. Many of the students began to cheer happily as they looked at Simon. He managed to rise to a tremendous height and flew across the river without any problems. Dick, who was already standing on the other side, joyfully greeted his friend and said that it was the highest jump. And Simon was overjoyed that he got it right the first time. Hongpeng also noticed him and was currently looking at the guy with surprise. She praised his skills, and the crowd around him also cheered. All this did not escape the eyes and ears of Hector, who only became more enraged by Simon's success. The teacher said that it seemed like everyone had crossed over, and so they needed to wait for those who had fallen into the water. When they get back, they will move on to another place of study. As they walked to another place, Dick asked if Simon wanted to see something. He showed his friend a list of students who could be invited to join their homework group. The hero was surprised by Dick's information-gathering skills, but he did not want to tell how he did it. While he was talking about his students, Simon was surprised at how much work his friend managed to do, and suddenly he realized that this was precisely why he didn't want to join Hector's gang. Because apparently, he had already managed to dig up information on him. In the end, Dick said that most of the people in their class were pretty good, but they had their own problems. This girl who rode with them on the hippo, she most likely will not stand up to the competition, and will be expelled as soon as the protection period ends. Out of the entire class, only 2 people failed to jump over the cliff, and she was one of them. Immediately after a short rest, Hongpen suggested that they run again. Although Simon liked it, the other students were not so thrilled. But suddenly the guy heard some kind of rumble not far from his entire group. On the right side, hippos were running towards them at full speed, and the students began to call out to the teacher. But they did not receive any help from her, noticing that Hongpen simply disappeared from their field of vision. Calling for help from Atu did not achieve anything. And now the small group of students found themselves in a helpless situation. This left Simon very puzzled, and he was panicking and trying to figure out how to get out of this. He quickly made the decision to try to fly over this herd, so darkness immediately appeared under his feet. The hippos, who had not reached their prey by just a few meters, suddenly lost sight of it. The boy thought about Dick's words when he talked about the period of protecting students. He thought it was some kind of oversight, because someone might get hurt if they failed to defend themselves. But at that moment he looked at the other students and was very surprised. Some students were saved by using magic to put the animal to sleep. One of the guys simply lay down under them, covering himself with a circle of spells from above. The rest jumped into the trees, letting the hippos go ahead. At this time, Simon unexpectedly met the same girl he had met in the library while flying. Landing on the ground, he thought with relief that he had been wrong to think that there was anyone to worry about in this class. Dick saved himself by creating a pillar of darkness that he could simply climb onto and wait out. Simon felt tired when he realized that he was worrying about the others in vain. because he had to compete with 1,000 such students. His friend was worried about the hero's condition and reassured him, saying that these animals were under the complete control of Professor Hongpen. He said that she was a martial arts master, but she had druids in her family. And from above, he saw that the hippos were walking around the guys who had fallen to the ground. After this, Ada jumped into the center of the crowd of students and said that they needed to get up and move on. To encourage them to take action, he said that the hippos would soon run back. The students ran lightly through the forest and came out into the meadow where Hongpen was located. Taking a closer look, all the students were very surprised by the beauty of the place where they had run. The teacher stood in the middle of a flower field and shouted at them to speed up and run to her quickly. The fresh air and the beauty of the meadow and the flowers growing on it greatly encouraged the students. She praised the group and said that now everyone could rest. She also mentioned that they would only have lunch after class, but she thought they would be tired, so she contacted the administration. And after that she asked to turn to the left, pointing in that direction with her finger. People sent by the leadership came to them and brought a portion of food for everyone. Such concern for the students caused them genuine admiration, and they shouted joyfully. Many people said that, in their opinion, this was the best teacher they had ever had. Dick liked her too. But Simon said he had heard different kinds of rumors about Hongpeng. He was told that their teacher was a typical Kaizen teacher. The fair-haired man didn't believe his words, asking how such a wonderful teacher could hide a second face. Interrupting their conversation, Hongpen loudly announced to the students that they had to leave in 10 minutes. Simon, meanwhile, was thinking that this was most likely not the end of the test. When time had passed and the students had gathered together, the teacher asked if everyone had the wristbands she had given out. Now she asked to fill each student's wristband with her darkness. After this, everyone was pinned to the ground. Few were able to stand on their feet. The teacher said that these bracelets caused the effect of the curse of exhaustion. They must climb the hill under the effect of this spell. She also scared them by saying that she would keep a close eye on those who fell behind. While Dick was wondering if this whole thing was legal, Hongpen told them to get ready. All the students were struggling not to fall, and their legs were giving way. Suddenly, the teacher announced the start, and all the students broke into a run. After the hard trials and the accumulated fatigue, it was difficult for them to climb the mountain, but they were also under the influence of a curse. Many fell on all fours and tried to reach the top of the hill in this way. Simon was no exception. He also climbed through the grass and rocks to the very top. Every step was a great effort, and his head began to spin. He realized that preparatory courses would not help anyone. Now it was a test of endurance and willpower. If he falls behind now, all subsequent training will be a burden for him. Gathering his strength, he promised himself to overcome this test no matter what. On his way to the top, he was noticed by Hector, who became angry that this guy was trying to compete with him again. He was surprised that he had weakened the effects of exhaustion with his methods, but Simon still caught up with him. But he decided not to give up his victory to anyone and to smash the black-haired man to smithereens. They were both neck and neck, and were contenders for victory, breaking away from the rest of the students. Neither of them was going to give up first place, and they both tried their best. But suddenly, someone's foot appeared between their hands, calmly stepped onto the grass and walked on. It was Malin Wylan who calmly reached the top of the hill and took first place. The professor congratulated her, and the girl thanked her for the compliment. The teacher wondered how she was able to pass the test so easily, and she replied that she simply used exhaustion removal spells. Both boys were extremely surprised by this, because no one knew that it was possible to simply protect oneself from a spell. At this time, one of the assistants told Hongpeng that they had a wounded man who had sprained his ankle, and because of this, she had to go and look at that student while both boys were sweating their way up the hill. Hector said it was just a mockery and lifted the curse from himself, moving calmly upstairs. Ada loudly announced that Hector Moore had taken second place. Simon was amazed at how both of these students were able to recover their state in a second. Hector walked up to Malin, who was sitting under a tree, and called her to talk. He angrily asked why she thought she could lift the curse from herself while everyone was working hard. Then he said that she didn't understand anything about the world, because she had lived her whole life in an ivory tower as a princess, and she decided that he wanted to challenge her to a duel. He refused the duel, and said that it was important for him to convey to her that during this period she needed to demonstrate her efficiency and discipline in order to earn a good reputation with the teachers. The girl assumed that he was so angry because he was passed over, but he said that he asked her not to cheat anymore. He also said that he had no personal interest in her. Simon finally crawled to the top, took third place, and the teaching assistant handed him some water. He sat down under a tree near Mailing and Hector and began to rest. They simultaneously glanced sideways at him, silently thinking about something of their own. They were waiting for all the others who arrived later than the three winners. After some time, Dick also reached the top and declared that he was dead tired. He desperately asked if they would come back, because if they told him to climb the hippopotamus again, he would simply bite his tongue and die on the spot. Hongpen suddenly called all the students to her place to gather together. She said that since they were so tired, she asked the administration for a favor and they were granted permission to teleport. Finally, it was Simon and his friend's turn, and they walked into the portal circle together. Having stepped on it with their feet, they suddenly began to fall somewhere. Simon didn't land very softly. He was literally thrown from the ceiling onto something wooden. He couldn't figure out where he was, assuming it wasn't even Kaizen. This brick house with many symbols on the walls looked more like his house in Leshil. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him apologizing to him. This person turned out to be Hong Peng, who stood at a small distance and invited him to sit down. She said that she secretly adjusted the teleportation circle so that the magic circle would react differently to one of the students. He reacted to Simon's darkness. The idea was to move him to another place. Putting a glass next to the guy and pouring water into it, she asked if he knew why she did this. Simon honestly admitted that he had no idea what she was talking about. The girl said that she was responsible for the safety of the students, so she decided to move it to her house. She also wanted to talk to him face to face, which surprised the guy greatly. Although they are not allowed to talk to students personally until the end of the defense period, she knows that some professors have already violated this rule. She looked him straight in the eye with a serious expression and called him by name. Immediately after that, she asked him if he wanted to pursue a career in combat magic. If he wanted, she could make him her student, which surprised the guy even more. She said that she would teach him herself, and they were allowed to take no more than 3 students from each stream. And it was in her interests to give such a rare opportunity to Simon, which is what she told him. Extending her hand towards him, she asked if he would like to agree to such a proposal. Simon looked down and said that he didn't understand her, since he hadn't shown himself in any way in the lesson. Downplaying his results, he said he barely managed and only finished 3rd. Moreover, today is only the 2nd day of classes, so he does not understand such attention to his person. The teacher explained that for students, taking a certain place may be important, but all teachers look first of all at talent. She noticed that he used the darkness so well when crossing the cliff, even though it was his first time. And despite this, he jumped higher than everyone in the class. This cannot be a coincidence. This is definitely talent. Also, when he was climbing the hill under the curse, he managed to complete the race relying only on his strength and endurance, unlike the first 2 students. And maybe for him it doesn't seem like anything surprising, but she thinks differently. She said that his endurance, willpower, and outstanding talent for controlling darkness would all be best displayed in combat magic. He has the potential to become even stronger than Hong Pen in a couple of years, although she is determined to make him the strongest battle mage in the world. All these proposals weighed heavily on the guy's head, and he just sat there and thought. A minute later, he replied that he was very grateful for such a generous offer. But bowing politely, he said that he was forced to refuse it. He explained his decision by saying that at the moment, he was much more drawn to a completely different subject. Exhaling, the girl thanked him for telling her everything right away. But she also added that she was not going to give up so easily. He still has a whole year ahead of him, so she will have plenty of time to convince him. Simon asked why she was so clingy to him, and she said that she was interested in how strong this guy could become in the future. With a wave of her hand, she said that he could contact her at any time, even if it wasn't about mentoring. Simon thanked her, and from the place where she waved her hand, magic suddenly blew, and the guy saw that a teleportation circle appeared on the floor. The woman asked the guy to keep this meeting a secret, since formally the period of protection was still underway. Then she assured him that this teleport definitely led to Kaizen, and Simon smiled with relief and thanked her. The girl hurried him and said that they would see each other at the next lesson. Finally, after all the formalities, he stepped on the letters with his right foot. His body began to be enveloped in a blue glow, and he said goodbye to Professor Hong Peng. She watched the boy, waiting for him to teleport to Kaizen. When Simon disappeared, Ada quietly entered the room and immediately began asking how their meeting went. The girl said that he refused mentoring, and the man was a little perplexed and angry about this, and advised her to offer mentoring to Hector. He also added that he didn't understand why she liked Simon, but she firmly said that he was a genius. Hong Peng said that over the years she has seen many gifted students, but she had never met a genius like him before. Some time passed. Simon came to the shower. Dick asked him where he was, and he responded that there were some problems with the teleport. The fair-haired man decided not to pry at his friend, and suddenly began to enthusiastically tell about what had happened to him. He said that when he stepped on the teleportation circle, he felt his body jerk, but suddenly something stopped him. And when he came to, he found himself in a completely unexpected place. He thought about where he ended up. But in fact, he ended up in Professor Backel's office, which he was not very happy about. Simon asked again if he was talking about the same curse theory teacher, and Dick confirmed his words. And then the teacher made him clean his office. He happily talked about how, according to information from graduates, some teachers often intercept students during teleportation, and perhaps Backel wants to make him his student. Dick started shouting throughout the locker room that he could become Backel's personal student. Simon tried to calm him down, but his friend said that he couldn't be quieter because it was important. Suddenly, Hector approached them, who only smirked because he had never heard such nonsense, that Professor Backel would take a commoner as a student. Dick began to argue with the blonde, saying that he was simply jealous because the teacher had paid attention to someone other than him. Hector began to insult the guy, and he responded in kind, insulting him. He also mentioned that the blonde had managed to quarrel with Mei Ling during a combat magic lesson. Dick advised him not to boast about the fact that his family had arranged for him to go to preparatory courses, and it's more likely that it's not she. but Hector, who doesn't know anything about the real world. The blonde couldn't stand Dick's insults and his rage overshadowed his consciousness. The guy began to create a spell. The blonde-haired man was enveloped in a dark red smoke that covered his entire body. Hector called him a lowly plebeian and lifted the boy into the air. Using his magic, he slammed Dick into the wall with force, causing a loud bang to resound throughout the room. Hector was very angry at the words spoken by the boy, because they touched him to the quick. He said he would kill Dick, and continued to choke him with that same red smoke. Not giving in to intimidation or direct violence, the fair-haired man only showed him an inappropriate gesture. Some guy from Hector's gang tried to stop him, because curses can't be used outside of class. But the blonde completely lost his mind and pushed his henchman back. Turning back, his gaze saw something, and he was very surprised. He barely had time to block with his hands when he took a powerful blow from Simon. Due to inertia, he was thrown back a couple of meters, but he was able to stay on his feet. Hector had expected Simon to get involved in this conflict, so he wasn't too surprised. The black-haired man stood between him and his friend, covering him with his chest. Hector created a flame of darkness in his hand and offered to fight for real. As he was casting a spell in front of him, soap suddenly flew at him. It fell in front of his feet and bounced dangerously close to the guy, causing everyone to get scared. A muscular student with white hair came out to them and ordered them not to make any noise. This man turned out to be Kaizen, who, in the event of failure to fulfill his words, would, according to him, wring everyone's necks. Hector recognized the guy and said he didn't think he was still at the academy. One of the blonde's henchmen said that this was the same Kaizen Edwald who was kept back a year because of beating up students. After this, Hector was about to leave, but warned the guy not to throw out such words in vain again, because he would not let this happen without reason again. The three of them looked after him, and Dick tried to soothe the pain in his neck. He wanted to thank Kaizen, but he simply turned around and sent everyone to hell. Simon noted that the white-haired man was not as bad as they said. The day was beginning to draw to a close, and Dick was already starting to yell about how the weekend had finally arrived. He asked Simon what his plans were for the next few days, and he replied that he had none. Dick himself boasted that he had a whole program planned for the weekends, which was more important than lessons on weekdays. He was about to go to a town down the hill called Rochester, and his friend asked him why he was going there. Dick explained that he would go there to look at business opportunities. He explained this by saying that the longer you study at the academy, the harder it will be to survive on a scholarship. You can get a grant for scientific work. But with his grades, this will be problematic. Therefore, he plans to start working in his profession as early as possible. Moreover, when the defense period ends, the teachers will stop issuing teaching materials, which surprised Simon very much. Dick suggested that the guy also get involved in the matter, because if he was going to pursue the specialty of a summoning necromancer, then for him this question would become even more acute. Simon honestly said that he didn't know that they had to provide their own materials. Dick suggested to his friend that he wait a little, because he might be able to find a job for him in Rochester, but he refused. Finally, the fair-haired man said goodbye and said that he would come tomorrow when he finished his business. Simon's surprise at being caught at such a late tea time prompted Dick to reply that Kaizen had strict rules, but they couldn't assign guards to every student, so he could get through. He left the room and went about his business, and the hero sat thoughtfully with a pack of goodies. He bought them for Kaizen as a thank you, but he still hadn't appeared in the room. While no one was looking, Simon decided to try one of the cakes he had bought. At that moment, someone was watching him from a fourth-floor window. With each passing second, the tension grew, and Simon began to notice someone's intense gaze. He turned back and saw Nephthys's face in the window of his room. Opening the window, he greeted her with extreme surprise, and she laughed joyfully and greeted him back. He asked her in surprise how she got in there, and she replied that she was just passing by. Unable to bear the absurdity of the situation, he shouted that they were on the fourth floor. Now they were sitting on the sofa, and Nephthys was happily eating sweet cakes and buns. Simon said she could have as many as she wanted, and she was even happier because she wasn't allowed to have desserts at home. Getting down to business, she asked the guy how he was getting on at the academy, and he replied that he was very interested. He liked the teachers and fit into the curriculum better than he expected. She was happy about this news, because she thought that it would be difficult for him because he did not attend preparatory courses. The girl said that she was pleased to see him in Kaizen, because he reminded her of the times when Richard studied here. Simon asked her again about her father, and she said that he also studied at this academy. Nephthys said that the boy was not like his father, because he was a walking disaster and also overly smart. He made fun of the teachers and got punished for it, and skipped classes a couple of times. She even dragged him to class herself. Simon grabbed his head and said that he found it hard to believe, because he had always seemed different to him. The guy asked if Richard had graduated from the academy, and the girl replied that he had interrupted his studies, saying that Kaizen was too small for him in scale. She also added that Kaizen had never seen a student like him. He was a special case. Nephthys was young at the time and didn't know how to deal with him. She lay down on the bed, and with some nostalgia recalled the times when she too was young. Continuing her story, she said that Richard had turned the whole of Roke Island upside down in his time, and if he looked, he might be able to find traces of his father. She suggested that he try it out of interest in his studies and said that she had to go. The girl quickly opened the window and promised the guy to see her again soon. She also turned around and, with a sweet wink, thanked him for the treat. Nephthys said goodbye to him, and Simon tried to catch the piece of paper she threw to him in flight. He thought she had dropped it by accident, so he shouted after her. But immediately after that, he noticed that she had already disappeared without a trace, and no one was visible outside. He assumed that she had left this note on purpose and decided to read it. Having unfolded it completely, his gaze caught on something, and he was very surprised. On the piece of paper, he saw something that looked like a treasure map, but he didn't understand why there was a skull at the end of the path. Suddenly, he remembered the words of Nephthys, who spoke about the traces left by his father. Without wasting any time, he quickly gathered his gear and slipped out of the dorm to meet adventure. He went out into the forest, which was located not far from his place of residence, and he was overcome with fear. The boy thought that maybe he should turn back while it was still possible. But having overcome his fear, he resolutely went on, because he had already received permission to go and spend the night. Along the way, he noticed a sign with a monster drawn on it and remembered that there were monsters in Leshil too, but they didn't know what kind they were like on Rook Island. On the eastern side, there is a stream, and on the western side, there is the fortress wall of Kaizen, so he is on the right path. Suddenly, he heard a strange and terrible howl somewhere nearby. Sneaking through the bushes, he tried to figure out who was making these sounds, a large predator or someone else. But his eyes quickly noticed a face with gray fur and red eyes, in which he recognized the monster. He suddenly attacked Simon in an attempt to tear him apart. But the guy managed to pull a dagger from his belt and block the beast's attack. The hero was very surprised at how fast this huge monster was. The guy tried to figure out what kind of monster it was that he couldn't keep track of in the dark. Finally, taking a closer look, he realized that the beast was a werewolf. Judging by its size, it is a young individual. And if this had been before the start of its training in Kaizen, it would have simply run away. But the hero decided not to run away from danger, but to fight it, calling 2 ratmen along with it. He ordered them to prepare for battle, and they obediently obeyed their summoner. The ratmen grabbed their swords, and Simon recited that he no longer had to run from the monsters. The werewolf's patience was running out, and he decided to go on the offensive. He stood up on all fours and ran quickly towards the boy and his summoned creatures. Playing the role of a true summoner, he sent the ratmen into battle, and they attacked the werewolf with weapons. The beast, as expected, turned out to be much stronger than some rats and smeared them across the floor. Simon got a knockback from killing his creature, causing him to grab his head. But, unexpectedly, the second ratman managed to jump on the werewolf from behind and hit him with a sword. Enduring the pain, the hero turned to the spell again and called upon the first summoned creature to rise. The ratman gathered together, and now they both attacked the werewolf from behind. The skeleton took the sword in both paws and prepared to plunge it into the beast. Literally a second later, his attack landed right on the werewolf's neck, and thick blood began to flow from there. The beast fell on its back and fell, and the guy guessed the right moment and decided to act himself. He raised his sword above his head and began to deliver a powerful, devastating blow. The weapon hit the target right on target, and the guy struck the monster right in the heart. Having defeated the werewolf, he was finally able to relax and rest a little. This was his first real battle in Kaizen, and he was glad that his training with the ratman skeletons came in handy. In Leshil, he probably immediately ran away from such a big monster, but 3 days at the academy made him much stronger. The boy wondered how high his growth limit would be if he survived all 3 years in Kaizen. While he was thinking about removing the body so as not to attract other monsters, one of his skeletons began to break. The ratman literally fell apart due to multiple cracks in his bones. The boy placed his hand on the creature's skull and thanked it for its faithful service. Now he had only one ratman left, whom he told to be careful. After some time of walking through the forest, Simon finally came to the place where he was originally going. But looking at the open clearing, he realized that there was nothing there, and not even grass grew here. Suddenly he realized that if there was no grass growing here, it could only mean one thing. He realized that something was hidden underground, and immediately took out the necessary tools for digging. Simon congratulated himself on having thought to borrow some tools from the dorm. The guy dug the ground for quite a long time, but at some point he hit something hard. Having cleared the area, he saw a black stone, under which something was probably stored. Looking closely, he noticed a certain cavity from which tubes ran along the stone. It was a little bigger than his hand, and he thought that was where he should put it. Applying a clenched fist and releasing a little force, he noticed that this cavity was reacting to his darkness. This circle, as well as the tubes that came from it, suddenly flashed with a blue light. The stone began to deform and go down, revealing something to the hero's gaze. A few seconds later, a wide staircase leading underground appeared in front of him. He smiled a wild smile, anticipating the adventures that awaited him. The guy turned towards the rat and enthusiastically called her to come with him. They slowly began to descend, lighting their way with the recently lit lamp. Simon looked at the walls of these ruins and suddenly noticed something very familiar. Shedding a little light on one of the walls, he saw ancient runes that he had studied only recently. He suggested that these ruins could also be ancient if this dungeon was all covered in these symbols. Seeing a certain building in the middle of a wide hall, he assumed that this place was a magical altar. While the guy was looking at the altar, his ratman began to click his jaws to attract attention and show something. He pointed to a structure in the center of the room that contained a skull and a hand recess. Simon decided to put his hand to the skull, but suddenly recoiled. Taking it in both hands, he, even with his meager knowledge, realized that this was a very ancient and dangerous undead. While he was thinking about something of his own, a skeleton suddenly fell nearby, which made the guy very scared. With the skull in his hands, he approached the bones and tried to understand what had happened. Taking one of the bones, he recognized it as bone number 2, just like the Ratman's. She came next in line after the skull, so he tried to connect them together. He thought that he didn't know how this undead would behave, but he would still collect it. The boy placed the skull back on the altar and muttered under his breath that it was time to begin. Gathering the darkness in his hand, he struck it hard on the top of the skull. Its darkness began to spread throughout the altar and soak into the bone of the unknown skeleton. The skull absorbed his powers, and the guy waited for a while to see if he would react in any way. Suddenly, the dead creature's eye lit up with a dark blue flash, and Simon recited that he had succeeded. He was able to awaken this skeleton, and now all that remains is to assemble his body. Some time passed. The hero looked exhausted, assembling this skeleton, and thanked himself for having spent several days toiling over the assembly. He said he wasn't entirely sure everything was in place, but it was still a human skeleton, so he thought he had it assembled more or less correctly. The only thing he didn't understand was that the creature's body was too huge. He asked him why he decided to stand up immediately after he got his legs, because if the guy had known about this, he would have made his arms first. However, he was proud of his work and said that it looked pretty good, and the skeleton was clearly more than 2 meters tall. While he was wondering what to do next, a blue flash suddenly appeared above the deceased. It was absorbed into the skull, and the skeleton suddenly began to move. The creature suddenly began to laugh shrilly, which greatly frightened Simon. The entire floor under the guy's feet began to move, and he did not understand what was happening. The ancient runes came to life and began to fly around the revived skeleton, who screamed victoriously. He joyfully announced that he was back, and at that moment, darkness began to envelop him. The ancient writing moved faster and faster around the dead man, and his eye began to glow even brighter. The darkness he released began to flow throughout the skeleton, creating something like a veil that hid the bones. Skull asked the boy if he was the man who dared to wake him up from a long sleep. He asked the hero his name, and he replied that his name was Simon Valencia. The skeleton was very surprised by the familiar surname, and realized that the guy was a descendant of Richard. Simon said that such treatment grated on his ears, and Richard was his father. The dead man said that his darkness was partly familiar to him, because only Richard could awaken him. After this, the guy asked in surprise who this living dead man was. He introduced himself as Fear, the battalion commander, and also, he once ruled the country with his father. The guy asked with extreme surprise on his face if he was Richard's undead. The skeleton ignored the question and asked Simon who told him about this place. Hearing the name Nephthys in response, the undead looked at the hero suspiciously. He then changed the subject, telling Simon to quickly conclude an agreement with him, and then he would have his battalion at his disposal. He will obey any order from the hero and kill anyone who stands in his way, but he will be obliged to shed blood and cause destruction for the rest of his life. Looming over the student in a menacing manner, he prepared to ask the boy directly. The skeleton's eyes filled with the light of blue darkness, and he asked if Simon was ready to lead his battalion. The guy didn't give in to the moment, and after a while, with extreme suspicion, asked if he could ask a question. He said he didn't know what kind of undead he was or what he was good for, but he had never heard of any battalion in his life. So the hero doubted the strength of the battalion, and the skeleton said that the guy asked an excellent question. He explained that his battalion was so strong that it could raise all of Kaizen to the ground right now. However, Richard had disbanded his army in the past and sealed them here, and Simon, being the son of their commander, gave them a breath of life for the first time in many years. And if he gathers the disparate battalion and returns it to its former glory, then he will have no equal on this earth. After these words, the guy thought hard about the proposal and fell silent for a while. Having made his decision, he stated that he agreed with the terms and would sign the contract. The skeleton said it was an excellent choice and grabbed Simon by the scruff of the neck. He placed the student on a small stone platform and began to prepare for the conclusion of the contract. Dispelling the darkness around his chest, the undead told him to place his hand on the core. He also added that if the contract was concluded, his life would change, and he had time to refuse. But Simon stood his ground. The boy said that since it was his father's battalion, it was fitting for the boy to rule over them. The skeleton was surprised by Simon's determination, and thought that initially the hero seemed to him a quiet and polite boy, but the quality of a true ruler awakened in him. He said out loud that he liked the guy's attitude and that Richard was able to raise a good son. Fear agreed to make the contract, and at the last moment asked Simon to try not to die. The young man realized the danger of this event quite late, and therefore his face suddenly began to express fear. He didn't like the prospect, so he was going to ask what he meant, but he didn't even have time to finish the sentence, and his strength began to leave his body. The skeleton laid him down more comfortably on the stone slab and said that he had overdone it a little. He asked the ratman with a sly smile if he thought his master was dead. Some time passed. Simon suddenly opened his eyes and tried to come to his senses. He rose abruptly from the stone slab, and the skeleton recited that the guy had finally woken up. The guy immediately asked what happened to the contract, and Fear explained that it had been signed, and he advised Simon to focus and feel the changes in himself. The hero listened to his feelings and realized that something had happened to his core. The skeleton explained that its core had to become much larger and more stable. The guy said that it was true, because before this, the darkness had overloaded his body. But now he felt light and pleasant. Fear congratulated his new master on becoming one of the 7 battalion commanders. The protagonist tried to get up, but his head began to spin, and the skeleton advised him not to overexert himself. He said the boy would be feeling unwell for a while, and Simon decided he needed to spend the night there. Suddenly he remembered that he had a question for Fear, to whom he turned for this. The hero asked what this battalion was all about. The skeleton was furious at this question, because the guy had signed a contract with him without even understanding what a battalion was. He slapped his forehead with his palm and said that it would take him some time to figure out what kind of person he was. Fear sat in the lotus position and said that he would answer the guy's question, but first asked him to tell him what the guy knew about the undead. The guy said he knew practically nothing, and the skeleton laughed at this, saying that he looked like his father. Finally, Fear began his story. He said that in this world there are 3 types of undead: summoned, natural, and battalion undead. Summoned undead are those that necromancers summon. She is artificially supported by black magic and follows orders exactly. Undead cease to exist when the power of magic is exhausted or after time has passed. Natural undead act without the participation of necromancers or black magic. These are the same stereotypical undead, zombies, and others. She has an implacable hatred for all living things, which is why people also call her monsters. And finally, the battalion's undead are something in between the first 2 types. What they have in common with natural undead is their existence without the support of magic and their own core. And what they have in common with summoned undead is that they obey necromancers or elder undead. There are only 7 battalions in the world, and 7 necromancers capable of controlling them. The skeleton pointed his bony finger at the boy and said that he was now one of them. The average necromancer usually leads a platoon of undead into battle, with this number increasing as his level increases, but not by much. The guy suddenly asked if Kaizen graduates were high-level necromancers. Fear confirmed his words and said that they could lead an entire corps, but they were still not as effective. He reminded that necromancers control only the summoned undead, and they are supported by the power of darkness of the necromancer. Summoning and controlling the undead takes away the darkness and moral strength of the necromancer. The larger the army, the more burdened he is. Simon suddenly decided to say that one of his skeletons had been destroyed on the way here, and he had a severe headache. Fear said that this is a natural consequence, since the undead and the necromancer are connected. The heavy damage of the undead is reflected back to the summoner. But the battalion has its own strength, and does not need replenishment, so the number of the battalion for the necromancer is not limited. In theory, he could command thousands or millions of undead. And the skeleton asked the boy if he had heard the story of the necromancer who had the largest army of undead in history. Simon said he had heard it, and Fear explained that the story was about one of the commanders of the 7 battalions. The hero realized that according to the skeleton's words, he had just become one of the necromancers with unlimited summoning. Fear confirmed his words, and Simon, clenching his fist, thanked the skeleton. The same one continued to speak. He said that since the contract was signed, they were now in the same bond, whether the guy liked it or not, so they should talk about plans. He said they had special circumstances, since Simon was new to Kaizen, and asked if he was thinking about dropping out. The hero said that he was not going to drop out yet, and the skeleton was happy with this news, because the academy really does have some value. Simon asked about the skeleton's circumstances, and he said that he and his battalion were special because of certain things. The guy suggested that it might be because they were disbanded, and Fear said that it was one of the reasons, but not the main one. He explained that his battalion is the enemy of all necromancers. They have been hunted for a long time, and Simon was very surprised by this information. And all this happened because of what his father did while he was a commander. Suddenly, Simon remembered the words of his father, who said that he could not cross the border of the kingdom of Dresden. He assumed it was based on what his father had done in the past. The skeleton said that in the world of black magic, such things are not forgiven, and his battalion is his accomplice. He said with sad eyes that Simon's father had committed treason. He fell in love with a priestess. At that time, the war between the priests and the necromancers was in full swing, and at the most crucial moment, Richard ordered the battalion to protect his beloved. That is, to kill his fellow necromancers who came to kill her. Fear's battalion killed many necromancers, so it's no wonder they want to destroy them. This order to destroy their battalion is still in effect, so they cannot act openly. Simon asked if he held a grudge against Richard, and the skeleton said that such a weak emotion did not exist for the undead of the battalion. However, if his son tries to behave in the same vile manner, then Fear might get angry. But he advised the guy not to worry, because it was not his fault, it was his father's order. He started to remember the past and called Richard an asshole, which surprised Simon. The skeleton said that this word was even too mild to describe his former commander, because the hero's father was a real scumbag. But now he sees that that bastard now has a son. Suddenly he grabbed his head from the realization that the man in front of him was Richard's son. Simon confirmed his words with a smile and said that his mother was Valencia. Fear was so shocked that he jumped a couple of meters away from the guy in surprise. He tried to wrap his head around the fact that his new commander was the son of his friend and sworn enemy of all undead. Simon's face took on a mischievous, mocking expression, and he decided to play a joke on the skeleton. In the manner of his mother, whom he greatly resembles, he made the same gesture that she makes. The skeleton became beside himself with emotion. He imploringly asked the guy to stop these antics, because after this he would start having nightmares. Unable to contain his emotions any longer, Fear fell to the floor and began shaking in panic, causing Simon to only laugh out loud. Then he smiled like his mother and offered to be friends with the skeleton, who screamed and asked the guy to stop smiling like that damn woman. The jokes were over. The skeleton suggested getting back to the important matter. He said that the guy's main task now is to study well in Kaizen and become stronger, but he needs to keep quiet about the fact that he has a battalion. All this is because the old-timers of the academy know his father and his affairs, and they will have serious questions for him if he blabs. Moreover, if the necromancers find out that some newcomer is commanding the battalion, they will become furious. Simon suggested that in that case, more powerful necromancers would hunt him, and Fear asked the guy what he thought he should do. The guy said with confidence that he needed to become stronger, and the skeleton confirmed his words. He advised Simon to study hard in Kaizen, and his battalion would gradually regain its strength. Plus, they needed a way to control the battalion in these conditions, so the skeleton told the guy to watch his actions closely. Fear called the rat man to him and pointed his hand behind his back. The little skeleton obediently went in the direction the dead man showed him. Simon realized that Fear could also control his summoned undead. He confirmed the guy's words and said that their darkness had mixed, so that all the undead summoned by the hero belonged to the battalion. Simon is the battalion commander, and Fear is now his second in command. The skeleton said that this undead had not passed the initiation into the battalion, and the hero asked what he was talking about. Fear explains that it is better to show this in practice, and places his bony hand on the rat man's skull. Directing his energy straight into the little skeleton's head, it exploded with force. A haze of purple darkness rose into the air, and Simon watched in surprise. The rat man first accepted this power, and then it began to emanate from all the cracks. Finally, the darkness cleared and the undead began to fall back to the floor. Fear explained that this rat man was now a member of their battalion. Simon looked at the skeleton in surprise, and said that it looked exactly the same as before. The rat man's eyes suddenly lit up strangely with that same purple darkness. The battalion's deputy said that this was called turning the summoned undead into the natural undead, and Simon realized that the skeleton had formed a core. He said he didn't know the difference was that big, because he would be immediately identified if she came to the academy for him. Fear said that it was not necessary to dedicate all the undead to the battalion, since summoned undead were especially effective in battle. He advised leaving the rat man here and practicing summoning at school as usual. When his undead's lifespan expires, or she has received a lot of damage, then he can bring her to Fear. He will dedicate her here, and she will wait for the order. They agreed that Simon would bring undead to this altar to restore the battalion. The protagonist noticed that the rat man's behavior became more like that of an animal, but Fear explained that power still remains in Simon's hands. If he calls him, it will come. And the skeleton also asked the guy how long he had been in Kaizen. Simon said that he had only been studying for 3 days, and Fear said that they would soon be given tasks, and he would be able to teleport to Rook Island, or anywhere in the world to complete the task. When that moment comes, he wants to go with the guy, because they need to gather all the soldiers of the battalion. Simon was surprised at how much the skeleton knew about Kaizen, who said that he had been watching Richard a lot. He suggested that the guy tell about how his father led the battalion, and the hero only became more inspired by this. Simon's first question was that he didn't understand why the summoned undead could act willfully. Fear explained that this happens when the summoner does not understand the nature of the undead, and it does not act according to the laws of logic and common sense. Fear said that the undead are attracted to strong base thoughts, or to put it simply, it can be called an obsession. For example, if he has a person he hates, then several times a day the thought of killing this person goes through his head. The undead that is nearby at these moments will remember these feelings, and when the summoner is not nearby, these undead will attempt on the life of this person. Even if he no longer has any enmity with that person, his undead will haunt that person until his last breath. Fear calmed the boy down by saying that he would teach him everything. Simon would learn to understand the world from the point of view of the undead, and once they have started, the skeleton will teach the hero to give the order to destroy the enemy. He asked the guy to imagine that the wall behind him was his enemy, and he needed to direct all his hatred at this wall. The skeleton began to taunt Simon, saying that this wall had killed his parents and his lover. He said that this is his enemy, and this wall is the devil that needs to be destroyed. With each passing second, the rat man began to grow more and more furious and click his jaws. Fear's method worked, and Simon's emotions caused his henchmen to claw at the concrete with fury. The rat man began to tear apart the stones with all his might and dig a hole in the wall. Simon stared at the creature in surprise, and Fear explained that he had cursed at the wall just so the guy would get the idea, because the main thing in this method is his hateful will. The property of a great necromancer is the skill to give any, even the most insignificant orders, with authority and firmness, and at that moment to think about anger, hatred, and thirst for blood. These negative feelings are much stronger than the others. Fear handed control of the rat man over to the boy and told him to try to stop her. At first, he simply started screaming and ordering the creature to stop. His voice grew louder and louder, but it made no impression. Simon squeezed all the strength out of his throat and asked if the rat man could hear him. Suddenly, he realized that his efforts were not working, and suddenly he was overwhelmed with emotions. The guy became very angry and clenched his jaw due to uncontrollable emotions. He vented all his anger by firmly ordering his subordinate to stop. He also said that if the rat man disobeyed his order again, then he would regret it. Fear was thinking at that moment that Simon was amazing, because he had already learned to use the absolute command. In his head, he asked Richard what kind of monster he had sent to the academy. Simon only became more disappointed in himself after this. In his opinion, he couldn't even make his undead obey him. But Fear dispelled his melancholy by saying that the boy had completely accomplished his task. He said that in a battle situation there would be no time to hesitate, so he needed to train himself to command the undead so that they would obey him the first time. The guy almost fell to the floor after that, and Fear said that he was tired, because seeing something like that is stressful for a person. Simon said that he would rest a little and then go back to Kaizen, since he only had permission to walk for a day. The skeleton asked the hero to catch something and threw something into his hands. Throwing some kind of round piece of iron, shaped like a skull, he said that this was his alter ego, through which one could contact him. If he speaks into it, Fear will hear him, and the guy should not be shy, because the skeleton will be able to come to his aid. Simon promised to return the following weekend, and his deputy advised the boy to enjoy his studies. A day passed. The hero was already sitting in the audience, and his piece of iron suddenly began to say that it had not crossed the threshold of Kaizen for a long time. Fear asked the boy if his protection period was still in effect, because he was interested in seeing what would happen next. Simon asked him in desperation what he meant, and the skeleton thought about it. Right after that, he spoke about that very hellish exam that the main character was now sitting at. Time moved back a day to the night before this exam. Simon was sitting with his friend, who suggested starting their briefing. Dick said that tomorrow evening and morning they will have elemental black magic. And as you know, in this lesson they will give group homework. The group is recruited once before the end of the semester. So for them, it is a matter of survival. Firstly, there should be 4 people in a group, so it is best to select excellent students in different subjects. Dick has average grades in all subjects, but is slightly better in the dynamics of darkness, and Simon is better in the summoning theory section. Their balance is already quite good. They have a total of 9 disciplines: curse theory, darkness dynamics, summoning theory, spiritualism, hematology, toxicology, as well as combat magic, defense, and elemental black defense. Among these subjects, the theory of summoning, the theory of curses, and the dynamics of darkness have the greatest importance in the final evaluation. So they are called the 3 major sciences of necromancy. So they are strong in 2 of these 3 sciences, and then they need someone strong in the theory of curses. The 4th must be strong in all other sciences, except for anti-priestly protection and elemental black magic, because they are optional. Dick then began to analyze the objects, slowly getting closer to the answer of who they needed. He intends to conduct his selection based on the announced criteria. If the top student doesn't agree, then they need to search downwards and emphasize that they are the #1 student in their group. While discussing the upcoming plan to recruit students for their company, Dick made an encouraging statement, and they both cried out. At the moment, they were sitting at the exam, and Simon was in complete despair. Dick, who was sitting next to him, suddenly whispered to the black-haired man in bewilderment, asking what this girl was doing here. Simon didn't understand who he was talking about, and the blonde-haired man explained that the exam was being taken by Jane Olivia, the vice-rector, and simply a walking horror. Suddenly, she said his name loudly, which made Dick nervous. She heard his remark, so she said that life was full of surprises, and if he continued to chatter, she would kick him out of the exam. Many students also glanced sideways at the young teacher. Jane decided to explain that although she usually taught third-year students, she would be teaching first-year A this semester. So she hopes for their academic success, because she needs high scores. Now she asked everyone to concentrate on the exam, and the noise in the audience died down. Simon, meanwhile, admitted that he didn't know the answer to any of the questions. That's the reality. He had succeeded in some things up until this point, and he even took over control of his father's battalion. But this will not give him anything in terms of academic performance at Kaizen. The main character, even under the pressure of difficult tasks, decides not to give up. He promises himself to work hard to achieve his goals. Finally, the exam was over. The teacher said goodbye to the students and said that she hoped the exam was not too difficult for them. Without putting it off, Jane decides to immediately start checking the exam papers. Checking is carried out not only by the teacher, but also by his assistants. While they were sitting and checking the students' answers, a joyful Nephthys ran between them. She was noticed by Jane, who asked what brought her there at such an hour. Nephthys giggled and happily replied that she came here to hang out. Not sharing her emotions, the black-haired girl lightly hit the girl with her palm and said that she was distracting her. And immediately after that, Jane sent her assistants to check the exam papers in some other, quieter room. Nephthys was angry that she pulled the black-haired girl out of the slums so that she would be a sweet and trusting girl. And she said that she grew up the way she is because of constant stress and overwork. As they ended their squabble, Jane offered to help her check the sheets. Some time passed, and suddenly the girl's attention was attracted by something interesting. She saw that the student answered all the most basic questions incorrectly, but was able to solve the most difficult problem. Suddenly, the girl decided to turn to Nephthys to ask some question. She asked why she gave her this class from the first semester. And it's not just a simple class, but the one where there is this boy named Simon Valencia. The joyful smile disappeared from Nephthys' face, and she looked sarcastically at the girl. The white-haired girl suddenly asked why she had covered all the names on the sheets of paper, and Jane replied that it was for a blind check. If she knows the student's name, it may have an undesirable impact on the grade. She said it was just a test, but she had already made a lot of interesting discoveries, like this test that Nephthys is currently scribbling on. He answered the second toxicology question correctly, but the test question below incorrectly. The girl angrily shook the leaf and said that this child was just an oak tree and she wondered who it was. Jane then went on to say that this test shows the opposite picture. The student was unable to answer the simplest questions and earn even a few points, but decided to try to answer the very difficult question number 20. The formulas for solving the problem are incorrect. Ancient runes from the dynamics of darkness, the formula for assembling a conditional skeleton according to the theory of summoning, the calculation of the consumption of darkness according to the theory of curses, everything is incorrect to varying degrees. Apparently, this student did not attend preparatory classes. He simply tried to derive the answer, using the formulas he had already learned since the beginning of the school year. Nephthys looked with interest as he used the formula from the summoning theory to calculate the consumption of darkness. She asked what the correct answer was, and Jane said that it could be easily obtained using Theron's theorem, and that it would be 1,200,000. But this student received 1,200,146. Jane handed the girl a piece of paper and said that she had a question for her. She wondered why Nephthys had entrusted her with this particular class with that very student number 1. The girl just made a stupid face and said that she didn't understand what the girl was talking about. Jane thought to herself that she shouldn't have expected an honest answer from this 300-year-old sly fox. A little while later, the exam results were posted, and there was a noise near the board with them. Dick was surprised that the results were posted so quickly, and Simon confirmed his words. The hero was finally able to look at his grades, which did not make him very happy. He said he thought he would be prepared for this, but it was still very depressing to see the results. Dick encouraged his friend by saying that his results were not so bad for someone who had not attended preparatory courses. And, moreover, according to the theory of conscription, his assessment was very good. Simon asked the blonde guy what grades he had, and he said that he had a good score for the dynamics of darkness, and the average score was somewhere around 70. The hero was very surprised that his friend was doing well in school, and he said that he was studying just enough to avoid being kicked out of the academy. He also added that they had a problem because of this exam, because the class grades were in plain sight. This will hinder their plan to recruit a group, now that the students know who is worth what because of the grades. While he was saying that they would be lucky if anyone agreed to join their group, Jane began to approach them and loudly asked for attention. She stood in the aisle and informed the students that they had 30 minutes. The girl said that they could look at their grades and quickly divide themselves into groups of 4 people, and the group would not change throughout the semester. Once they have decided on their groups, group lectures on elemental black magic will begin, and they will be given group homework during these lectures. Group assignments are graded separately from the overall grades, and if they do poorly on them, those points will be deducted from their overall grade. She ended her explanation by saying that the group must be chosen wisely. The students suddenly fell into a wild panic and frantically began looking for a group for themselves. Simon, meanwhile, was looking at their list and thinking about what Dick had said, that he would talk to Jamie, he was first on their list, and Claudia was second. Finding her in the crowd, he realized that she had already been swept into another group. The third was Rosenthal. He found her, as well as Katrina at number 4, and realized that they had decided to work together. Simon mentally reassured himself, calling for calm. After all, no one had yet assembled a group of 4. What they need most now is an excellent student in curse theory. Most of the students who have already gathered in 3s are of average grades. The best students are now standing aside and choosing, so he needs to make a choice. He walked quickly into the classroom and found Malin Villain there. The guy walked up to the desk where she was sitting and loudly announced that he was inviting her to his group. Everyone who saw this was in complete shock, because that arrogant student approached a student with an average grade of 90 points. The girl said that his joke was very funny and he would not be able to recruit her with his number 1 rank. She said she looked at the numbers and saw that he had a 30-point average. So she asked him again if he was serious about his intentions. While everyone was talking about the guy's reckless act, he said that he noticed that Mailing was slightly lacking in points in the summoning theory. She only had 80 points in it. The girl said that her grades were not comparable to his, but he said that he understood everything. He then told her to give him 1 month and she would overtake her in summoning theory, and if she couldn't, she would leave Kaizen. This statement greatly surprised Mei Ling, and she looked at the hero with confusion. She emotionally screamed that he was crazy and told him to take his words back. Simon said he wouldn't do it, and he wouldn't make promises out of thin air, which surprised the girl even more. The emotions let go of Mei Ling, and she calmly sat back down, thinking hard about his proposal. She thought about how she had to get the best grades this semester no matter what. And Hector will definitely hinder her in this. She will beat him in written exams, but he is stronger than her in practice and combat magic. She needs to smash him in group homework. She needs someone to cover for her poor performance in conscription theory. The #1 recruit on special terms. Simon Valencia, a guy with no prior training. And yet, he beat Hector in summoning theory. Mei Ling was debating whether she should look for someone with a summoning theory score above 80, or go for the black-haired one. Suddenly, she stood up and quietly asked about his promise to drop out. She asked him if he was sure he could do what he had mentioned earlier, and he confirmed his words. He said that he would fulfill his promise no matter what. Simon extended his hand to her, and the girl thought a little more and chuckled nervously. Still, she decided to join his group, shaking his hand as a sign of joining. Immediately after this, Dick ran out to them, happily hugged Simon, and asked how he was able to recruit Mei Ling. The girl asked who this guy was, and the hero reminded that he was another member of their group, because he was talking about their group. But he urged her not to worry, because he had a good grade in the dynamics of darkness, and the three of them were a strong team in the main sciences. Mei Ling decided not to despair after such news, but said that if Dick was going to drag her down, then she would not just leave it like that. Then they began to discuss their future plans. The girl said that since they had dynamics and a call, she would be responsible for the curses. But first, she asks Dick his grade in dynamics of darkness, and he says he has a 70 in all subjects. The fair-haired man called her picky and asked which student they would accept next. Mei Ling began to think nervously, and Dick asked her again who she would like to choose. As a result, they decided that hematology was difficult for a girl, so they needed to choose someone with a high score in this particular subject. While Simon and Mei Ling sat and waited for the third member of their group, the students around them were discussing their incomprehensible alliance. Suddenly, the girl sitting next to the guy called him to say something. She asked about his last name and where he was from, and the guy said that he was the son of a landowner from the kingdom of Baldwin. They own a settlement called Leshhill. Simon decided to also inquire about Mei Ling's pedigree, so he asked her directly. She, in turn, with feigned sullenness, asked the guy if he was serious about asking this. The girl explained with irritation that the villain family was a famous, titled family, descended from the magicians of the Ivory Tower, and the hero asked a question and clarified that the Ivory Tower was a magic tower. Mei Ling said that this was the name of the tower 3 centuries ago. Simon also noted that Serna, #2 of the special ones, lives there. But the mention of that girl for some reason angered Mei Ling, and she asked with hidden anger to close this topic. The guy was a little upset because he didn't know it was better not to mention Serna. He exhaled and thought that he would never be able to understand the nobles. At this point, Dick called them over, apologized for keeping them waiting, and introduced them to their new hematology expert. That person turned out to be the pink-haired girl who was with them during the combat magic lesson, and it turned out that she had a whopping 87 points in hematology. The girl's name is Kamibara's Ursula. Dick introduced her, and she said hello and thanked him for letting her into their group. She bowed deeply, introduced herself again, and said that they could simply call her Kami. Simon asked her to communicate less formally, since they were classmates, and she said that she was only 16, but Dick reassured her, noting that there were 20-year-olds among them. Mei Ling immediately asked her if she was one of those Ursulas that the girl thought of. When asked by Kami, Mei Ling spoke about the vampire family, and Dick stated in surprise that he had heard that a certain Lady Ursula was studying in Kaizen. The girl with blue hair ordered him to shut up, and he said in surprise, how could he keep quiet if this was a whole sensation? But having dispelled their sincere surprise, the girl declared that her mother was a human being. Dick apologized, and Simon realized that he was similar to Kami, because she was a bastard of their family, and had the same unsightly background from a social point of view as he did. The fair-haired man took the floor, and said that it would be appropriate to say that he was from the common people. His father was the owner of the White Heifer Merchant Union. Kami recognized this name and was very surprised, because the White Heifer is one of the largest merchant unions. However, Dick said that he was the 3rd son out of 9 and the only heir. He was the eldest. Everything would go to him. And the fair-haired one was placed in the academy, so that he would have at least some use. He said he was ashamed to admit it, but he was only sent here because they thought he was slightly gifted in black magic, and while he was in Kaizen, he was required to do consumer market research for the family. Simon suddenly remembered what his friend had said, that he had a task that was more important than studying. Dick said that he was not going to do just what his father said, because he was going to graduate from Kaizen and create his own merchant union in Rochester. Simon sincerely wished him luck, and Mei Ling said that this was some kind of nonsense. At that moment, a man approached them and said that they had gathered a rather friendly group. The teacher's assistant handed them a sheet of paper to fill out with information about their group. While Simon was listening to the man's instructions, Mei Ling took out a piece of paper from the guy to fill out. The guy suggested appointing the girl as the leader, since she is a key member of the group. But they had some trouble with the name of the group and decided to simply call themselves Group Number 7. After that, they handed over a piece of paper, which they hung on the notice board. Dick stated that he liked the Maylene version better, period, and Kami liked the name Pink Bunnies better. As they continued to discuss the name, Simon suddenly heard shouts nearby. The students were running out of time and were nervously squabbling with each other. Dick declared that passions were running high, and it was no surprise, since classes in elemental black magic required knowledge of all subjects, so there should be variety in the group. So, if you become very close friends with guys who are excellent students in one subject, problems will arise later. At this time, a girl with golden hair said that she would buy out only one of the students who were vying for a place in her group. And right after that, the girl left them, not giving the guys a chance to join the aristocrats group. Simon noted that it was very cruel, because those two guys had almost formed their own group. However, Dick said that there was no time to worry about the others, because this often happens during the period of protecting students. If they don't compete, they will inevitably fall behind others, and those who fall behind in Kaizen won't last long. Malin said that there was nothing cruel about it. It was a natural consequence of laziness, mediocrity, and lack of intelligence. This did not really calm Simon down, who only began to get more nervous. After this, Jane informed the students that 30 minutes had passed and called to the board all those who were left without a group. All these people crowded together in one place and desperately thought about what to do next. However, Jane said that their desperation and anger should be put to good use, because a difficult beginning does not always foretell a bad ending. After that, she invited all the students to sit at their desks. She then said that she had an important announcement next week. The student protection period would end, and then, in the first lesson of Elemental Black Magic, group assignments would begin. While Jane was saying that they would fight the monster, her assistant hung a picture on the board. What they saw surprised everyone who was present in the class. The professor announced that in the next lesson they would fight a Cyclops. Some of the students started to talk among themselves, saying how they would be able to deal with the Cyclops with their level of ability. But Jane silenced everyone and said she would explain the rules. She explained that they would go down to Kaizen's dungeon as a group and fight the Cyclops together. But it should be that one leads the attack and the rest support with fire, or do everything to weaken the monster. Weakening spells such as Exhaust, Bind, Blind are allowed, as well as the hematological spell Blood Drain and toxicological poisoning. Summoned creatures are also welcome, but all other, especially deadly black magic spells, are prohibited. She then said that they could read the detailed rules in the instructions that they would now be given. The attacking Necromancer will be given defensive gear with a protective enchantment. The evaluation will depend on the success of their hunt, the evaluation criteria being speed, consistency, teamwork, resourcefulness, and the use of magic. They will need to prepare carefully, as this may be the key to success in the task. After finishing her instructions, she asked if they had any questions, and Jamie immediately stuck out her hand and asked if the Cyclops would be real, or if it would be in a virtual battle system. Jane said that the monster would be very much alive and real, caught in the Western lands. She also casually informed them that they would need to sign a waiver of claims in the event of a fatality. A certain Scott Schneider asked what would happen if they couldn't defeat the Cyclops, and the professor told him that he would get 0 points, and the task would be considered failed in 3 cases. In the first option, this can happen if the attacking Necromancer suddenly goes out of order. In the second case, this is if the professor or the overseer decides that the fight cannot continue, and when one or more members of the group refuse to complete the task. Malin's group reacted differently. She said they needed to develop a strategy, while Simon spoke of his anticipation. Dick asked which of them would be the attacker, and the girl said that it should be her, because she was the strongest. But Simon asked, if there was only one attacker, then wouldn't this task play too much in favor of those strong in combat magic? Cammy explained that the Cyclops' blows were very strong and black magic could not protect against them, so it was better to just dodge. Malin said that combat magic users would mostly use physical attacks, but it probably wouldn't hurt the Cyclops' stone body. Cammy asked the girl if they had any strategy for fighting the Cyclops. She replied that she had a plan, and Jane began to continue her explanation. She said that before the group assignment, there would be 3 more elemental magic lessons this week, and in the next lesson, each group would give a presentation of their battle strategy against the Cyclops. The 3rd lesson next week will be devoted to the assignment itself. She leaves the rest of the lesson time for them to discuss strategies with their classmates, and they should approach her with questions. Meanwhile, Dick was asking Malin what her strategy was. At this time, the girl began to create some kind of golden spell on her hand. She explained that it was an elemental darkness spell called Black Flash. Both boys were very surprised that Malin already knew such a powerful spell. Removing the spell from her hand, she said that she would now explain her plan. First, she will scorch the Cyclops with a black flash, and the 3 of them will support her with curse spells. She told them to use exhaustion with all their might, so that the Cyclops could not even move from the spot, and in the meantime, she would burn him to the ground. Dick said that she forgot that teamwork is also included in the assessment, and they won't get points for such a strategy. Simon asked if Malin could use the black flash and dodge the Cyclops' attacks, and she asked what kind of question that was. Dick explained that they were afraid that she wouldn't be able to, because she fell behind in combat magic when they ran and jumped over the cliff. They started arguing among themselves because the guy wasn't sure about the correct choice of the role of striker. They were stopped by Simon, who slammed his palm down on the table with a sharp and loud bang. He said that since summoned creatures were allowed, he would distract the Cyclops with them, and Kami and Dick would use the magic they were strong in. The guy asked the girl how strong she was in hematology, and she said that this science is more suitable for variable attacks, so she will use curses. Dick also said that he would be of little use and would practice attrition all week to prepare. Jane told the students to prepare a presentation for the next lesson. A description of the role of each participant and a list of spells are required. Dick thought at this time that Simon was sometimes very smart, he could resolve disputes, and he had management talent. He felt a little envious. It was no accident that he had been accepted as #1 in the special program. Dick called Simon over and said he had heard they were serving steak in the canteen that day, and they should get some before they were all gone. Maylene was very angry that they went without her and ate their steaks without leaving any for her. She offendedly called them worthless, and the teacher asked everyone to sit down. The teacher asked what class they were in, and in response they told him that it was Class A. The teacher introduced himself. His name was Lang Strauss, and he was their toxicology teacher. He suggested starting the lesson and asked to open a specific page in the textbook. During the lesson, many students could not stand the professor's boring tone and fell asleep. He also said that in toxicology, you can mix different ingredients to make subtle changes in the final solution. And when he mentioned that they were now moving on to making low-toxicity solutions, the students suddenly woke up. And while he was explaining how to make the solution correctly, he suddenly started coughing up blood. The teaching assistant took him away and said that they would do the lab work themselves. The old man looked very bad. His place was taken by some girl in glasses. She sighed and began to open her toxicology textbook. Her attention fell on a guy who literally fell asleep in class. This caused a flicker of genuine irritation to flash across her eyes. She swung her arm and threw the textbook with all her might right into the student's face. Having vented her anger, she screamed loudly for all the students to wake up. They suddenly jumped up and tried to wake up, and the girl asked how they dared to behave like that in front of the professor. Her gaze conveyed how angry and irritated she was by the students' behavior. She scolded them for the fact that their discipline was rotten to the core, and they could not call themselves Kaizen's disciples. The girl told them not to forget at least basic politeness. After that, she decided to introduce herself. She is Professor Lang's assistant, and her name is Francesca Belmont. She explained that there would be laboratory work now. They would make a low-toxicity solution. The essence of the solution is not in the exact dosage or the order in which the ingredients are added, but in their intuition. To begin, they need to light the burner, boil water in the pot, and then add the salamander and wheat powders from the ingredient kit. One of the girls asked what the dosage should be, and Francesca said it didn't matter. Simon boiled some water and poured some green liquid into the pot. He recited that the water now stank terribly, and Dick said that the water had turned green. The water in the fair-haired man's pot turned blue, and at that moment Francesca asked those whose pots had blue steam coming out to raise their hands. They would make a nerve agent, and then she asked those with green vapor to raise their hands. They will make a poison that causes migraines and hallucinations. This poison will greatly help them against other magicians and necromancers. One of the students said that the textbook did not teach this, and they were not taught the intuitive method of creating substances. The assistant explained that those with the green substance should take off their jackets and hang them on the back of the bench, and the other assistants would give them additional ingredients. She also explained that everyone can see a thin layer of fat in the substances, which needs to be removed with a ladle, as it will reduce the effectiveness of the poisons. After skimming off the fat, you need to continue stirring until the substance becomes viscous. Also, the substance may burn or curdle, so you need to make sure that the heat in the burner is not too high. One of the students said that her water turned yellow, and Francesca explained that this color meant the highest degree of purification of the poison. This potion could be sold in Rochester. This girl's friends happily praised her for what she had done. Another student called Francesca and said that her potion was blue and turned green, and she explained that the ingredients rose from the bottom and changed the effect of the substance. While the professor's assistant was dealing with that girl, Dick suddenly called Simon over. He said that he now understands how Professor Lang managed to stay in Kaizen because his assistant is just a genius, and the guy confirmed his words. Francesca then walked up to Simon and asked if he was okay, and he turned around and calmly replied that everything was fine with him. The boys had already brewed the potions and poured them into flasks, and Dick suggested taking these poisons to the fight with the Cyclops. Mailing called them naive, because these poisons will not work, because they are low toxic and will not work on the monster. The blonde man declared that it was very bad, while Simon was leafing through the book. Suddenly he noticed that this poison contained lahark mushrooms, and these mushrooms are the same ones that his mother sometimes cooked for him. Suddenly he turned to Malin and, pointing to that page, asked about this potion. She glanced at the composition and was very surprised by this discovery. Immediately after that, she grabbed her textbook and asked Simon for the page number. Kami and Malin enthusiastically hatched their eyes at the book and were very happy. The girl said that if they managed to create such a substance, it might work on the Cyclops. She asked to look at it and said that it temporarily paralyzes the veins and causes muscle cramps. This potion is called Nervier. It is a nerve poison that attacks the muscles. It's meant for small to medium-sized monsters, and from level 3 and above, they can at least slow down the Cyclops. Dick noted that this poison could enhance the effects of their exhaustion curses. Simon figured out that it had to be applied internally or to an open wound. He thought about summoning a skeleton to do the wound so they could throw the poison. They decided that they should try it. They could ask to use the lab, but they would need to get the ingredients. Kami said that they could find the basic ingredients in the lab, but it would be difficult to get the Lehark mushrooms, blood slime, and silk ivy. Dick said he could find them today if he went to Rochester. He suggested doing it right after school. Simon said he could get one of the ingredients himself. He then pointed to the Lehark mushrooms and said that they grow in his native Leschile, and in Kaizen too. When Simon said that they grow in the Forbidden Forest, his whole group was very surprised. Dick became indignant because his friend was going into the forest, which they were forbidden to go to, and he only said that he would go there for a short time. Besides, the fair-haired man will also risk getting a fine if he goes to Rochester on weekdays. Malin worriedly said that there might be monsters there, and it was too dangerous. Kami thought for a moment, and then loudly declared that she would go with Simon. Malin repeated that it was very dangerous there, and the other girl said that was why she had to go with him. The guy agreed with this, and said that if it was too dangerous, they would run away. In the end, they agreed that Dick had blood slime and silk ivy on him, and Malin will reserve a laboratory for them and obtain simple ingredients. Simon and Kami will go to the Forbidden Forest and get Lehark mushrooms. He said that in the evening they would gather in the lab with the ingredients in hand. As they sat and discussed their plans, someone in a hood sat behind them in the audience. This guy looked at Mealing's group with a wicked smile and was planning something. Finally, their lesson ended, and the students began to leave the classroom. That same guy also came out of the classroom and immediately approached Hector, greeting him. The blonde man stood up with a calm expression on his face and turned towards the speaker. The guy said that he had some interesting information for Hector and asked if he wanted to hear it. It was late evening, and Simon and his girlfriend were already approaching the forest. The guy said that they needed to quickly collect mushrooms and return, and she confirmed his words. They actually got out with the help of Dick, who knew the secret passages. He said that the guards of the Forbidden Forest had just finished their patrol and would not return for a long time, so they should hurry. Simon and Kami thanked the guy and wished him good luck. And now they were in the Forbidden Forest. The black-haired one asked his friend why she was so happy, and she said that she loved night walks. He thought that it was because she was half a vampire, and the girl confirmed his words, saying that the night was pleasant and cozy for her. She also apologized for being late and said that she was grateful to him for helping her during the previous combat magic lesson. She couldn't climb onto the hippopotamus herself. She looked around for help, but everyone turned away. But Simon was the only one who gave her a helping hand then. The guy was about to say that he did what he had to, but she interrupted him and said that this was exactly why she thought he was amazing. Simon was very embarrassed by the little girl's assertiveness and asked her to look the other way. They finally found the Lehark mushrooms, and Kami was surprised at how many there were. The guy said that he didn't know how many were needed, and therefore he would take all the mushrooms. The girl said that everything went much faster than she initially expected, and the hero confirmed her words. Suddenly she asked him why he decided to enroll in Kaizen. He said that his parents sent him here, but as soon as he started studying, he developed his own goals and aspirations. And after he began to study the theory of summoning, he firmly decided that he would become a Necromancer summoner. After that, the guy asked her the same question, but suddenly they heard some sounds. It was a human voice that said, like, they are somewhere nearby. Simon grabbed Kami's hand and quietly said that they needed to hide. It was a whole group of people who noticed a basket of mushrooms and decided to look for a couple more. Kami recognized these people as Kaizen's guards, and the guy asked what she was talking about. She was shaking violently, but explained that they guarded the academy's surroundings and were usually patrolling the forest or catching predators. But if they caught them, even the protection period would not save them. Simon wondered why these guards had come here, since Dick had said that they had only recently completed their rounds. Kami began to panic greatly, and tears began to flow from her eyes. But the guy calmed her down and told her to look at him and listen. Then he said that they would be able to get out of here. He has a plan, so she needs to trust him and run after him when he does. Simon approached Fear with that metal cufflink, and Fear asked what he wanted. The guy said that now he urgently needed the battalion's help. A little time passed. He completed his preparation by opening a pocket space, and the girl threw all the stones she could reach into it. He said to use whatever was at hand and then asked if she was ready. Having received an approving answer, Simon sent the rat man forward. The guards were still conducting their search along with the search dogs. Suddenly, someone saw a rustling sound in the bushes, and one of the guards notified the others about it. While they were distracted by the rat man, Simon and his girlfriend ran in the opposite direction, but they were noticed by the dogs that remained in place and were already preparing to run. The dogs began to chase the couple, and Kami screamed loudly in fear. The guy in a hurry asked the girl to use hematology or anything to stop the dogs. She recreated the magic circle in her hand and directed them at her pursuers. The spell erupted in a bright purple flash and attacked the dogs. They, in turn, stopped and tried to come to their senses after what the girl had done to them. The dog's owners came to the roar and bark, and also noticed the running students. One of the guards took out a bow and aimed it at the students, firing. Due to the distance being too great, the arrow missed and hit a tree right next to Kami. She was very scared that they were being shot with real arrows, and Simon urged her not to worry, because they saw their school uniforms. And since they are Kaizen's guards, they won't kill them. The guards ordered them to stop, and Simon ordered them to stop in return. And at that very second, he opened a pocket space right above the heads of the guards, and stones rained down on them. The couple ran further, and having come across a cliff, they had to stop. Simon asked the girl if she remembered the technique of jumping on combat magic and if she could repeat it. Kami lowered her head and said that she couldn't, so he should go alone. She completely despaired, and her tears began to flow. The girl said that even if she was caught, she would not say anything. But Simon didn't plan to give up so easily. He apologized to her and abruptly picked her up. She somehow tried to stop him and get off, but the guy had already taken a running start. Just before the very edge of the cliff, he pressed hard on his right leg and pushed off the ground, releasing darkness from under his feet. With the girl in his arms, he flew high over a deep and wide cliff. After a couple of seconds of flight, he successfully landed on his feet and used them to break his body. Then he called Kami, who only now decided to open her eyes. He put the girl on her feet and asked how she felt. Kami in turn sat down on the ground and tried to come to her senses for some time. Suddenly her face took on a strange expression and tears began to flow from her eyes. Simon thought she was feeling sick, but she said she was worried they might get caught. Finally, her emotions found an outlet and she, sobbing, thanked the guy for saving her. The hero began to calm her down and said that they had lost the guards and needed to go back to the dorm. The girl's face lit up with a smile at that moment, and she thanked Simon again with some relief. After that, they calmly walked out of the forest towards the academy. Kami at this point doubted that they were on the right path, but Simon assured her that they were on the right path. But at that moment, the girl suddenly heard some strange sounds. She informed the guy about this, and he asked what it could be, and suggested that she was hearing owls. Kami said that these are definitely not animal sounds. It sounds more like a human voice. Finally, Simon heard it too, confirmed her words, and climbed into the bushes. They both looked at the place where the voice came from, and they were both shocked. Kami tugged at his clothes and said in a panicked voice that they needed to run. The man they heard continued to pray. Because of this, Kami covered her ears and started screaming, and the guy tried to calm her down. At that moment, he didn't understand how all this could have ended up here, because they were on Rook Island next to Kaizen. The voice continued to pray near a certain altar, which looked more like an altar of sacrifice. The figure was dressed in a white robe and sat in front of a table on which lay a dead goat, and Simon recognized the figure as a priest. Suddenly, this man turned sharply towards the guy and looked with his sinister eyes. The guy, sensing danger, ordered the girl to run away from here quickly. They didn't have time to run even a meter before some kind of spell fell in front of them, blocking their path. All escape routes were blocked for them, and they began to watch the figure with fear. Simon was very surprised that this priest was using darkness. He realized that it was not just a priest who had snuck onto Kaizen Island. In fact, it turned out to be a dissident necromancer, around whom an incredible amount of power was now hovering. The girl also noticed that this priest uses both darkness and priesthood, and Simon said that he thought this man was a traitor, because these two forces could not coexist together. He said he didn't know what was going on here, but one thing was clear. Simon grabbed Kami's hand and ran quickly, saying that the man would kill them if they didn't run away. Dark crosses flew dangerously close to the couple, and the girl tried to dodge them. Suddenly, instead of crosses, dark chains flew at them, and Simon ordered Kami to drop to the ground. The guy tried to protect the girl from the deadly chains with his body, but he didn't succeed very well, because one of the chains managed to wrap around Kami's leg. The girl literally flew out of his hands, being seized by the enemy's chains. That necromancer was hanging in the air and casting multiple spells at once. He jerked his hand, and the chain that was wrapped around the girl flew up into the air along with her. Using his spell, he pinned Kami to a tree so that she would not interfere. Immediately after that, he created several more chains using his magic. They rushed forward like snakes after the fleeing guy. Although he managed to dodge most of the spells, one of them started flying straight at Simon's head. But the hero did not hesitate, and instantly summoned something from his pocket space. A blade flew straight out of the resulting square gap and into his hand. He swung the blade powerfully, deflecting one of the crosses flying at him. His dance with the blade continued, but on one of the chains it suddenly broke treacherously. The guy threw away the blade, and at that moment 2 chains were already flying at him from different sides. He crouched down, and several spells collided with each other right above Simon. Not being able to think of anything better, the guy took the stone and enveloped it in his darkness. He threw his homemade projectile, and commanded his darkness to fly at the man and reveal his face. The stone, shrouded in darkness, moved ever closer to the face of the robed figure. But it was too easy for this necromancer priest, so he simply turned his head to the side and dodged. This seemed to anger the figure greatly, as even more power suddenly began to flow around it. Simon saw an incredibly large amount of mana begin to come out of that necromancer's back, and soon countless dark crosses appeared above the guy. This sight only made the hero smile even more, and pressing his cufflink, said that he couldn't handle it alone. The robed figure was too busy with the student to notice that there was already a skeleton standing behind her. Fear swung and delivered a titanic blow straight towards the Necromancer. The second strongest man in the battalion only laughed at this and took a fighting stance. He glanced at his master and asked if he was okay. Without waiting for an answer, he said that Simon definitely couldn't cope here, so he needed to run away from here as far as possible. Finally, Fear turned his gaze to the robed figure, who, although he managed to defend himself from his blow, still received damage. The skeleton laughed loudly in anticipation of the battle, and shouted that he had not been in a battle for a very long time. The hero, in turn, ran to save the girl. He carried her some distance away and began to bring her to her senses. Kami, although unconscious, did not have a single wound visible on her. The guy put her on his back and ran, talking to the skeleton at the same time, who said that it would not be an easy battle because this man was incredibly strong. And Fear is very sorry that his power is sealed, otherwise they would be equal. Simon at this point loudly informed his subordinate that he had a plan. He in turn said that he would follow him. It's not for nothing that the hero is Richard's son. The merciless battle was still going on in the forest, causing everything around to die. But the guy had already managed to run a decent distance away. Suddenly, the protagonist heard people screaming and realized that his plan had worked, and then he ordered Fear to return to him. The skeleton was already at his back and said that he was proud of the guy and how he was able to set the guards on the priest. The hero asked Fear how he felt, and he said that everything would be fine with him and he needed to worry about the girl. The skeleton said that he could grab the guy by the scruff of the neck, but he was surprised and said that he didn't know that he could fly. Fear said with irritation that he couldn't, but he would take them far away from here. Simon was just about to ask how he would do it, and at that very moment his face became blurred from the speed. The skeleton ran out of the forest at full speed, and the guy screamed for help. After some time, he finally ran to a certain place and got the people off of him. He told them that they had to go on their own from here, because literally a meter away a certain zone with a detection spell began. The black-haired man thanked his deputy, and he said that he could not lose his new commander so quickly, so he wished him to be more careful and left. Simon stood in the middle of the forest with the girl in his arms and thought about what to do next. He can get to the dorm the same way, but he has no one to turn to for Kami's treatment. If he goes to the medical center, he will be questioned about how she got injured. Besides, this priest saw their faces and considering that he is most likely a traitor. Then he needs to turn to someone he can trust with confidence. After some time, there was a knock on the door of the foot lodge. The hostel administrator allowed her to enter and asked how she could help at such an hour. But suddenly, she looked at those entering her office, and her face took on a shocked look. She saw Simon and Cami on her doorstep, looking very shabby. And the guy asked the girl for help. The white-haired girl started screaming, asking what happened to them and what the girl was doing in the boys' dorm. The guy said that he understood everything, but she urgently needed help. And when asked why he didn't take her to the medical center, he replied that he couldn't. He has his own reasons, and he can't tell her everything, but he asks for help. Simon bowed respectfully and asked for first aid for Kami. The girl remained silent for a while, but eventually gave in under the pressure of such desperate requests. She told the guy to put Kami on the couch, because it looked like she would have to give her first aid after all. The two girls locked themselves behind a curtain, while the white-haired one provided first aid and asked the guy what had happened to them. The girl said that Kami had a lot of scratches and bruises, but she had a deep wound above her knee from a sharp object. If they got into a fight with other students, it would be better to resolve it peacefully before the defense period ends. Having worked at the academy for so many years, she realized that students do everything to survive, no matter how mean and inhumane it may be. The guy said they didn't fight, but he couldn't tell her everything honestly. The girl gave in and said that she would not interrogate him anymore and asked him to roll up his sleeves for an examination. She also said that she doesn't know what happened to them, but they must remember that being healthy is the most important thing to survive in Kaizen. She then asked him if he understood why she was saying that, and he replied that he understood everything. The white-haired girl explained that Kami was not seriously injured, and that she would ask her friend from the girl's dorm to pick her up. In the end, Simon thanked the girl warmly and said that he would not forget this favor. She sent him to his room, and he meekly agreed to go and rest and apologized for disturbing her at such a late hour. As the door closed, she said out loud that she wondered how long he would last here, since it was rare to see people like him in Kaizen. The black-haired man entered his room and informed his friend that he had returned. Dick happily hugged Simon and asked him if he was hurt and what happened to Kami, and he quickly reassured him and said that everything was fine. He explained that they were being pursued by guards and got lost, and the blonde-haired man said that he was also almost caught and barely managed to return to the dorm. Dick also spoke with Malin. He told her about the guards, and she suggested postponing the preparation of the poison until tomorrow. At first it was clear that this news disappointed her, but after hearing about the guards, she understood his situation. Later, he asked if Kami had returned to the dorm, and after receiving an answer to his question, he said that they now needed to go to bed. They started to get ready for bed, and Dick said he would turn off the light himself. Simon lay down on his bed and thought about the fact that his mother was a priestess, so he was used to hearing prayers, but Kami must have been shocked. Before he fell asleep, he promised himself that he would talk to her tomorrow. A new day had arrived, and Simon had already met Kami, who greeted him joyfully. He immediately asked if she was okay, and she replied that she was fine. She also said that yesterday was like a dream for her. They walked under the moon, picked mushrooms, then ran away from pursuit, and many terrible things happened. Simon was surprised to think that the girl thought it was all a dream, probably because it was all too incredible. Suddenly, he put his hands on her shoulders to say something important. He said that the priest ran away when the guards showed up, and he saw Simon's face, but he might not have seen Kami's face. The hero asked the girl not to tell anyone about this incident, because he was going to find out for himself who that person was. However, Kami was of a different mind. She wanted to help the guy with this, because they had been through it together. She asked not to investigate this case without her, and the hero said in confusion that for now they have nothing to investigate, and he will call her when he has some leads. As a result, they agreed to find out together who that priest was. A little time passed, and Simon had a lesson where he sat and listened to the teacher, who said that in the previous lesson he noticed that many of them relied too much on stencils, so this time they would learn an easier curse. Professor Backel said that this time they would be studying a spell called Transfer, and explained that the formula for this curse allows darkness to be transferred to an object. The plants they were given bloom when filled with darkness, and they needed to use a transfer spell to transfer their darkness to them and make them bloom. It came down to practice, and the hero tried unsuccessfully to create the correct circle of curse. The spell formula couldn't get into the right shape, and would either blur or do something else to it. The black-haired man was desperate because he had to fight a Cyclops next week, and he couldn't even create a simple curse. Suddenly, Professor Backel came up from behind him and asked Simon how he was doing. The blonde politely asked him if everything was working out. Simon didn't show it, and said that he was just trying to do something for now. Backel decided to give the student a break, and told him to try using the core. He explained that he still doesn't know how to use the core, and that's why the darkness lacks strength, and that's why the magic circle is blurring. The professor explained that no one would teach them how to use their core. They are not taught that. And besides, everyone's methods of using the core are individual. Continuing his speech, he placed his hand on Simon's shoulder and asked the students not to be afraid. Suddenly the boy was struck by a flash of power that passed through his body. Backel said that people do not know that curses are not only negative. All the students felt the same feeling that the hero experienced. The teacher explained that he had used a curse called Heightened Senses, which helps lost students find their way home. He told them to concentrate, take a breath, and gather the mana scattered in the air. Now they need to run mana through their core, which he will now show. The teacher released some mana into the boy's body, and this thread began to circulate in his core in a slightly different way. He explained to Simon that his darkness had a different character than others, and that simply pulling it out would cause it to lose its power. Therefore, he needs to develop the power of circulating his strength. He should forget about transformation, the formation of darkness, and treat his core as a living being, calming it down so that it allows Simon to take the initiative. Suddenly, darkness began to emerge from his hands on its own. Backel helped the guy, and said that he should now act independently, without trying to hold the mana with force and let it move where it wants. The guy concentrated, and the current of his darkness changed, and the professor recited what he was doing. After that, the teacher said that he would reduce the intensity of the sense enhancement spell by half, and he also had one piece of advice. He said that darkness has the ability to remember the path it follows. It's like muscle memory, so it is important to practice hard and develop the skill. He then suggested not to stop there and try to perform a spell. The professor said he would help Simon, so he shouldn't worry. The man placed his hands on his shoulders again to control the flow of his darkness, and told him to improvise and form any magic circle. The protagonist released streams of darkness from his hands without any effort. The circle finally formed in the air and began to take on the correct shape, and when the spell frame was cleared of excess darkness, the professor told him to activate it. The magic circle flared up, and the darkness from its center poured onto the flower itself. The plant absorbed the darkness that fell into the ground and quickly blossomed, but this was not its final form, because literally a few seconds later the flower grew another 1.5 meters. Now they had a whole tree standing in the center of the classroom, growing out of a small vase. The professor explained that this symbolized Simon's potential. He said that he had simply helped the guy stabilize and guide him very effectively. He had demonstrated what he could achieve in the not-too-distant future. The teacher also added that Simon Valencia has a special kind of darkness, and he hopes that the guy will think carefully about how to best use his talent. And what science should you direct your efforts to in order to reveal your talents? The hero was silent for a moment, and suddenly turned to Backel with a question. He asked the teacher if he could give him an honest assessment of the curse he had just cast. The professor chuckled, smiling, and said that he was surprised that the guy was not intoxicated by success, and that he tried to analyze his actions. Backel thought for a moment and said that his spell probably lacked emotion. Simon voiced his guess, and asked if these were the emotions that arise when you give orders to the undead. And at that moment, the professor had a strange expression on his face. But it quickly changed because the man did not want to show his emotions and confirmed the guy's words. He placed his hand on Simon's head and said that emotions were the deciding factor in black magic, and that this had to be remembered. The professor had just started to move away from their desk when Dick suddenly called him over. He asked for help and said that his plant just couldn't grow. Bakil, in turn, said that the hope for good luck and that he will be coddled is the aspiration of every lazy person. The boy apologized to the teacher, and Mei Ling giggled sweetly at this. Simon sat and looked at his hands, thinking about how great his potential could be. He decided that he would master this spell until the very end of the lesson. Some time passed, and the students were sitting in another class. Dick asked Cammy if she thought the teachers were obsessed with Simon. He remembered that during today's lesson, Bakila had paid him a lot of attention, and then told him to look at what Professor Hongpen was doing now. The woman, in turn, tried with all her might to teach the guy to hold a handstand. She told him not to forget to pull in his stomach. She also said that his stance was wrong and corrected his leg. Dick recited that it felt like the entire lesson was being taught just for Simon. Now the professor said that the guy now needs to prepare for a roundhouse kick. She told him to highlight the darkness, and the guy listened to her and immediately began to act. He performed a typical spinning kick using magic. Hongpeng praised him by clapping her hands, and he asked if it was really that good. The woman agreed, but suddenly immediately overwhelmed him with all the mistakes he had managed to make. The guy bowed and said that he would take all this into account, and she replied that he need not worry and that he was doing well. Malin turned to Dick and said that he was too envious and lazy, and that instead of complaining, he should start making an effort to get the teacher to pay attention to him. And the guy returned the taunt and said that she had actually removed the exhaustion spell from herself during the previous lesson, and had gone to the finish line with her nose in the air. They continued to argue over who was the problematic one, and Kami tried to calm them down. Suddenly, Malin decided to stop their argument and turned to Simon. She asked the protagonist to teach her combat magic. The girl explained this by saying that he was good at combat magic, and the professor wouldn't explain it to her, so she asked the guy. She said sheepishly that she would be the attacker during the battle with the cyclone, so she needed his help, which would have a positive effect on their grades, and the hero asked her to stand in a stance. The girl thanked him and stood in a stance, preparing for action. As soon as she took the first step and moved her leg, the guy immediately noticed the mistakes. He immediately said that she had it all wrong, and she embarrassedly said that she knew. Simon advised her to relax her body and assume a stance as natural as possible. He continued to give her advice as Malin moved her limbs one by one, but she wasn't very good at it, and Dick was surprised at how clumsy she was. Finally, she was able to assume a normal stance and kicked. After that, she asked with anticipation if she had done everything right, and the guy again pointed out the countless mistakes. At that moment, Dick and Cammy were just watching the couple having fun, thinking about their own. Mei-Ling lost her patience and yelled at the guy, saying that she was not standing in front of him naked, but in a leotard. So she urged him to touch her. It was very loud and very ambiguous, so all the students turned their attention to her. The female part of their group had already started discussing what kind of relationship Mei-Ling had with Simon. The guy ignored this and this time began to touch the girl, telling her how and what to do. She was confused by the fact that he started doing this during these discussions, and Simon explained that instead of proving that she was not guilty, it was better to just remain calm. Having put the girl in the correct stance, he told her to concentrate the darkness in the indicated place on her thigh. Finally, Malin tried to make a punch, but at that moment she closed her eyes. And unable to maintain balance over her body, she suddenly fell to the ground. The girl was very embarrassed, and Simon asked if she was hurt and said that she was starting to do much better. The same girls who took part in the discussion suddenly approached the guy and asked him to teach them how to fight. The hero had become quite a controversial figure in Mei Ling's eyes, so at that moment she sat and wondered what kind of guy he was. After some time, their combat magic lesson came to an end, and they were already sitting in the summoning lesson. The teacher said that the topic of their lecture today is a spell of restoration of form, and any skeleton has the power of attraction to restore the original form. The professor waved his finger at the bones that were scattered throughout the room. Suddenly, fragments of the skeleton flew past many students, flying away in order to unite into one whole. And after a couple of seconds, a whole rat man gathered around the teacher. He also explained that even when a skeleton is broken into pieces by a strong blow, there are still residual particles of darkness in its bones. They only need to activate these remnants of darkness and increase the force of attraction between the bones, which will allow the skeleton to assemble properly. He then encouraged them to begin practicing, and the students began to try this method. For some, this didn't work out right away, and the bones of their beings simply shook. Simon, in turn, sat and read the textbook instead of practicing. Mei Ling called the boy over and angrily asked him why he was being lazy. But suddenly, with one wave of his hand, he gathered his rat man, and the girl was very surprised. She admitted with irritation that he already had this technique, but she also added that she would not allow him to rest on his laurels, because he promised her that he would overtake her in the draft, no matter what it cost him. Mei Ling said that she would have gotten a full 90 points in summoning theory if she could have solved problem number 20. Simon thought about it, and remembered that same problem on Professor Jane's test, and said that it was easy. The girl, as expected, did not believe him and asked what the answer was. He said that the answer was 1,200,146, and Mei Ling's face suddenly took on a look of surprise. She began to forcefully interrogate him about how he solved the problem, and at that moment the teacher approached them. Aaron stood right behind Simon and asked with irritation what they were doing here. He also explained that he had already assembled the skeleton with a spell, so he read about the next topic in the textbook. Aaron looked at him pointedly and was silent for a while. The professor told him that Simon had to stay after class, and Maylene apologized to the teacher. The lesson had already ended, and Aaron was sitting near the board, reading his textbook. When everyone had already left, he told Simon that they needed to go somewhere. They went out into the fresh air, and the professor said that there was something he could not stand. Firstly, he does not tolerate students who slack off in class, even though they want to learn his subject. Simon didn't understand what he was talking about, and Aaron asked him to pull out the skeleton. The summoned rat man emerged from the pocket space, and the teacher broke it with one movement of his hand. Immediately after this, he ordered his disciple to restore the skeleton. A second later, the rat man stood up on his paws as if nothing had happened. Aaron admitted that Simon's shape recovery spell was excellent. In that case, he wants to teach the boy a higher level spell. The hero began to be indignant because he thought that he was brought here to be reprimanded, and Aaron said that this was some kind of nonsense. The teacher took out a cigarette and said that this was extra class for Simon. He also added that he wanted him to understand correctly, because the professor is obliged to organize additional classes for those whose academic performance exceeds the average. After this, he ordered him to get ready for action and not to take up any more of his off-duty time. Then the teacher lifted up the undead and said that it was the skeleton of a demon. Pieces of the creature began to separate from him, and Aaron told Simon to watch carefully, because he would only show this trick once. He pointed his finger somewhere to the side. The bones of the skeleton suddenly began to move away from each other and fly into the air. The creature's parts hovered above the ground, and Aaron explained that the shape-restoring spell could be used as an attack spell. Immediately after that, he directed the bones with his hand, and they took off in a fast flight. As a result, they crashed into a tree with great speed and a loud sound. The professor explained that this technique is called bone knives. The sound frightened the squirrel, which fell from the tree and ran away from him. But Aaron suddenly turned his hand in the other direction, pointing the knives. They ended up right next to the animal, which was forced to stop. The professor said that this spell can be used as a binding spell, and its name is Bone Cage. Finally, there is one more use for the shape restoration spell. The skeleton parts flew again at great speed, but this time towards Aaron himself. It was a protective spell to restore shape. His body was completely encased in a demon skeleton, and he said that this spell was called Bone Armor. Simon was very impressed by the show and excitedly exclaimed that it was really cool. The professor said that for a high-level necromancer, a skeleton can become a weapon, a cage, and armor. All the black magic he showed him was all the same shape restoration spell. It's from the second-year curriculum, and he shows it to him since he's already ahead of the rest of the class in this spell. So he will adjust these spells a little to Simon's level and teach them to him. But first, he needs to pay attention to one habit. The essence of the shape restoration spell is to move the bones of the skeleton in the direction it needs. But Simon applies shape restoration based on the skull. Instead of first assembling the skeleton and then sending its bones in some direction, he must first make an effort of will to make the entire skeleton fly where he wants it to go. The guy remembered that Fear also talked about will, and he decided to try to apply will, like then with the mouse skeleton. He used his will and mentally commanded the skeleton to gather in front of him. Literally a couple of seconds passed and the rat man was almost completely assembled right in front of him. The skeleton fully assembled and stood at the feet of the protagonist. Aaron admitted that it was quite fast, and further explained that the results of shape restoration spells and bone knives were different. For the second, he needs to collect the bones at once at such an angle, so that he can then throw them with the tip at the enemy. You need to concentrate and pull the darkness inside the bones in the direction of the enemy, so you can form a tip. Small bones, which cannot be made into weapons, also have a use. He can use them to tie up an enemy. After this, Simon tried to wrap the bones around the bamboo. He gathered his strength and will, and commanded the individual bones to compress together. Under the influence of his darkness, they began to shrink tightly around the bamboo, and soon he couldn't take it anymore and broke in half, and the bones scattered around. Simon recited that he had finally succeeded, and Aaron praised him. The teacher explained that he had used a chokehold with bones, and advised him to remember that a broken skeleton, put out of action, could also serve in this form. He also asked if he would be the attacker in their hunt for the Cyclops, but the guy said that Maylene would be the attacker. Aaron said that this is a pretty smart move and the hero should focus on his support role. He also added that he should remember that this was an additional task and nothing more. Understanding the whole situation, Simon warmly thanked the professor, who was currently leaving for his home. A little time passed, and the guy ran into the lab, simultaneously apologizing to his group for being late. They all started asking worriedly what Aaron was doing with him. But Simon explained that he did not beat him, but on the contrary, conducted an additional lesson. Maylene asked her friends to ignore him, because, in her opinion, he was in shock and mistook the beating for an additional task. The girl asked him to join her in brewing the potion, and Simon said that they had a great color. This poison cost them a lot of effort, and they hoped that the risk will be worth it. Once the potion was brewed, they decided to discuss the upcoming presentation. After discussing about 300 issues, they finally finished their negotiations. A day later, they were scolded by Jane, who said that they would have one attacker, one necromancer summoner, and 2 mage casters. They had strengths, but they decided to go the primitive way, and the spells they used were poorly chosen. And finally, the cherry on the cake, the decision to put the strongest necromancer in the support position. And after that, the teacher asked what they were thinking. The group suddenly realized that out of all 300 questions discussed, not a single one had been asked. The teacher continued. Firstly, she was waiting for an explanation as to why they had distributed the roles in this particular way. Maylene explained that it would be ideal if they could distribute them strategically, but they felt that dealing a quick and effective defeat to the Cyclops was more important. After this, Jane asked the same question to Simon Valencia. He thought that she probably expected a different answer from them. However, now is the period of protection. This presentation is for students to get feedback on their strategies, so there is no need to be nervous. Simon told the professor that their assignment wasn't particularly difficult, but that safety was more important to them than creativity. So they might not get extra points for it, but they would be much more effective than the other groups. Jane nodded and said that if they were so sure, they should move on to the next question. She called out the name of Kamibare's Ursula, and she suddenly jumped up and prepared to listen. The teacher asked with a serious expression why she gave up her place to the attacker if she had high grades in hematology. Besides, she was going to provide support not with hematology, but with curses, and Jane became interested in what she would say about this. The whole group was a little scared for the girl, because this question was very difficult. Malin mentally supported Kami, and hoped that she wouldn't give up. Simon began to prompt her, speaking syllable by syllable about the Cyclops. He suggested that she remember toxicology, and the girl finally realized that she needed to talk. She said with confidence that they made this decision based on the physiological characteristics of the Cyclops. The Cyclops has thick, tough skin, and blood spells are most effective against open wounds, making it very difficult to harm a Cyclops with hematology. She said that Mailing knows the dark elemental magic spell Black Flash, so she thinks they can defeat the Cyclops with that spell. That's why she thinks that Mailing would be better at being the attacker in this mission. Jane asked a follow-up question, and asked what would happen if their opponent was not a Cyclops, but another monster. But Kami suddenly stalled because of this question, and did not know what to answer. And suddenly it dawned on her, and she screamed loudly, saying that in that case, she should be the attacker. This created an awkward situation throughout the audience, and everyone around fell silent. Her group also stood and looked at the girl with surprise and wide eyes. Dick even applauded Kami for such selflessness, and she realized her mistake, and stood red with embarrassment. Jane smiled a little and said she would keep that in mind. She then moved on to Dick and began asking him her question. But it wasn't a question that came from her lips, but a statement she said that talking during class was prohibited. Apparently she had no more questions, and she said that the 7th group was free and she called the 8th to come to the board. After the lesson, the break began, and in the meantime, it was quite noisy in the canteen. While the students were chatting among themselves on various topics, Simon was sitting at the table and waiting for someone. He thought that he had to meet her at all costs. And at that time, some of the students were looking at someone in surprise. All eyes were focused on just one girl who came into the dining room and was going somewhere. It turned out to be Lorraine Archibald, who was leisurely walking about her business. Suddenly she turned around and asked the people staring at her what they wanted from her. And this question made the onlookers run away, and Lorraine continued to confidently walk towards Simon. He was surprised that his girlfriend was not at all like herself. In Langangerstein, she was completely different, so friendly and cheerful. They had a lot of fun together, talked and sat together in cafes. With a smile on his face, he greeted the girl and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. And finally, this icy mask fell from her and she smiled warmly at the guy, greeting him in return. This sudden change of mood left Simon stunned and he didn't know what to answer. The girl asked what the guy said to the girl who gave her the letter, since she made such a fuss. And he replied that he simply asked her to pass it on. He also complimented her school uniform, and said that he never thought it would look so good on her. Lorraine moved closer to him and asked him with a serious expression why he doubted it, and whether she looked old. The guy had already started to come up with some excuses, and the girl smiled and said that she was just joking. Later, she decided to get straight to the point, since he called her for some specific reason. Simon explained that he had invited her here to tell her that there was a traitor in Kaizen. He began to talk about how he went to the Forbidden Forest to get ingredients for poison. The girl listened attentively and analyzed his words in her head. At the end, Simon says that she probably finds it hard to believe, but she interrupts him and says that she believes him. Suddenly she asked about the altar and what it looked like, and the guy said that there was a big idol in the middle. He also added that it was in the form of a woman entwined with thorns. Lorraine said that then everything was obvious, because this was the idol of the goddess Diva, the main goddess of the priests of Efnel. She explained that in this city there is a priestly college, the rector of which is the pontiff himself. Efnel, like Kaizen, trains priests, especially powerful among them are the Pythias. They are chosen from among the girls living in Efnel, and will subsequently receive all the power among the priesthood. After her explanations, the girl suddenly began to angrily squeeze the glass. She angrily asks how the damned priest dared to trample the land of Kaizen. Later, she asks the guy if anyone else knows about this incident, and he says that Kamibares was with him. Lorraine thanked him for sharing the secret, and Lorraine said she would tell her mother everything immediately. She also added that he had acted wisely by telling only her about this, and now she suspected the teaching staff because that priest was equal in power to them. If he had approached any of the teachers, they might have destroyed evidence or obstructed the investigation. She said that now Nephthys would know, and the investigation would be more thorough, and Simon said that he was glad that he could be of help. Suddenly, the girl jumped up from her seat and said enthusiastically that they needed to go, and the guy asked where she was going. With eyes full of confidence, she said that they needed to go to the Forbidden Forest. Lorraine said they needed to check out the place where he saw the priest, and he simply agreed. After some time, they came to the same place, but Simon looked puzzled. He declared with extreme surprise that there was nothing here now. The hero is surprised by the fact that there are no traces of the battle between Fear and the priest left in the clearing. The girl also notices this and says that that priest seems to be really very powerful. She said she didn't see the battle itself, but she knew how strong he was from the vast area he was able to restore to its former state. But what amazes her more is that despite serving the goddess, he developed a magical core within himself in order to infiltrate Kaizen. Suddenly, the guy tells the girl that he has one question for her. He asked if the priest would be able to use the power of the goddess if he developed the core within himself. Lorraine said she didn't know exactly how they did it, but they claimed that's how it was. She also added that light magic comes from faith in the goddess. Darkness in turn comes from the damned devil. This is what the priests believe. One thing is clear. These two forces are incompatible with each other. After that, the girl thanked the guy and said that he had helped Kaizen a lot. But now his life was in danger, because this priest was very strong. In response to Lorraine's concerns, the hero said that he was fine and would continue to live as he had lived. Because if he started hunting for Simon, the academy would be able to track him down. Such an indifferent attitude towards her life makes the girl angry. Lorraine, with anger in her eyes, tells him not to talk nonsense, because she and her mother do not want to get the opportunity to get on his trail at the cost of the boy's life. Suddenly, Simon put his hands on her shoulders and said that if he did not behave as usual, the priest would suspect him. The girl was about to suggest that he assign a guard, but he said that it would ruin everything. He will become an even more visible target if he is accompanied by a guard everywhere. This will be proof to the priest that he told everything to the administration. The guy also added that the traitor had infiltrated the teaching staff of Kaizen, and for this purpose, he even developed his core. He said that such a fanatic is absolutely unpredictable, and the girl agreed with him. But she added that if she learned of the slightest threat to his life, she would immediately take measures to protect him. She also told him to keep in mind that they didn't need his self-sacrifice for the common good, and the guy agreed with her arguments with relief. After discussing all the pressing issues, they decide that they need to go back. The sun had already set behind the horizon and the moon appeared in the sky, heralding the end of the day. The girl said goodbye to the guy, and he, in turn, mentally apologized to her and thought that he could not interrupt his studies because of such a trifle. Even in the face of risk, he cannot stop, because if he does, he will hopelessly fall behind the other students. He might even be expelled for poor academic performance, so he can't afford it. Both options involve risk, so he would prefer to at least not risk his studies. He also remembered that Fear had said that he had a lot to learn. The next day, he and his group were already in class. Dick said in surprise that Jane lived up to her reputation, since he had heard that this type of class only happened after the second year. Suddenly, the professor's loud voice rang out, greeting them and saying that they were in the Kaizen combat simulation system. Only this academy has such a system, and it can recreate any creatures for virtual battles. This system was created using the ancient illusion fortress of Hallucin, which was transferred to Kaizen and improved. Jane waited until the students gathered in one group, and said that she would now explain to them the essence of today's lesson. The rules are the same as in the upcoming task. They will have access to no more than 3 simulations of the fight with the Cyclops. For the fight, they will be given a vest with a protective spell, and when they use up the durability, the fight simulation will immediately end. This simulation should show them how effective their battle strategy is, and give them a limited idea of what a real battle will be like. The teacher then informed them that this was all the information they needed to know, so she invited them to follow them to the waiting rooms. The test begins with Group 5 being called to the site. Simon suddenly notices that his friend named Cindy is in that group. Their group has curses, darkness dynamics, toxicology, and spiritualism, so the balance between the students is pretty good. The students had just moved into the testing area when they immediately noticed a huge Cyclops. He stood right in front of Cindy, about to attack her, because she is the attacker, and he only sees her. The girl immediately took out her weapon, getting into a fighting stance. Her eyes betrayed the spirit of excitement she was about to show in battle. But literally a couple of minutes later, her team lost the battle, dealing 22% damage. Dick analyzed their battle, and said that the Cyclops took out half the durability of the vest with one blow, and the curses should be applied much faster than they expected. He asked Malin if she was sure she could do it, and she, with some confusion, replied that she could do anything. The previous group dropped out, so groups 3 and 7 were invited to take the test. Suddenly Hector turned to Simon Valencia to ask him something. He wondered if the guy was the striker in their group, and he said that Malin had taken that role. Suddenly the blonde flared up, starting to get indignant because Simon gave her the place of the attacker, as he thought, in order not to hurt her pride. But the black-haired one said indifferently that he did it simply because she was the best necromancer among them. Finally, Group 7 was asked to go into a special room to acknowledge their support. The voice asked the people who would play a support role to stand in special circles. He also explained that the Cyclops would not see them, so they would not be afraid. But if they left the circle, it would mean disqualification. One of the assistants approached Malin and asked if she was ready to play as a striker, and she nervously agreed. Her teammates saw the girl's stress before the test, and so they began to support her. The simulation voice announced that the first simulation of Group 7 was coming into effect. The group appeared right in front of the Cyclops, with Maylene standing in the center and her friends surrounding her behind. Giving herself and the others confidence, she loudly ordered her team to get ready. She also asked if everyone remembered their plan, and they loudly replied that they were ready. Simon was worried that the girl would be nervous, but apparently she is keeping herself under control, so he knows that he was worried in vain. He was determined to act exactly as planned and focus on his role 100%. Suddenly something rushed past them at wild speed, and they tried to understand what it was. There was genuine surprise on their faces, and they looked towards their attacker. They saw Mei Ling lying on the ground, so they started calling out to her worriedly and asking what had happened to her. The first fight ended, and Jane said that they did well and were able to partially execute their strategy. But the team did not look happy. She also noted the good work of the summoner, who distracted the Cyclops' attention with the help of skeletons. However, she noted that the rest of the team were not up to their roles. Holding the enemy with a drain spell and attacking with a black flash sounds good in theory, but the reality is quite different. She said that their biggest drawback was the low effectiveness of their spells, and later finished her remarks, and the students thanked her. Team 7 walked out of the simulation room and tried to figure out what was surprising all the other students. One of the screens showed Hector standing on top of the Cyclops he had defeated. Also, some of the students noticed that his vest rating was 98%, meaning that the Cyclops was never able to hit him. While everyone was admiringly saying out loud how incredible Hector was, he began to leave the room. He deliberately walked a little distance away from Simon, and he glanced at him. There was a grin on the blonde's face because he was able to easily do what the main character could not. Suddenly, Malin turned to her friends, intending to say something. She stated that they needed to make every effort to defeat the monster in the next round. Simon commanded them, saying that even with 2 people using exhaustion, the Cyclops was not slowed down at all, and so she had to dodge. He said she should try dodging the darkness by jumping, just like in her combat magic lesson. Kami juga memberitahu dia untuk memudahkan lingkaran sihir sebanyak mungkin, karena itu penting bagi mereka untuk melemparkan sebanyak mungkin kutukan. As a result, the girl was unable to control her movements, and therefore fell right in front of the Cyclops. The monster, in turn, swung its hand, in which rested a huge club to crush Malin. The girl assumed a lying position, and therefore all her maneuvering paths were cut off. Unfortunately, their team's striker was eliminated, and therefore they received a bad grade. Cammy noted sadly that their next attempt would be their last. Suddenly, Simon took the floor and told the boys to listen to him. His eyes filled with excitement, and he said he had a surefire idea. He said that they should leave everything as is, but Dick and Kami should use curses from both hands at once. They said they had never tried anything like this, and Simon promised to buy as much time as possible for them to try this method. Finally, the third round began, and the guy's ratmen were already climbing onto the Cyclops' legs. Simon decided to use the surrounding nature to give them a better chance of defeating the monster. Also, the black-haired man told Dick before the test that they needed to use the guy's specialty, which is enchantment. Kami created the first circle of attrition during the battle, which she informed the team about. The blonde-haired man did the same, and also informed everyone about it, adding that he was moving on to creating the second circle. Malin recited that her black flash was 80% complete. They all kept in touch. Simon notified them that he had released the 7th skeleton. So far, their tactics have worked, and the hero's ratmen have successfully distracted the monster from his team. Kami, like Malin, notified Simon that they were ready to use their spells. At that moment, the guy destroyed one of his skeletons so that the Cyclops would pay attention to the girl. He had already begun to turn in her direction, but a surprise awaited him. The monster saw Mei Ling, who was currently creating a black flash spell circle and preparing to attack. Black lightning appeared in front of the girl in a quick flash, and was preparing to fly straight at the Cyclops. Dick and Kami simultaneously used a dual exhaustion spell at this point. Mei Ling then released her black flash spell, which was about to attack the monster. The Cyclops, in turn, looked at all this with his one eye, unable to do anything. His body was enveloped in black lightning, and he was unable to dodge it because he had 4 exhaustion spells on him. Simon at this time told Malin that she would now be able to dodge his attacks, and that she needed to listen to his commands. The girl said she would try, and suddenly flashes of darkness appeared under her feet. The guy warned her that the Cyclops was about to attack her, and she suddenly jumped to the side. He then ordered her to run, and the others began to cast more exhaustion spells. Simon told Cammy to block the Cyclops' view with a blood spell, and she obeyed and began using blood magic. The blood from her finger turned into a red ribbon that flew towards the monster's head. The tape wrapped around his head, blocking the view of his one eye. The monster in turn was unable to break this spell, and therefore could not see where he was going. Simon led him into a trap and ordered his ratmen to pull the chain that was previously tied around the Cyclops' neck. Using their weight, the skeletons tightened the chain around the monster's neck, and it screamed madly. He pushed the metal chain away from himself with force, trying to break it. Simon asked Dick to use an enchantment to prevent the chain from breaking. He, in turn, quickly created a magic circle in his hand and directed it towards the piece of iron. The chain began to glow due to the magic used, and at this time the Cyclops began to weaken. The trap began to press hard on his throat and completely immobilized his body. Simon told Maylene that her time had come and she had to act. The girl had already created a huge magic circle in her hands and angrily directed it towards the monster. A huge flash appeared around the Cyclops' body, engulfing him completely in its flashes. This sight greatly impressed the entire team, and they watched the death of the monster. The same one let out his last sob and began to fall to the ground. He fell, and the simulation around them began to fade, signaling that they had passed the test. All members of group number 7 rushed to happily hug each other, celebrating their victory. Jane congratulated her students on their successful completion of the test. She said she appreciated that they took a plan that looked good on paper, and through trial and error, tweaked it to become an effective strategy. But the battle time was too long. They still need to work on that, and they rely too much on the summoner's abilities. She praised them for their resourcefulness with double exhaustion. But there were still a lot of mistakes, and they should lean on black magic. The group listened to advice, criticism, and compliments, and thanked the professor. Finally, they sat down to rest, and the students around them began to praise them for such a show. Simon was also approached by Cindy, who made a couple of compliments about their teamwork, and he thanked her. While they stood and talked with the students discussing the test, Hector stood a little distance away from them and watched intently. He was very angry at the attention that Simon was getting every time. The 7th group was finally released from the test. Jane wished them a pleasant weekend, and they thanked her. Someone suggested that they practice on the weekend, and Kami agreed, saying that she realized today that she was missing a lot. Dick looked at the girl in surprise and asked if she was sure she would go to training, since she had been invited on a date, but she had said that she had refused. She then explained that she wanted to practice with them, and Simon smiled slyly and asked her if she was telling the truth. Suddenly Dick said that he was out because he had to go to Rochester on business. After that, Malin asked Simon if he would go, but under the girl's irritated gaze, he began to make excuses, saying that he just wanted to practice alone. After some time, the hero finally got out for training, coming to that very crypt. He greeted Fear and immediately asked him to look at Simon's summoned creatures. The skeleton, in turn, was indignant because the main character had set up a warehouse in this room. And he said that he had brought several skeletons with him in order to initiate them into the battalion and that they needed weapons. Fear agreed with Simon's argument and asked where he managed to damage the creatures so much, and he said that it happened during a battle simulation. Finally, the hero's deputy said that he had patched up his skeletons, and now they needed to start training. He said that today he would teach Simon to control several skeletons at once. When asked how many skeletons he could control, the guy replied that he could only control 2, and on the third, his thoughts became very scattered, and it became difficult for him to give orders. Fear calmed the guy down and told him not to worry, because the number of undead that he can control at the same time does not matter, because the quality of this control should be important to him. To begin with, he suggested a fight using skeletons. They would take 2 at first. Then he said with seriousness in his voice that the guy should start the fight first. Simon got into the right frame of mind and announced that he was ready for battle. Without wasting a second, he ordered the 2 summoned creatures to attack the other creatures. The skeletons grappled with each other in a fierce battle, intending to break each other. Suddenly, Fear's third subordinate took up a spear and attacked the undead Simon. The spear hit the red team's skeleton in the face with force and shattered it. Then another of Simon's creatures was attacked by Fira, who was already subordinated to him, with a sword, and began to restrain him. But the skeleton suddenly changed again, and now a dead man with a spear was attacking the swordsman. He was able to shake the balance of the creature from the red team, and at that moment, Fear's subordinate attacked him again with a sword. Simon angrily said that they had agreed to fight with 2 skeletons, but he said with a sly smile that there had been an agreement about 2 creatures at a time, and not about the number. At that moment, the guy realized that he himself did not understand the rules of the game. He analyzed that Fear first walked as a skeleton swordsman, then as a spearman, and so on in a circle. He also explained that this is called a sequential order. You need to give orders sequentially in order to most effectively use the limited range of your control. Until Simon can control several skeletons at once, he must quickly give orders to each of them in turn. After these explanations, the guy thought about it and immediately tried to test his theory in practice. Suddenly, his skeletons took turns raising their hands and approaching each other. He ordered them to give each other a high five, and they obediently followed his order. He then repeated this, and the skeletons hugged each other. And Fear looked in surprise at the speed of the boys' learning. He happily recited that Simon was a quick learner, and if he had figured it out, they should try a real fight. The skeletons said that he must perfectly master the order in turn, and the hero enthusiastically agreed. Some time passed. Group number 7 was lying in the clearing and resting. They were all tired, but Maylene said that they had learned a lot now, especially Simon, who had begun to control his creatures much more effectively. The girl noted that before he could only control 2 skeletons, but now there were 3, and asked if it was because of that friend from Rochester that he managed to do this. Both representatives of the fair sex suddenly began to ask him with interest about who his mentor was. One of them said that since he had advanced so much in his skills in a day, it meant that his teacher was a great master of black magic. Fear, in turn, heard this, and began to laugh wildly in Simon's thoughts, and Simon asked him to be quieter. The skeleton asked him to tell the girls that he would be willing to train them if they were willing to die and become part of the battalion, and laughed again. The boy ignored Fear's latest joke and told Malin and Kami that his mentor was not ready to communicate with anyone else. Dick asked the girls not to be angry with him, because he has every right not to talk about his teacher, and besides, he needs to have the highest grades of all to stay afloat. Malin shouted enthusiastically that she could handle it, and learn the theory of summoning without extracurricular activities, and then called them to train. The next day came, and the period of students' protection ended, and Simon and Dick sat and looked at the teacher with a dejected look. Bakil stood there and threw out the sheets of homework one by one, saying that it was just waste paper. He stood there with a blank expression on his face, and chased away some students whose work he didn't like. Dick whispered that this was already the 20th student that Bakil had managed to expel in this short period of time. The next lesson, their group ran during a combat magic class, where teacher Hongpen was exhausting the students. Simon and Maylene ran calmly, while Dick was out of breath and trying to keep up with his friends. After that, he noticed that the girl usually lags behind them, but now she didn't show any signs of fatigue. Simon asked her not to overexert herself because he remembered that she was not very resilient. But despite him, Malin sped up even faster and calmly overtook the guy. Dick was already on his last legs, and said that this training, even taking into account that they had a group assignment tomorrow, was too tough. While the hero was running, he thought about his recent conversation with Kami. He asked her if she had trained with Malin on Saturday, and she confirmed his words. She said she had been practicing the curse of exhaustion, and her friend had been exercising all day. Kami explained that Malin said that she had no problem with the Black Flash, but she was concerned that she was unable to follow Simon's commands when he tried to help her dodge the Cyclops. The girl said that yesterday they were still studying in the dorm, and Simon was surprised that Malin had loaded herself not only physically, but also mentally. Kami said that she studied all night, without even getting up from the table or sleeping, and when she asked her if she was tired, she replied that she was not, because she was taking a sleep potion. Simon thought about how he admired Malin, for whom learning came naturally, but he still worries a lot that she studies so hard, not sparing herself. A little later, they stopped running, and the girl called Simon to look at her. She warned him that she would now push away from the darkness, and asked him to watch carefully. Darkness flared beneath her feet and she was quickly thrown aside. The girl made a sharp jerk using this technique, and the guys were very surprised by this. Maylene turned to Simon and asked if he had any comments, and he said that she had done very well. Both girls were happy about this because their efforts were not in vain. The hero was surprised that Mailing was able to achieve this in a couple of days, and that abrasions were visible on her legs. Simon saw this and asked the girl not to push herself too hard, because they succeeded in the virtual fight, and they would succeed in the real one too. But she said with a serious look that a simple test would not satisfy her. In her opinion, they must be first, no matter what. The guy wanted to say something to her, but the teacher announced that their break was over and they needed to get up. She then went on to say that they would now run to the next finish line without stopping. After some time, Simon ran to the finish line, and Hongpen was already waiting for him there, who suddenly called him to her. She asked him if he had practiced the darkness techniques she had taught him, and he said that he had made time for it, and that he had gotten noticeably better at it. Suddenly she approached him and said that his current of darkness had indeed become faster, and in general he had become stronger. She continued to praise him, and he only laughed, but suddenly one of her assistants called the professor. He came up and said that one of the students had an injury. She had torn the ligaments in her ankle. Hongpeng quickly turned around and was about to leave, but she managed to say goodbye to Simon, leaving him with parting words. After that, the guy went to his group and asked them where Mailing was, and they replied that they didn't know. Dick said that they both trailed behind and later went to look for the girl, and then he asked if Simon had seen her. The guy began to worry a lot about Malin. He replied to his friend that he hadn't seen her either. Hongpen came back and looked very excited. At this time, her assistant carried Mailing on his back, and her group suddenly drooped. They realized that the girl was the same student who had recently been injured. Maylene looked very bad. She was in pain physically and mentally because she let her team down. When she arrived at the medical center, the doctor told her that she had torn a ligament and that it was very serious. He also added that she will have to move around on crutches for a long time. She is allowed to attend classes, but he categorically forbids her from any practical classes related to physical activity. The girl jumped up from her seat and started shouting at the doctor, saying that she was fine. She said that she would be able to take part in the practical lesson, but even from her face, it was clear how difficult it was for her. The doctor exhaled tiredly and addressed the girl respectfully. Afterwards, he said with a serious face that this was a prohibition, not a recommendation. He understands that the most important thing for students is studying and staying in Kaizen. But for him, the priority is the patient's health. The man said he would exclude her from any classes that required walking or other activity. Malin asked the guys for forgiveness and walked towards the exit, despair written on her face. Her mood hit rock bottom, and she asked them to leave her alone for a while. Kami suddenly turned to Simon to say something, and he turned to Malin. He told her that she would not be of any help if she remained here despondent and feeling sorry for herself. She, in turn, with obvious sadness and anger at herself, said that she had let everyone down, and that they would not be able to successfully complete the battle with the Cyclops. The guy said they would come up with something, but she started yelling and said they couldn't do anything, because they had been working on the same strategy all week. They worked on their roles only in this form, and tomorrow they have to fight a real Cyclops. The girl began to blame herself for all the sins and got too carried away with her emotions. Simon did not tolerate her act of self-flagellation and abruptly interrupted her flow of words. He then addressed the entire group, saying that he hoped they would support his idea. Because of Malin's accident, he wants to be the attacker in the next battle with the Cyclops. The next day came, the entire study group was walking through some dungeons. They discussed how Nephthys was amazing because she had collected a huge number of dungeons under the academy. Kami was very surprised by what Dick was talking about, and he explained that their rector is a collector, and she moves all the ruins she finds right under the academy. Simon and Malin walked a little distance from the rest of their group. There were whispers around that they felt sorry for the girl, but that would only give them an advantage. They discussed how if a team member gets injured, the entire team suffers. Although the spirit of Group 7 was undermined, Dick believed that they would succeed. He spoke to Kami and told her that they needed to trust Simon's skills. The voice invited Group number 7 to come in for the evaluation, and some students were surprised that they decided to take part in this test even though Mailing was injured. The students were talking to each other and thought that Simon would now be in the front line. Hector also turned his attention to their team, and his face took on an incomprehensible expression. Simon decided to cheer up his friends because after such events their fighting spirit had dropped significantly. He said the situation had changed a little, but that didn't mean all their efforts had been in vain. That's why he encourages them to give it their all until the very end. Finally, after the guy's speech, a Cyclops chained in chains was released to them. The voice said that they would now begin the evaluation of the 7th team's performance. The Cyclops at this time broke his shackles and took the club in his hands, and the voice added that they did not have to strain themselves too much. He said that if they felt they were failing, they could request that the exam be stopped. After this, the restraining spell above the Cyclops' head shattered into pieces. The monster was freed and suddenly attacked the students, and the professor announced that the exam was beginning. Simon sent his summoned creatures forward and thought about how he needed to act the same way they had acted in practice. But suddenly the monster's huge green foot landed right on one of the skeletons. Without stopping his onslaught, the Cyclops immediately attacked Simon. Someone called out his name in concern, and the boy calmly dodged the attack. Dick asked why the monster was attacking so strangely, and Maylene said that the simulation was different from a real fight, and the Cyclops was hitting what it saw. The blonde-haired man began to get very nervous and turned to the girl again. He realized that it looked like the monster had been targeting Simon from the start. The guy's skeletons were unable to act as bait, so he had to constantly dodge attacks. Later, he used a bone return spell, and one of the skeletons, equipped with a sword, flew at high speed straight into the monster's back. The undead raised his sword above himself and made a quick slash. Simon recited that everything here is much more complicated than in the simulation. Finally, Kami and Dick's spells began to work, and the monster began to enter a state of exhaustion. The Cyclops tried to somehow protect himself from the curses, but they still caught up with him. The hero's gaze caught on an opportunity, and he realized that now was the time to attack. He directed the skeleton towards the monster to distract it, and he himself disappeared from sight. The guy decided to act on his own, and so he took the spear into his own hands. Using the darkness released from his feet, he flew several meters above the Cyclops and raised his weapon behind him. Taking aim and throwing the spear with great force, it flew like a bullet right past the monster's head. The Cyclops was only slightly wounded with a long scratch visible on his cheek, but the attack did not cause any significant damage. The unexpected attack only made the monster more furious, and it aimed at Simon. His attacks became faster, and it became more and more difficult for the guy to dodge them. The boy rushed from side to side and thought that if he had not learned to control the darkness, he would have stopped the exam long ago. He mentally thanked Professor Hongpeng for her guidance. But Simon was distracted by his thoughts in vain, because a huge club was already hanging over his head. The Cyclops aimed a well-aimed blow straight at the spot where the boy was standing. Simon's defense icon suddenly appeared on the professor's assistant's screen, showing that the monster had already removed 72% of his armor. The man was very surprised by this, because the Cyclops should not cause so much damage. He turned to Jane and said that there was some problem with this monster. He also added that in team number 7, Cyclops is much stronger than the others. He does not worship even despite his symptoms of rage. He then asked to stop the testing immediately and replace the monster, but Jane, with a calm expression on her face, suggested that he just watch. The man objected, because it was unfair to team number 7. The woman said that in Kaizen, honesty is not a decisive factor. She asked him if professors should only choose weak opponents when training assistants. The man, although he agreed with her argument, said that this was not a real fight, but a simple simulation, and these students were too young. Jane countered that age didn't matter, and what mattered to the students now was the experience they would gain from the lesson. She then suggested simply trusting the students and simply observing. Finally, she added that it was obvious that the students had already realized that they needed to change themselves. Simon was injured and was currently hiding behind some broken column, trying to come up with a new plan. Dick was surprised that the Cyclops didn't have a scratch on him after they used exhaustion 3 times. At this time, the monster was trying with all his might to find Simon, but so far he had not succeeded. Simon turned to his team and told them to forget about curses, because they don't work, and Maylene said that they have no other choice, because the other team successfully passed the exhaustion test. The guy said he agreed with her arguments, but she should have already guessed that something was wrong here. So he suggested attacking the Cyclops from different sides, and he was asked how he wanted to achieve this. He began to rise from behind the column and told them to act as they wished. Because the boy raised his voice, the Cyclops suddenly heard him and turned towards him. While the monster was preparing to attack, the hero told his friends that they needed to forget all the tactics they had come here with. No one understood how they were supposed to defeat the Cyclops in this case, but Simon was already running. He started running around the monster and asked the team to help him in any way they could. Cammy responded first and said that she understood his request, immediately sending a bloody ribbon straight into the Cyclops' eye. She smiled enthusiastically and winked at the hero, saying that she would help in any way she could. Dick then cast a spell, summoning a pair of swords and throwing them towards Simon's skeletons, urging him to use them. The undead jumped into the air and suddenly grabbed the weapon in mid-air. Without wasting any time, the skeletons, under the influence of inertia and gravity, delivered 2 sharp blows straight into the Cyclops' back. Because of Kami's red ribbon, the monster still couldn't see anything, and so he became furious. Simon looked shabby, thinking that he needed to concentrate and try to do as well as he could in Professor Bakil's class. Suddenly he succeeded quickly, and the whole world around him became much clearer and grainier. He was able to master that very Bakil spell, and therefore mentally thanked the professor. Simon used Raise Undead, and due to his buff, a whole squad of skeletons suddenly started to rise in front of him. He also thanked Fear, and the creatures were already rushing straight towards the Cyclops. They cut and pierced him with swords and spears, which the monster was not at all happy about. The barrage of blows continued unabated, and the monster gradually began to weaken. Cyclops was finally able to get rid of the red ribbon, but his entire body was already pierced and cut. Due to the numerous wounds on his body and the pain, the monster went berserk. The other students were watching Team 7 at this time and discussing their progress in the battle. Some thought that this was their original plan, while others assumed that the 7th began to improvise. Hector, in turn, thought that Simon was doing quite well. At this time, the hero began to think. He was missing something, and he felt he could do something better than this. He remembered the words of Fear, who said that in order to make the dead rise, one must have enormous willpower. A high-level necromancer must be able to instill unshakable faith in even the most insignificant things, and with the same confidence to instill emotions of anger, hatred, and evil intent. The more negative the emotion, the stronger the effect. And Simon meanwhile began angrily ordering the skeletons to kill the Cyclops. His emotions became more and more angry and clear, and his creatures began to literally cut the monster with their teeth and fingers. Many students watched the show with complete bewilderment. The skeletons stopped sparing themselves in any way, and began to cut the Cyclops with their own body parts. Finally, Simon's anger reached its limit, and he managed to carry out the absolute order, telling the skeletons to finish off the monster. He, in turn, finally freed himself from the pressure of the creatures and furiously attacked the summoner. Kami saw this scene and already worriedly shouted the guy's name. The hero was carried away by his spell, and did not notice the approach of the monster at all, and therefore was already preparing for his death. Unexpectedly for everyone, at this moment, Mailing used a dark elemental magic spell called Dark Frost. Simon noticed a blue glow under his feet and suddenly turned towards it, but turning back towards the Cyclops, he saw only a huge wall of ice. Later, he heard Malin's voice, urging the boy to continue what he was doing. She slept his life and told him not to stop and to win. The guy thanked the girl, while the Cyclops tried to break through the ice wall. While the monster was breaking the barrier, Simon suddenly told Kami to start using her spell. As if following some plan, she was already ready, blood flowing from her eyes. Shouting the name of her blood magic, her eyes darkened, and blood from her body rushed somewhere to the side. The blood turned into thin razor threads, enveloping the Cyclops' body and cutting through it. The girl spent all her strength on this ultimate spell, and therefore began to fall. Dick caught her, and at that time Kami tried to stay conscious, and at the same time shouted to Simon that now everything was in his hands. He took over the baton and assured his team that he could finish off the monster. The guy's raised hand indicated that he had begun to cast a spell. The bones of the skeletons defeated by the Cyclops suddenly rose up, and with terrible speed, their points aimed straight at him. It looked spectacular, as confirmed by the spectators who were currently watching this fierce battle. The bones thrust into the body, together with the wounds inflicted earlier, caused the Cyclops to simply bleed to death. The team finally used their trump card. Dick and Malin began to swing their arms to throw potions at the monster. Multiple wounds allowed the yellow liquid to quickly be absorbed into the Cyclops' blood. Simon looked exhausted. He hoped that the potion would have time to neutralize the big guy before he woke up. But at that moment, the Cyclops' huge hand began to twitch a little. His eye opened and he began to thrash in agony as the veins in his body began to bulge. Simon recited that until they killed him instantly, all efforts were apparently in vain. He ordered Dick to cast the enchantment, and he obediently enchanted the sword and sent it into the hero's hands. The boy caught the weapon and felt the power that was now contained within it. Dick also added that his spell only lasts for 10 minutes. Thanking his friend, Simon rushed towards the Cyclops with his sword. He, in turn, was already on his last legs, but was still clinging to life. The main character suddenly froze right under the hand flying towards him. His legs could no longer support his body, and he realized that he had spent all his strength. The audience saw this, and although he did not hear it, they tried to encourage him. Even Hector stood up from his seat and looked at the boy with concern. Jane also stood up from her desk at that moment, dropping her tablet and pen. She walked over to the window overlooking the arena, and her assistant turned to her with concern. Simon was already on the brink of death for the second time in the last couple of minutes, but suddenly something saved him again. A huge magic circle appeared under his feet. It was Malin. She created an ice platform under his feet, lifting him up several meters. The guy found the strength to jump even higher from this ledge. Since his body no longer had the strength to finish off the monster, he decided to use gravity. While the Cyclops was in a vulnerable position, Simon flew at full speed straight towards his back. But the monster was not as weakened as the guy thought, and so he was able to hit him in the air, and the hero's body flew past Malin and Dick straight into the wall. After such a strong blow, Simon only had 7% armor left. He was thrown hard into the wall, and his friends tried to bring him to his senses with their screams. But he wasn't going to give up. He didn't fall to the floor, but stood firmly on his feet even after such a blow. Suddenly his right hand began to rise higher and higher, and he began to gather strength within himself. The guy gathered all the strength remaining in his body, and cast a spell. The scattered bones began to gather into skeletal hands before him. One of the hands in turn picked up a sword lying nearby. The limbs clasped together with force, and grabbed the handle of the weapon, lifting it up. Having flown a short distance, but with decent speed, the hands made a cutting blow with the sword straight into the Cyclops' neck. The guy fell down from exhaustion, and the monster rolled his only eye and began to fall dead. His head rolled off his shoulders, and the professor announced that Team 7 had successfully defeated the Cyclops. Suddenly, Simon jumped up from the floor and happily announced that they had done it. Dick hugged his friend with tears in his eyes and showered him with compliments. The girls also praised the guy for being able to defeat the monster, and Mei Ling said that now she owed him a favor. Simon didn't think that it was only his merit, and so he told the girl that she had also tried hard. For some reason, the praise from the guy made her very embarrassed, and Malin began to get nervous. The girl already wanted to apologize for everything that she had with Simon, but Dick and Kami did not let her say it, drowning out her confession with their compliments. She, in turn, was angry with them, because they ruined such a moment. Finally, all the groups completed the test. Jane began to give her speech. She said that regardless of the grades and results, she was glad that no one was seriously hurt. But still, the results in Kaizen were most important. The assessment began with Group 1, and the woman asked them to come forward out of line. Cindy Vivas's spiritual skills were amazing, but their strategy was that they relied on one person. They also made a lot of mistakes, so they got some points deducted. She then called out Carol O'Hara and Yona Kazumi by name and asked them to shake hands. The woman explained this by saying that if there are conflicts between them, it is better to resolve them as soon as possible. Simon was very surprised that Jane knew even about minor squabbles between students. Later, the professor evaluated group number 3. She said that their grade was A+, and they did an excellent job. While she was praising Hector and his group, the students were talking among themselves about how his team would probably be the best in the class. Jane praised them one last time, and the blonde thanked her for the assessment. Finally, it was Group 7's turn, and she asked them to step forward. The professor said they were terrible. It took them 13 minutes, and their defense stats dropped to 7%. They also had terrible behavior that did not correspond to any tactics. She said that their fate was the worst possible grade, and Simon had already bowed to thank Jane. But suddenly, the teacher said that the information she said had no relation to reality. She then showed them a piece of paper and said that it was the result of an autopsy of the Cyclops that the 7th group had hunted. The results showed that the curses and potions used to contain the monsters had caused abnormal side effects, and the Cyclops the group had fought had become increasingly aggressive. In addition, its strength increased exponentially. In other words, the monster exhibited abnormal behavior due to side effects. The Kaizen administration stated that the 7th group's test was completely different from the others in its complexity, and based on the results of the Cyclops autopsy, the administration concluded that the defeated monster was of a higher class than ordinary Cyclops. In other words, they fought a Cyclops equal in level to the Red Cyclops. Jane explained that they were therefore obliged to take this into account when assessing the group. Hector was extremely surprised by all the information he received and waited with bewilderment for Group 7's assessment. The professor then said that she would now announce the real result of their battle, and then she named Mei Ling. She said that the girl used dark elemental magic and played the most important role in protecting the fighter. It's Mei Ling's own fault that she got injured due to the heavy training load and incompetence, but her fortitude, despite the injury, was impressive, and for that she gives her 80 points to her personal score. Next up is Dick Hayward, who used high-quality dark spells at the right place and time, thereby speeding up the process of destroying the Cyclops. She also gave him 80 points to his personal score, which he was incredibly happy about. Kamabara's Ursula did a great job as the primary damage dealer, using hematology, and that kind of bleeding is a rare find even among combat necromancers. 85 points were added to the girl's personal account, and she burst into tears of happiness. And finally, Jane began to evaluate Simon Valencia. Recalling the course of the battle, she said that he had done an excellent job of playing his role as a fighter. He has shown his ability to cope with unexpected circumstances and show leadership while caring for his team. He also demonstrated combat and necromantic abilities while dodging attacks and buying time. He controlled the summoned creatures to provide everything necessary for the bleeding, and also demonstrated various types of return skills. And finally, he did not give up until he completely defeated the Cyclops. The woman said she thought it was wonderful, and she would give him 100 points for it. She also added that she was sorry that she couldn't get a grade higher than an A+. All the students in their class watched this fierce battle, and therefore were also incredibly happy for the success of the 7th group. The only ones who weren't happy about this were Hector and his team, and the blonde guy was standing at a distance at that moment. His mind was filled with anger, and he ordered his subordinate to shut his mouth before he could rip out his tongue. The 7th group at that moment was simply ablaze with happiness and joy, because they were able to overcome themselves and this challenge. After resting a bit after class, they gathered together with Hongpen in the evening to celebrate their highest score. Cammy noted that they apparently had been given real alcohol. The professor told them not to worry, because today she would be their night, and she had special permission from Kaizen to congratulate them in this way. She also added that they must be having a hard time now that they are out of their student defense period. But she said that the teachers don't hate them, so she asked them to work harder, and the team promised her the same. Dick's face suddenly took on a sarcastic expression, and he turned to Hong Peng and said that he wanted to ask a certain question. Smiling, he asked her directly if it was true that she cared about Simon more than others. The professor was not embarrassed by this question, and she said that teachers are people too, and they have their favorites. The guy realized that his question sounded inappropriate, so he asked to forget about it. Hong Peng said that everything was fine and she was just joking, and then said that she loves and appreciates all the students. She apologized for making fun of him and said she wanted to tell them good news instead. The girl said that they would finally get to a new mission next week, which made everyone happy except Simon. The next day came, the main character and Dick were walking during recess. Simon's friend explained to him that after the student protection period ends, the mission period begins, which lasts approximately 5 days. During this time, they can receive tasks that range from simple errands to killing monsters, protecting personal life, authorized battles, and so on. Simon asked Dick about the latter, and he said that these are tasks that active necromancers receive. But the hero thought that compensation is required for these tasks, because they are only students. The red-haired man confirmed his words and said that depending on the difficulty of the task, Kaizen would provide them with an estimate, and the clients would pay compensation. Tasks are the best way to cover all the material expenses needed at the academy, and since Simon is a summoner, he has every chance of making a fortune. But there are things that must not be forgotten during this period, such as the fact that they must complete at least one task. And if they fail the mission, they will lose money and points, and they will have to write an explanatory note, and then their affairs will become bad. They are also not allowed to attend classes during the mission period, and it is better to give it up than to miss classes because of it, and let others down. Simon said that Dick could come up with his own plan, since some students choose easy tasks to quickly get through them and get back to studying, while others go on difficult missions for money and points. Therefore, they must decide for themselves what to do, to which the fair-haired man agreed with his words. At last, they reached the board with the instructions, and Dick began to read what was written there. The explanatory note stated that there were 4 levels of tasks: white, blue, red, and black, and the likelihood of conflict with the priests increased accordingly from the first to the last. Dick explained to Simon that they should not take on tasks that were too easy, because his grades depended on it, and if he fails the mission on the marks, he will eventually get dangerous tasks, so this matter cannot be abandoned. The guy told him to look at the board and choose something suitable for himself, and they would meet after Simon made a decision. While the hero was thinking about what task to take, suddenly fear in his head said that there was no point in him being afraid, because sooner or later, they would leave Rook Island anyway. They need to take on a mission that takes them beyond the island to gather a battalion and restore them to their former glory. The guy asked him if there were any dead people stronger than fear, and he said that he was the captain of the battalion, and no one dared to contradict him. But some generals were real monsters. He explained that the battalion consisted of several groups of dead men, and these groups obeyed experienced dead men with great experience, submitting to their commands. Simon became inspired and thought that he needed to find all the generals. He asked Fear if it was possible that some of them had gotten lost, and he said that he had nothing to worry about, since those idiots were probably causing trouble all over the continent right now. The skeleton said that he remembers all their characteristics, so the guy needs to look more closely at the tasks. Not finding the necessary instructions at the first counter, he went to another one and at that moment accidentally bumped into Hector. The blonde brushed his shoulder and then looked down at him with arrogance. He asked Simon if he wanted to go into the neutral zone too, and he said he just wanted to watch for now. Hector explained that the neutral zone was the lower area where Kaizen had little influence, and so the academy knew nothing about what kind of trouble he would get himself into. The blonde gave the guy a disdainful look and said that he hoped they would meet during their missions. He was about to leave on his own business, but Simon suddenly called out to him. The hero did not respond to aggression with aggression, and therefore, with a smile, wished the guy to take care of himself. Hector took this unexpected statement as a cruel joke, and so he became even more serious. Simon walked to the next assignment desk, the blonde man glaring at him. Fear asked the hero what was going on with Hector, and he said he didn't know, and changed the subject, pointing to the task with the infected zombies. The skeleton said that the infection is too common a phenomenon. Even an ordinary necromancer can cause it. He had already thought that there was nothing connected with the generals here. But suddenly he noticed a blue note among the red ones. The piece of paper said that the mission level had been raised, and it described in detail how suddenly only dried-out corpses remained from the dead young girls. After that, the guy took the box where the details of the task were described, and he was surprised that the corpses really began to become completely dried out. The photo showed a girl who looked more like a raisin, and Fear laughed and said he knew who did it. When the boy asked the skeleton who he was talking about, he said that it was done by an ancient dead woman who led a group of spiders, Erzabet. At the same time, in the priest's academy, a certain man had similar photographs, and he was talking to a student. He asked her if she could handle it, and she said that she was glad that God had given her the opportunity to save these poor people from the terrible deeds of the dead man. And removing her hood, she said that in the name of the priest and the goddess, she, Ellen Zill, a sophomore at the Holy College of Ethnal, would resolve the matter at any cost. After some time, Simon finally decided to take the task. He stood in front of Jane's door and gathered courage to enter. Knocking on the door, he said loudly that it was Simon Valencia, and the girl asked him to come in. The boy entered the office, and the teacher asked him if he had come because of the mission. The hero confirmed her words and handed over the very same paper with the announcement. She only glanced at the assignment and immediately told him to take another one, because a first-year student couldn't handle something like that. Simon, in turn, stood his ground. He said that he wanted to take on this task no matter what, and he would definitely be able to handle it. She asked him if he was so confident in his abilities, and the guy just looked at her in bewilderment. The girl quickly signed the paper and said that he must have a good reason, since he was stating his confidence right in front of the professor, and that she did not need convincing. She also added that he was a member of Kaizen, and all he had to do was take responsibility for the outcome. She looked him in the eye seriously, and said that she hoped he wouldn't let her down. The guy was very happy that she agreed so easily, and thanked her for believing in him. The hero ran to the meeting place with Dick, and sincere joy was visible on his face. After some time, Simon and Malin decided to go together to the teleporters. The girl expressed her dissatisfaction with his task, and he jokingly thanked her for worrying about him so much. She took his remarks seriously and shyly asked why he thought she was worried about him, and he changed the subject and asked where she was going. Myling proudly announced that she would be going on a personal security mission near Langangerstein. It was simple and got good grades. And when Simon asked what she would do if they were attacked by robbers, she said that she would show them Kaizen's uniform, and if they had any brains, they would not go against an academy student. The guy said that her ideas about such people were unrealistic, and she said that this was precisely the reason why everyone sent their missions to Kaizen. She said goodbye to the hero, and he asked her to take care of herself. The guy also went into the teleporter and unexpectedly ran into a familiar girl. Serna was sitting there, greeting him and saying that they hadn't seen each other since the entrance ceremony. The girl decided to introduce herself officially. Her name is Serna Eindark, and she is the official heir to the Ivory Tower and Special Guide number 2. The hero decided to play along with her and said that he was Simon Valencia and was born in Lashill, to which the blonde only laughed cheerfully. Suddenly the girl thanked him for looking after Malin. She said that she might snap at him sometimes, but she was kind and gentle at heart. So Serna asked the guy to continue to look after her. Simon asked why she was telling him this, and she just looked at him in confusion. The hero explained this by saying that Malin was also a student of Kaizen, just like her. She doesn't need to be protected or considered a newbie, because she's doing just fine without Serna's worries. The blonde didn't say anything, and the teleporter manager said that the teleportation devices would be activated soon. The device began its work, and the girl said goodbye to the guy with an interested look. After some time, Simon arrived at the place, but he didn't look very well because of his conversation with Serna. He thought that Malin was also from the Ivory Tower, but he was irritated that Serna treated her like a subordinate. He didn't think that he could get so tired from a short conversation. Behind the guy walked Fear, who was dressed in plate armor, and began to complain about its size, because it was very tight for him. The hero explained this by saying that they only had this armor, and he couldn't walk around with the skeleton without camouflage. He said that they were here on a mission anyway, and later asked what they needed to do. Fear said that in order to gather information they needed to meet with the customer, the lord of this city. The next method is to work his legs. He did this many times when he was on missions with Richard. He said that in his experience this was always the most effective way, and the guy said they probably wouldn't make it in time. The skeleton said that there was another method. They could buy information from the Thieves Guild, and Simon called it a good idea. He said that they first needed to find out if there was such a guild here, and Fear explained that he could ask one of the residents or the pub owner about it. Simon decided that they would follow this plan since they didn't have much time. Finally, they came to some tavern, where the owner of the establishment greeted them. The boy tossed the man a gold coin and said they needed a clean, spacious room with breakfast. The owner asked if they needed change, and he said that instead of change, he should tell him where the Thieves Guild was. The man awkwardly asked if he could ask what brought them here, and the hero asked a counter question, like, how can he talk to a client like that? And then Simon extended his hand and said with a smile that the value of this information was estimated at 1 gold piece. Fear stood behind him, quietly laughing at the boy's surprising communication skills. After this, the skeleton began to take out his huge sword from behind his back. Simon also began to press the man, and, slamming his hand on the table, said that he needed all the information about the incident with the missing people. After that, he put another gold coin on the table and said that the man should tell him everything he knew. The guys left the establishment very cheerful and inspired. Fear was happy because now their business would go faster. Simon said most of the missing people were young, but in most cases the girls whose bodies were found as mummies showed no signs of sexual abuse. The skeleton explained that Erzsébet imprisoned young men and had fun with them, and women were of no interest to her, so she simply sucked their blood. After that, the guy came to another tavern and greeted the owner. The man asked the young man what he wanted, and he began to take out money and said that he had heard that they served a special menu here. Placing a silver coin on the table, he asked to prepare something from this menu. The blonde-haired man beckoned Simon to go into another room and pointed there with his hand. The room was underground, so the guy had to go down there by stairs. Together with the skeleton, he went down underground and was met there by guards with crossbows. The man opened the door for them and asked them to come inside. In the room, they were met by a certain girl who stood near the opposite wall of the room and greeted them. She smiled at the two strangers and asked what brought them to her guild. Simon explained that they were here to buy information from her. When asked what exactly they needed, he said that he needed to find out about the people who had disappeared in this city, the corpses of the mummy, and everything related to this case. The woman said it would cost a lot, and she doubted a freshman in Kaizen would be able to afford it. The guy was very surprised by her insight, and she asked him not to be afraid, because it was a simple deduction. The lord of these lands desperately wants to solve this matter. He sent a request to many institutions to solve this matter, so she was sure that Kaizen was one of them. She went on to say that their city was small, and their lord did not have enough money to hire a high-ranking necromancer, so the only option was to turn to the students. She walked up to the boy gracefully and said that the students who came from Kaizen this year were newcomers. Simon placed his hand on hers and said that he too wanted to show off his deduction. He intercepted her hand, reaching towards his face, and said that a serious matter had thrown the whole city into fear. And as she had said, the lord had probably asked many to help him, and many who accepted the task turned to this guild of thieves for information. But no one was able to solve the case. He went on to say that in this way, the matter came into his hands. He added that even locals do not know much about the incident. This problem has been repeated over and over again in the past years, but no one has even a clue as to who the culprit might be, let alone a solution to the case itself. The guy asked the woman if she found it strange how little information the residents had. He suggested that perhaps everyone was in confusion because someone very smart had lied. In other words, he comes to the conclusion that this Thieves' Information Guild is incompetent, but he doesn't think that's the case. He said she didn't look incompetent to him, at least because of all the expenses she had incurred on the way here. The guy asked if this was true and suddenly extended his right hand to the top of her head. He pulled her head close to his and ordered her to tell the truth before he destroyed the place. While he looked into her eyes with a serious face, she removed her hand. The girl said that she apparently had no choice, since he wanted to know the truth so much, but the risk of this information would fall on his shoulders. Then she walked over to the red curtain that blocked the view of the rest of the room, and said that she needed to go away, and that he should stand there. Simon said with relief that it had been a long conversation, but it seemed they still had a lot to learn, and Fear began to laugh heartily at that moment. He struck a pose and began to laugh loudly, and the guy asked in bewilderment what was going on. The skeleton said that at first he was not sure, but now everything was clear to him, and so he urged the hero to look carefully. The skin of the man standing behind them began to tear, and spiders burst out of his body. They were surrounded by a flock of 8-legged creatures, and Fear loudly declared that this woman was Erzsébet. The spiders are the children of this girl, or rather the corpses of spiders. Finally, she came out to them and said that the boy's willpower impressed her. Her appearance began to change, and she began to look more and more like a spider, and she also added that she was sorry that they would not meet again. The hero began to think hard about what to do in this difficult situation. Fear, in turn, began to take out his huge sword and asked Simon not to worry. With just one blow, he defeated some of the spiders that were crawling towards them in a crowd. She recognized the knight as her former brother-in-arms and asked in surprise what he was doing here. The skeleton, in turn, angrily asked what kind of dirty deeds she was doing in this small town. He said the battalion was back in action and urged her to come back and stop messing around. In response to this proposal, she put on a serious expression and said that she refused. While the boys were trying to fight off the spiders, she said that Richard had used them and then thrown them away. She asked him why, after all this disrespect, he still held on to the battalion. Fear began to get even more angry and said that apparently her mind was clouded because of the people with whom she began to associate. The skeleton said that the battalion is strength and will, and asked how she, a general, could succumb to human emotions. She also said that she could not do otherwise, because Richard sent his centuries-old warriors into a death trap for the sake of a simple girl. She said she hated him for what he traded his friends for. Fear could not tolerate such words towards his former master, and with a sharp lunge struck the girl in the head with his blade. After this, he extended his hand to her and said that he did not intend to tolerate her stupidity. He threw aside his hand with the sword and said that she did not dare insult the master of the battalion. Fear gathered his strength into the blade and directed it towards Elizabeth. She, in turn, began to prepare for an attack and spun a web in her fingers. The skeleton angrily asked if she remembered the moment when she crawled to him on her knees, and then waved his hand in her direction. Elizabeth responded in kind and threw a scattering of magical cuts in his direction. While he was fending off her attack, she climbed up to the roof of the building and said that the skeleton was making speeches, even though he was so weak. She stood over them and recited that apparently the seal of fear had broken. The skeleton was very angry. He asked why she was running away, and the girl ignored his question and said goodbye to him. She also didn't forget about Simon, so she addressed him separately and said goodbye to him too. Later, the guy recited that this entire information guild was Elizabeth's lair, and Fear confirmed her words and said that for her, information control was a tasty piece of cake. The woman ran away, and the skeleton, waving his sword, complained about the number of spiders. Suddenly they heard a voice coming from the same roof. A priest girl appeared there, and said that she wanted to see two monsters beat each other to death. But it seemed that today was not her day. Raising her staff to the sky, she said that she must catch up with Elizabeth. But the catch was that before that she wanted to finish off everyone who was here. Simon looked closely and realized that a priest was standing in front of him, which surprised him greatly. The girl waved at them with a smile and said goodbye sweetly, casting a spell. The skeleton and the boy were engulfed in a flash of holy light, causing them to squint and shield themselves from it. After the magic was applied, the girl suddenly realized that she had not hit the warrior and the boy. And if that's the case, then she should immediately go after the spider, and not waste time here. Fear and Simon were heading out, and the skeleton was surprised that the priestess was involved in this matter. The guy was also confused and asked how they would now look for Elizabeth. Fear said that he shouldn't worry because she was nearby, because due to her using her abilities, he could feel traces of her darkness. Now he is tracking her. He will find Elizabeth if he follows the remnants of her darkness. The guy asked him about the strength of that priestess, and the skeleton said that she was at least stronger than the hero. And judging by the white shape of her cloak, she may be Efnil's disciple, and probably accepted a mission similar to Kaizen's black mission. Simon thought sadly about writing a complaint against the lord of this village for duplicating the quest agreement. Fear urged him not to panic and said that Elizabeth loved Richard. The dead that belonged to the battalion were connected to the man in command, and when she got to the battalion, she was incredibly emotional. But he could not even imagine that she still had feelings for him, and that she harbored a grudge against him. The guy finally understood why the girl was so cruel, and Fear suggested continuing the search for Elizabeth. Suddenly, a voice came from one of the cocoons, and a girl and a guy were seen there begging to be saved. Simon immediately rushed to help them, and Fear looked at him strangely. He said the guy was too soft for a necromancer, and he asked what he should have done. The skeleton explained that he needed to kill everyone he came across along the way and turn them into skeletons to replenish his army. The guy said it was forbidden in Kaizen, and Fear said there would be no witnesses here. And besides, Simon didn't seem like the type to care about the rules. The protagonist agreed with his words, but said that he was simply following what his father told him. Fear asked what that rogue had taught him, and Simon said that his father had asked him not to become a monster. He asked him how he could avoid this, and he replied that it was very important to set boundaries. The skeleton just chuckled at this phrase and said that it sounded very much like Richard's advice. He turned towards the guy and said that if this was his decision, then as the owner of the battalion, he would gladly accept it. After some time, they found Elizabeth, who was sitting quietly on a chair in the middle of the ruins. Fear asked why she didn't run away, and she said that she knew that since he sensed her darkness, he would be able to catch up with her no matter what, so she decided to deal with him right there. Simon addressed the girl as Elizabeth, the former battalion general. He said he wanted to make a formal proposal and asked her to join his battalion. She said that she would never return to the battalion that once betrayed her, even if she had no other choice. Moreover, he offers her to follow the orders of a necromancer like him, a gullible boy with no titles, chosen by Fira for sentimental reasons. Simon said that he never said he had no titles and explained that his name was Simon Valencia, and he was the son of Richard and Anna Valencia. This statement left Elizabeth incredibly shocked. The guy continued talking and said that she used to obey his father. He said it was no surprise that his biological son and current battalion commander was taking her back, and she became furious and ordered him to stop. She began to get even angrier and lose her human form. While the woman was taking on her true form, she screamed that Anna was a shameful girl and Richard was a sworn enemy who had betrayed her. Finally, instead of her human legs, the body and paws of a spider appeared, and her hair turned pink. Her mind went blank and she couldn't think of anything else except killing the guy. Suddenly, she made a sharp lunge towards Simon. Her sharp paws were already approaching his face, but the hero stood motionless and did not show a drop of fear. Fear praised him for such a provocation and raised his sword above himself. He lowered the blade and with a sharp cutting blow cut off a pair of her paws. Blood began to flow from them, covering everything around, and the girl screamed in pain. The spider showed her weak side, and Simon realized that now was his chance to pacify her. He opened his pocket space and suddenly his spear flew out of it. The boy strengthened the weapon with his darkness and brought it up behind him to strike. The spear whistled and pierced Elizabeth's shoulder, making her even more angry. The hero leaned his full weight on the spear, knocking the girl to the ground and immobilizing her. After this, he stepped on her face with his foot and brought his gun to her throat, saying that this was her last chance. He asked her seriously whether she would join the battalion or miss her opportunity. Elizabeth did not answer his question, but only exhaled to launch a surprise attack. One of her sharpest paws made a hook and tried to stick it straight into the guy's head, but fear stopped her, not allowing her to injure her master. Suddenly his gaze caught on something that made him nervous. He grabbed Simon by the shoulder and pulled him towards him, telling him to get ready for something. The skeleton managed to place a blade in front of itself, as a shield to protect itself from the holy light that overtook them from behind. The guy was surprised by the priestess's unexpected appearance, and she only said that she had missed the perfect moment to attack. Raising her staff, she addressed them as ancient and evil spirits, as well as a sickening pack of spiders. After that, she threw a stone over her head and said that they would all die here. The stone began to fall right in front of her, and she already had her staff in front of her and was casting a spell. The light began to destroy all the evil around, and Simon and the skeleton tried to figure out what to do. He asked if they could defeat the priestess, and Fear said that the sacred power might be a problem, but the priestess herself was weak. The skeleton asked the boy to let him hold off the attack and focus on distracting the girl. Suddenly, the white-haired girl focused her attention on something interesting. She noticed that the spider had managed to damage her legs. The priestess then told her not to worry because she would send her to hell painlessly. After these words, the girl raised her staff up again and began to create a magic circle. Quickly casting a spell, she aimed it towards Elizabeth. The spider, in turn, could not do anything, because her movements were limited due to the wounds she had received. But before she could wait for her death, she suddenly saw someone's back in front of her. The guy covered her with his own body and a magic arrow flew straight through his chest. Elizabeth looked into his eyes with eyes full of incomprehension, because she did not expect that he would risk his life for her. Simon bent painfully to his knees and covered the wound with his hand. Unable to stand, he leaned his hand on the ground, and large drops of blood began to fall from his chest. His mind was clouded, and it was clear in his eyes that he was about to lose consciousness. After a couple of seconds, his body lost its strength and fell to the ground. Some time had passed since the battle, and a fire was burning in the middle of the ruins. Simon began to slowly open his eyelids, and suddenly he saw a creature in front of his eyes. When his eyes opened fully, he could see in this creature a spider, which was also looking at him. The guy got scared and stood up abruptly, causing the spider on his chest to fall awkwardly to the floor. The hero, in a panic, began to ask where Elizabeth and the priestess were now, and Fiir calmly pointed to the side. In the direction the skeleton pointed, a spider was sitting in her human form, and hanging from the ceiling, white-haired. She cried and screamed, begging and pleading to be left alive. Fiir explained that while the hero was unconscious, he temporarily teamed up with Elizabeth and caught the girl. It was easy, because she turned out to be a junior from Efnel. The guy approached the cocoon, and asked to lower her to the ground, because since the lord of these lands asked for help from both Kaizen and Efnel, they should listen to her. The priestess came down to the ground and, in a panic, thanked him for sparing her life, and Simon said that she needed to answer their questions. He asked her if she was a student at Efnel. She said no, and the guy asked why she was wearing the academy uniform then. The girl said that this form was fake, and the hero asked her to explain this detail. She raised her hands in a placating gesture and said that she had in fact been expelled from Efnel 2 years ago, before she had even finished her first year. Then the guy asked why she pretended to be a student, and she said that she just didn't want to admit that she was expelled, and that she needed to somehow earn money, since her family was not very independent. Elizabeth just looked at her with disdain and said that she didn't believe her. She tore part of her uniform with a sharp movement, saying that she was simply looking for an excuse to get out of trouble. But the woman's guesses were not confirmed, because she had heard that Efnel's form was as strong as Kaizen's, but this one was not. Simon apologized to the priestess for this and handed her his cloak. He then asked her name, and she said that her name was Helen Zyle. The hero asked how she found out about this task if she was not a student, and she said that she found out this information from brokers who trade in such information. Then he asked her if she had met the lord of this city. She said that this happened, and the guy asked her for proof in the form of a note or document. While they were talking to each other, Erzsébet was lost in her sad memories. She looked at this couple of a necromancer and a priest and thought about her own. The girl imagined Anna and Richard in their place, who had a similar relationship. Her face became sad. She thought that she had already forgotten about everything. Finally, Simon came to an agreement with the girl and received all the necessary documents from her. Dick, who was leaving the arena, suddenly met Malin on the way and called out to her. But she didn't answer him and simply walked past him. The guy was a little upset by the girl's reaction, so he decided to ask his friends what happened to her. Kami hushed the question up and then asked him about Mailing's current rival. This girl, who was about to graduate with the discipline of magical combat, suddenly said that she didn't know that she would encounter such a noble person in her first battle. Their duel began, with Eben stating that she thought it would be a great experience for Mailing to be trampled by a commoner. The girl, meanwhile, created a spell behind her back and was preparing to release it. Calling the girl naive, Malin used magic right in front of Eban, who was running towards her. Looking at her opponent with a sly smile, she said that the commoner's fighting style was too primitive. Simon was surprised at how quickly she created the dark flame, and Dick explained that it was an elemental fire that was simpler than regular dark fire. A spell that uses darkness to create elemental magic. Some wizards have given it a modern twist. He had heard that the varieties were stronger and easier to control, and the black-haired man admitted that it was indeed an incredible enhancement. Eben stated that simply avoiding an attack is dangerous. The ivory tower is on a completely different level. However, she still had one surprise left that could surprise her. All you have to do is keep distracting her and stopping her from using fire. While avoiding all of Mailing's attacks, she thought that she only needed one chance. But the noblewoman suddenly said that Eben was indeed too naive, and she in turn sped up even more, saying that it doesn't matter how strong the spell is, because there's no point in it if you can't hit the target. Eben began to jerk in random directions, causing Malin to become confused, and this began to help, because the seemingly noble woman could not follow the movements of the commoner. The short-haired girl managed to sneak up from behind to strike him in the front, but Malin easily dodged this blow, saying that Eben thought too highly of himself. The maroon flame shot out in a huge volley right at the long-haired opponent's point-blank range. With the help of her skills and extraordinary thinking, she was able to achieve victory. Dick said that she irritates him, but he can't say anything because she's really good. Both boys agreed with Simon's thought that he would not want to face Maylene as his opponent. Suddenly, they both heard some noise coming from nearby. It came from Kami, who, due to her nervous state, began to shake violently and mutter about how she was going to lose. Her mind was in despair, because all her friends had won their duels, and so only she was left. The guys started trying to cheer her up, and Dick pointed to the side. He said that Professor Sillage was also here and he had just arrived for her battle. Simon asked him to shut up as her mentor's presence only hit her mental state harder. A loud voice rang out across the arena, signaling for Kamibara's Ursula and Aegir Atelier to approach the waiting room. A handsome student with black hair appeared in the arena and became the girl's rival. Dick explained to Simon that he is a very ordinary student. He is not particularly good in any area, but he has strong basic skills, so the guy thinks that he will fight with combined skills. Mealing countered his concerns by saying that Kami's lineage was much stronger, so they had no reason to worry. The young man greeted his rival with a smile, and she responded in kind. He thought about how Ursula had imagined vampires to be cruel, but Kami was not like them, and a voice above the arena announced that the duel was beginning. The black-haired man summoned 2 skeletons with purified and expensive shields in front of him. Mailing suddenly voiced her guess that since Kami's blood type was extreme attack, it would be easy for her to break through his defense. The guys agreed with this, because she just needed to understand the level of his basic skills. Kami fired her blood bullet, and a deafening explosion was heard in front of her. Only after this did Dick explain that she had one small problem, because Igor's family was a family of multimillionaires. Everything he has is so expensive and high-end that it can easily protect him from bloody bullets. His expensive equipment can stop almost any bullet. He told Kami about it too, but he still doesn't know how she's going to defeat him. At that moment, the young man was thinking that the girl was dodging better than she seemed and he didn't think he could hit her with dark arrows. So instead of using attack spells, he decides to use a curse. Dick shouted to Kami about what Atelier was going to do and urged her to attack. The girl raised her hand and pointed it towards the young man. The powerful explosion didn't reach the guy again, because one of his skeletons took the attack on his shield. After that, Kami finally stopped and got down to business in earnest. She pulled out several devices and took each one between her fingers. After that, she called upon a spell called Blood Silk, which allowed these cavities to fly straight to the guy's head. At that moment, Atelier finished his paralysis curse, which he sent towards the girl. The cavities broke right above his head, and at that moment Kami was trying to recover from the curse. He recognizes the liquid that spilled on the young man as a paralyzing poison. However, he did not start to panic, because the paralysis curse lasts longer, and he has skeletons that he can control. But his plan went awry because Kami was able to resist the single curse and move towards him. He couldn't believe his eyes because the girl was going to go into close combat after that. Several shadow arrows were fired at her, but Kami took them all on herself, not dodging a single one. The young man could not understand why she did not stop, but continued to run towards him. The girl knocked the weakened guy down and lay on him so that he would not try to get up. Without wasting a second, she sank her teeth into his shoulder, biting into his flesh. Spectators noticed that his barrier began to come down after just one bite. The values were falling lower and lower, and the guy was trying to get out from under the girl's body. But in the end, she won thanks to her vampire ancestral abilities. She asked the young man for forgiveness, and he said that it was his fault, because he had weakened his defenses. The girl asked if he was okay, and he said that he was fine, because thanks to the barrier he wouldn't have any scars, and he couldn't complain. After all, it was a competition. But suddenly he realized that if the battle had been without a barrier, he would have become a vampire. Cammy put on a sweet expression and asked him for forgiveness with tears in her eyes. This made his bad thoughts disappear, and he felt touched, thinking that being bitten wasn't so bad. Simon and his friends began congratulating her on her victory from the stands. Cammy began to happily wave her hands and thank her friends for their congratulations. She also noticed the young man's strange reaction, and therefore apologized for her actions because she forgot that he was still here. In the evening, Malin congratulated her team, and especially Cammy, whom she hugged so hard that it became difficult for her to breathe. The girl asked her friends if everyone would be studying next week because of the midterm exams. Simon looked extremely worried and surprised, as if his soul had been taken out of him. It turned out that he had completely forgotten about the exams, and also remembered Mei Ling's promise that he would leave the academy if his grades in the summoning theory were lower than hers. Sometime later, he decided to sit down to prepare, because he had forgotten about the exam due to combat evolution. Taking the books with him, he sat down at the table and began to study. But a little time passed and the expression on his face changed from inspired to dejected, because he did not understand what was written there. The action moved to Malin, who was currently being called out by someone. An academy employee approached her and said that some guy was looking for her. The girl said that she didn't catch his name, but he was cute, so Mei should hurry. The long-haired girl hurried to the uninvited guest, and it turned out to be Simon, who was standing outside the building. He decided to approach her from afar and said that she had a cool hairstyle, while Mei looked irritated. She couldn't stand this farce, so she asked him to tell her honestly what he wanted. And at that moment, the guy bowed sharply and asked her to join their study group. Kami and Dick are already there. The latter will join them later, after he returns from Rochester. Simon had already managed to press himself to the ground in a bow, and Malin agreed with his proposal and said that she would come to them as soon as she cleaned the room. Sometime later, the hero was already sitting in the office, and suddenly Kami joined him. She was excited that they would be studying together over the weekend. And then she saw that Simon was currently studying hematology. The guy asked her for help if he had any questions, and the girl easily agreed. Kami was currently studying the theory of summoning, and so she was the first to ask for help, handing Simon her notebook and asking a question about zombies. The guy explained that she needed to use the factorization formula for this question. Questions about zombies usually try to confuse the student with weather or climate conditions. If she reads the question carefully, she will find a mention of a hot and humid summer, which means that decomposition will occur faster than usual, so she should take into account the accelerated process factor. At that moment, Kami was looking at Simon with admiration, and therefore missed part of his words. The guy then told her to add all of this to her answer, and the girl finally came to her senses and thanked him, saying that she understood everything. Simon said he was surprised because it was the first time he had explained anything to anyone, and he was glad she understood. Finally, Mei came to them, and immediately stated that she was doing them a favor, because she was only helping them because they were her teammates. She also said that they could come to her with questions, and then suddenly noticed Kami's notebook. Looking at her notes, she explained that the decomposition formula needed to be used here, and the short-haired girl said that Simon had already explained everything to her. Suddenly, Mei asked in surprise why Kami couldn't answer this question herself if she got more than 80 points on the last exam. Such pressure made the girl embarrassedly make excuses, and she began waving her hands. Mei tried to calm her down and apologized for what she said, because she didn't want to offend her. And at that moment, Dick came to them. Simon asked the guy what kind of things he brought, and he said that they were needed for the next battle in the battle evolution. He also brought some goodies for his friends, who were very happy about it. The black-haired man decided to raise the topic of Dick spending all his free time studying the market in Rochester. So the hero became interested in why his friend was studying at the academy at all. The red-haired man said that he was preparing to start a business that only a student of Kaizen could run. So by the time he graduated, he would be fully prepared to start this delivery service. For example, they might urgently need something from Rochester, but they won't be able to go there in person. This is where his help will be needed. He will create a list of all the things they will need and bring them from Rochester. This way they will be able to receive their things the next day right in the dormitory. Simon asked if he had discussed this with the hostel, and Dick said that he had already made a list of the things he had ordered. Suddenly, someone unexpectedly started knocking on their door, even though they didn't seem to be expecting anyone. Someone started talking behind the door, and Simon, who was opening the door, suddenly realized who it could be. Nephthys herself came to them, and at that moment she was standing on the threshold and cheerfully greeting the guy. Without wasting time on conversations, she immediately ran to the suites. Malin and Kami were surprised by such a cute little baby and began to cuddle her. They asked Dick if they could treat her to some sweets that he had brought. The girls asked her name, and she said that her name was Nephthys. However, they are unlikely to think that this girl is the rector of their academy, because Simon also could not understand this at the time. Dick, however, looked with some excitement as the little girl ate the sweets. A silent dialogue began between him and Simon, and the fair-haired man realized that this was the same Nephthys. Suddenly, the girl asked the black-haired man to spare her a few minutes for a conversation. They went out to a secluded place, and Simon asked her for forgiveness for the student's behavior. Suddenly, she became serious and decided to move on to what she had come for in the first place. With a sly smile, she noted that the guy had finally gotten their battalion going. Simon was about to ask how she knew this, but she took his hand and suggested that they go somewhere else, because they could be heard here. A magic circle appeared under their feet, and their bodies suddenly floated in the air. After that, they teleported to some room. Simon's landing was not so soft, so he fell painfully to the floor and hit his head. Suddenly, they found themselves in a room that was filled with toys and looked very cute. At this time, the black-haired girl greeted Nephthys, calling her mother. It turned out to be her daughter, who asked in surprise what brought her and Simon here. She was a little upset that Nephthys brought a guy into her room without even saying anything. The girl said with a smile that she had something to tell them both. Suddenly, the black-haired girl began to scold her mother, and she retorted, saying that the girl was probably sleeping again instead of studying for her exams. Their squabble began to escalate to a new level, and Nephthys scolded her daughter for her irresponsibility. Simon felt like a third wheel and wanted to get back to his team as quickly as possible. Finally, she got down to business and asked 2 students to sit down. She spoke about the same priest who infiltrated Kaizen. Nephthys assigned several of her loyal subordinates to investigate the matter, and they found some clues. But today she didn't want to talk about that. She wanted to warn Simon about something. She said that this spy probably knew who Simon was, which shocked him. The girl asked him if he remembered that in the battle with the Cyclops, their monster was much stronger than the others. Jane would say it was all due to the effect the restraining curses had on the Cyclops, but in reality, someone had set it up on purpose. She asked him if he understood what they were trying to achieve, and he said that they were trying to kill him by faking an accident. Nephthys agreed with his guess, and said that if they were manipulating the Cyclops on their own, they were most likely at the school and not at Kaizen headquarters. She asked him if he was sure that he didn't need the Academy's protection, since even Lorraine was very worried about him. The girl said that if he was worried about being expelled, they could do the same thing to him as they did to Kayan, who was kept back a year to buy some time. He could also stay in his hometown until the matter is resolved and he starts school next year, but Simon said his mind has not changed. Even if he is in danger, he still believes that it is important for him to survive here. He asks to leave him, because he himself is looking for clues that might be useful to them. Nephthys closed her eyes and assumed a thoughtful expression, thinking about something. She said she expected that answer after all. He is Richard's son. If he's going to continue going to school, they need to figure out a surefire way to protect him. They hung a necklace around his neck, saying it was some kind of artifact. A lot of unexpected accidents had happened recently, not only in Kaizen but all over the continent, so she wouldn't be able to spend much time with him, and this thing would protect him. When he is in danger, the power of this pendant will be able to protect him. She looked at him angrily and said that in a situation where this artifact gave a signal that something dangerous was going to happen, he should run, and the guy took this advice. Nephthys also asked Lorraine to take care of the boy. The girl went to sleep right on the floor, and the girl angrily told her to get up and go to study with Simon. But Lorraine said that if she joined them, it would be awkward for everyone. Also, Simon's friends may think it's unfair or get angry, and when Lorraine wanted to say something else, tears began to flow from Nephthys' eyes. The girl threw a tantrum, saying that she was always so worried about her daughter, but she did nothing. Her entire face was streaked with tears as she hysterically scolded Lorraine. But when the black-haired girl finally agreed to her proposal, Nephthys instantly cheered up and said that she needed to go. The door closed and Lorraine apologized to Simon, saying that she would sit with them for an hour and then leave so as not to disturb them. The girl was about to change her clothes and the guy remained sitting in the same position, which caused an awkward pause between them. She asked him irritably if he wanted to watch her change her clothes, and he realized his mistake and apologized. A little while later, they both came back to the room where Simon's company was sitting. The guy introduced her to his friends, saying that he had bumped into her today and decided that they could study together today. She suggested pretending she wasn't there and just going about our business. The boys and girls were busy with their studies, and Simon suddenly saw a strange emotion on Lorraine's face. He asked her what happened, and she said that she didn't understand one question about the theory of curses. Simon turned to Malin, asking her to help his friend. Lorraine, with a sweet face, turned to the girl, asking her for help, and she agreed. Malin began to explain something, while pointing out certain points with her pen. The black-haired woman suggested that with the help of a similar formula, she would be able to solve all similar questions, and she said that Lorraine grasped everything quickly. Their discussions went further and further, and the conversation became more and more relaxed, which Simon was pleased about. Suddenly, Kami asked shyly if Lorraine wanted a snack, and she agreed, and after eating the cookie, asked where she got such a treat. Dick said he bought it in Rochester, and then the others joined in the conversation. Simon thought that they were finally getting along, and that Lorraine really was incredible, because she was probably just bad at taking notes, but her intelligence and ability to absorb information was amazing. Thinking about this, he came to the conclusion that she looked like that very type of lazy genius. It was getting on towards evening, and so the company decided that they should disperse. Simon decided to walk with Lorraine, and the others said goodbye to them. Later, the girl was walking with a guy and said that a month had already passed since their first lesson. She then asked Simon why he liked this school so much, and he replied that it was the best. And he held this opinion even though he was currently risking his life. The guy walked her out, and she thanked him for today and apologized for having ended up disturbing him and his friends. But she told him with a serious face not to forget one thing. According to her, he should remember that he should doubt everything and trust no one. After some time, their classes began, and at that moment, Jane suggested that the students begin assessing their knowledge. All this is needed for checking before the midterm exams. The assessment will last 60 minutes, and the questions will be on all 8 subjects, except for elementary dark magic. Before they were given the forms, Malin decided to address her team. They decided to divide the items between themselves, as had been discussed when the team was created. If they don't know the answer to a question, they should put a star next to it and move on to the next one. And if they have solved the question but are not sure of the answer, they should put a triangle. Also, if they finish with questions on their topic, then Kami will start studying toxicology. Simon will study magical combat, and Dick will study defense against holy power. She noticed that the test had the most questions on summoning theory, so she told Simon that they were counting on it. The forms were handed out, and so Jane announced that their test was about to begin. Simon quickly began reading and filling out the sheets. Malin noticed that the guy didn't think long about the questions, and immediately wrote down the answers. She thought he must have studied hard, but that didn't mean she forgot about the agreement about the points. He helped her during the battle with the Cyclops, so she should be more gentle this time. But suddenly, she thought that she could try to win in points and cancel the agreement to look cooler. She decided that she needed to keep it a secret from Simon. Then he would be motivated to study harder. If he found out about it later, he would think that she was really cool. She was distracted from her dreams by Dick, who asked for help with the 25th task on the dynamics of darkness, and she angrily said that if he did not know the answer, then he should put a star and move on to the next question. Some time passed, and Jane announced that they had 25 minutes left. Malin worriedly told her team to put 5 on the remaining questions they hadn't gotten to and finish what they were doing now. They had 1 short question left. There were 3 minutes left until the end of the test, and the students began to quickly solve the remaining questions. When there was 1 minute left, everyone began to quickly check the answers they had already given. As soon as the time was up, Jane loudly announced that they should all put their pens down and put their hands behind their heads. The results will be announced after the midterms, and she also reminded them that they can independently evaluate their work and study their mistakes. Simon suggested that Malin evaluate their answers themselves and check everything together. After checking, the guy said that he received 84 points for his answers, which is a whole 8 points more than his previous grade. The girl thought with irritation that her plan would not come true. Kami also boasted about her results, saying that her hematology score had increased to a whopping 89 points. Mei-ling praised the girl and then asked what happened to their protection from holy powers. Dick misbehaved, causing the long-haired girl to start yelling at him. But while there were some disappointments, she thinks they can hope to advance in class if they keep trying. Mei-ling said that they should give it to Professor Jane, and she was sure that they would get decent grades if they just sorted out all the mistakes, and later teased Dick again. Tom didn't like this, and he angrily suggested that the girl first look at her mistakes. She ignored his words and said that there would be another combat evolution tomorrow, so they all should prepare well for it. You need to be especially careful with this, Simon, because everyone already knows that he can use the golem. Suddenly, she said that the guy was acting confidently, and he replied that this was his usual state, but he would still try. If he won tomorrow, he would advance to the top group. Dick agreed with his words and suggested that everyone should win tomorrow and move up. They put their hands together, and Dick said that they had to deal with this fighting evolution at any cost, so they would deal with it at any cost. The next day, they had another competition, and a voice above the arena asked Simon Valencia and Jessica Canonor to come to the center. The girl began to get irritated by the fact that the guy was standing with a book and not paying any attention to her. In a fit of emotion, she cast a spell on him called Poison Toad. At this point, Simon finally closed the book and turned his attention to her, saying in surprise that she specialized in toxicology. Due to the toxins, his stamina and shield barrier began to decrease. Looking back at the book, he excitedly declared that he was lucky because he would be able to personally experience the toxicology question from his exam. The girl only became more enraged by this statement, and a spell began to appear in her hand. Creating a poisonous whip, she angrily shouted that she was not his midterm teacher. The whip immediately struck the skeletons, causing their bones to scatter across the arena. Simon wasn't going to be distracted by the girl, continuing to read something in the book. He said that the poison whip requires a fixed type magic circle, so it will be destroyed if the circulation of the magic circle is disrupted. and the most basic counterattack is shooting a darkness arrow to destroy the fixed coordination. From the way he neutralized the darkness of the skeletons, he can tell that it is the poison of the toad from Kabara. 1/3 of the skeleton's arms and legs cannot be restored. Only a smaller amount can be restored for attack. The girl began to get nervous because the guy found out about her weaknesses, and therefore she had only one ace up her sleeve. Suddenly darkness opened up under her feet, and she decided to make a swift dash towards him. The girl's plan, apparently, was to speed up and go for a frontal attack. Simon closed the book and recited that she had used acceleration using darkness. But instead of dodging, he put his hand in front of him and blocked the path to him. And after that, he told the girl that this method makes it difficult to change her curse. The darkness, as well as the force applied, caused his hand to push with such force that Jessica simply flew back. He said that the best spell from the summoning theory for getting the enemy in flight is the Bone Claw, which he invented himself. The bones lying nearby rushed towards the girl at wild speed, and she had already resigned herself to defeat. A roar was heard across the arena and a voice announced that the battle was over. The winner was Simon Valencia, who after the victory advised the girl to be careful of counterattacks next time. Some more time passed. Simon and Dick sat tiredly on the bench, and students were making noise everywhere. The black-haired man said that the midterms were finally over, and the fair-haired man agreed with him. Changing the topic of conversation, the hero suddenly turned to Dick, wanting to say something. He said that developing and learning on their own was the only goal as they gnawed away at the granite of science during these midterms. He said with awe that he had enjoyed those days very much, and Dick looked at him as if he were crazy. After that, Malin and Kami approached them, and the former was already asking how their exams went. The long-haired girl asked with a sly smile how Simon had dealt with the summoning theory, and then said that she hoped to continue meeting him in Kaizen. He, in turn, grabbed his head and said that if he could go back a month, he would hit himself in the face. Now he understands how hasty he was in saying this, because he seriously thought that he could easily raise the result by 10 points. But everything turned out to be not so simple. Mailing excitedly asked if this meant he had failed the summoning theory, and he casually said no. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that he meant that he won anyway, although it was not easy, and the girl realized that he was teasing her. Next, she asked everyone what they would be doing over the weekend. Dick said he would have some monster meat for a snack, and when asked why he would do that, he said they should all go and see for themselves. He said that there would be an important announcement soon. Next week, all the first years would be going to the island. Kami asked what he was talking about, and he said that they would survive on the island. The project is that all the first years will be sent to an island filled with monsters, and they will have to survive there for 4 days, with the amount of time varying depending on how well they survive on it. Once they get there, they will need to get food, shelter, and more on their own, and they will need to hunt monsters or fight other students to earn points. Kami sadly said that she didn't think she could handle it. Simon, however, said with genuine enthusiasm that it would be incredibly interesting. His teammates looked at him strangely, and he said that they would have to survive in abandoned lands, hunt and fight monsters. And he really liked it, because he did the same thing at home. Mealing asked Dick if he was 100% sure that all this would really happen, since he couldn't know Kaizen's plans, and he said that he was 70% sure of it. She asked where he got these numbers from, and he explained that he had heard that Kaizen's servants secretly wore tongue bracelets that created an evaluation. Also, the Academy's main tower teleport team worked on the project with the huge platform for 2 days. They also brought in magic circle ingredients in large quantities, and the professors from other classes took the whole next week off. Maylene said that it all sounded reasonable, and then asked what they needed to do. In response, Dick said that the most important thing for them was to increase their fighting strength, and then their survival skills. Kami asked what he meant by survival skills. He said they needed skills in building houses, making fires, slaughtering livestock, and sorting edible plants. There are only monsters living on that island, so they will have to hunt monsters and eat them, and also collect plants. The girls had already decided to prepare for this by starting to only eat food where monsters were served, but Simon said that there was no need for that. He asked if they remembered the dish they had eaten with Professor Hongpeng, and then he said that this food was actually made from monster meat, and he would ask the professor for the recipe, to which the girls joyfully cried out. After some time, they were walking through the forest, and the black-haired man said that they seemed to have arrived. They found a place where there were nooslooks that could be fried. That's why the team decided to hunt these monsters for further cooking experiments. They received a reply from Professor Hongpeng, whom they asked for the recipe. The woman wrote that she would be happy to tell them the recipe, but they would need special monster meat. According to the professor, nooslooks are a type of monster that harms the environment. The professor gave them the task of catching the main boss, Nuzlocke, who must be caught without serious injuries, because they will cook him. Malin said that it would be difficult and they should sort out the small stuff first. She wants Dick to be the main support in the spells, and Simon to push them forward and provide assistance. The blonde-haired man provoked one of the gorillas towards himself and began to summon weapons. But the monster didn't have time to reach the guy, and the silhouette of the huge gorilla was smeared by the blow of Kami's magic. Dick was greatly surprised by the power of the little girl's blow, and thanked her. The gorillas in turn continued their attack, this time as a whole group. While the skeletons covered their vanguard, Simon prepared to release an arrow from his bow. The many arrows that the black-haired man and his subordinates fired pierced the gorillas' skins and forced them to drop out of the fight. But the monsters only grew in number, and so Mei Ling entered the battle. She ordered everyone to retreat, and a huge fireball appeared in her hand. The team managed to move away from the area of the spell's effect, and in the place where the gorillas were, a large explosion was heard. They thought the fight was over, but Kami noticed one monster behind them. The gorilla attacked from behind and jumped straight at Mei Ling, but because Kami was able to notice the enemy approaching, she managed to cast a spell and save the girl's life. She fired her bloody bullet and hit the target, asking Mei Ling if she was okay. In response to this, the long-haired girl happily hugged Kami and thanked her for saving her. Simon asked if everyone was okay, and when he received the answer, he said that they needed to leave. One of them asked what they would do with the fire, but Mei Ling said that the fire was artificial and would disappear on its own. While Simon was watching the long-haired girl and Dick squabble, Kami looked at the black-haired girl strangely. Her heart began to beat faster and vampire fangs appeared from her mouth. Simon noticed her unstable state and asked if she was okay, and she said that she was fine. Kami said she used too many blood bullets, so she felt a little sick. After that, the girl leaned her head against the guy's chest. Simon began to worry about her, and Kami, unable to control herself, tried to bite him on the neck. But someone called out to them, and so she was able to come to her senses. Dick noticed a Nuzlocke paw print, but much larger than the others. They agreed to follow the tracks to find the boss, and at that moment Kami was very embarrassed by her actions. She put her palms to her cheeks and said quietly out loud that she didn't understand what was happening to her. The girl thought that everything had been fine for her for 5 years, so she decided that she could control herself. But she is surprised by how she behaves every time Simon is around. Meanwhile, Hong Peng's assistant entered her office and she asked him to bring Simon and his friends. She said that she gave them a task to catch the boss of the Nuzlocke, and now they should be near their habitat, and the man asked why they were doing this on the weekend. The woman said they wanted to learn different survival skills to prepare for survival on the island. She thanked him for his help, and he accepted her gratitude, but for some reason his hands clenched strangely. Dick meanwhile said that he saw even more tracks and assumed that the boss was close. Simon suggested preparing the golem before the upcoming battle to make the fight easier. He put down the golem core and began to bury it in the ground, but suddenly he heard a loud stomping sound. Not far from them, a huge gorilla appeared, which apparently was the boss. Simon's team offered him to continue working on the golem while they covered him. Kami entered the battle first, sending several bloody shots at the monster. There were explosions, but the gorilla managed to react and jump to the side. Dick wondered out loud that the monster's reflexes were much better than he thought. Mei Ling sent fire spells towards him, and the gorilla tried to avoid the flames. Dick began to scold the girl because they were not allowed to use fire on future food. The girl said that they would have to fry him anyway, but the blonde-haired man still agreed with her arguments. He later said that the idea of frying it prematurely didn't sound so bad, and Mei Ling said loudly that it was just a joke and he needed to concentrate. Dick, even with his apparent carelessness, turned out to be not so naive and was already getting some kind of grid out of subspace. The net enveloped the monster's body, and the blonde-haired man loudly declared that he was already maximally concentrated. Next, he used his spell on the binding weapon. Due to the magic used, the net tightly bound the body of the huge gorilla. Despite all her rage, she couldn't get out. But suddenly she came to her senses after hitting the ground and grabbed the ropes with her hands. The muscles of the huge monster allowed him to tear apart what was holding him in one movement. Dick didn't expect this, and so he looked in surprise towards Mei Ling, who was scolding him again. The gorilla realized that he couldn't win this fight so easily, and so he decided to run away. But fortunately, or unfortunately, a huge stone hand suddenly appeared in the monster's path. The golem's blow sent the multi-ton gorilla flying. She flew at full speed with her back into a tree, and it went right through it. Simon apologized to the team for being late, but they only said that he was just in time. Mei Ling turned to the guy, and the black-haired man immediately understood everything and said that he would clean up here. The golem had already raised its huge stone hands over the gorilla, and it was trying to defend itself. Someone from the team asked Simon not to overdo it, but then there was a loud bang. Mei Ling said irritably that they would probably be left with the cutlet. At that moment, Brad appeared nearby and said that he heard sounds and realized that it was them. The team recognized him as the same mentor in magical combat. He praised them for completing their task themselves and said that he had left a teleportation circle nearby. Everyone took turns entering the portal circle, disappearing into thin air in a second. Simon was the last of them, but he was stopped by Brad, who wanted to talk to him. The guy was surprised and said that they could talk after teleportation. The man rudely told him to do as he said and not to ask questions. He said angrily that he needed to talk to the guy face to face. Simon asked him what he had done wrong, and Brad asked him irritably if he really didn't understand anything. The man became even more angry and said that the boy had no right to tell the professor what to do. He was really annoyed that Simon asked Hong Peng to teach him survival skills. The guy was about to justify himself, but the man ordered him to shut up and hit the nearest tree hard with his hand. The blow was so powerful that it knocked him down, and Brad said that he didn't come here to argue with him. He angrily stated that Simon was manipulating Professor Hong Peng. The man thinks that he, being number one, thinks that everything in the world is so simple, and he has no idea what an honor it is that the professor offered to become her direct student, and Simon is only taking advantage of her kindness. Brad was infuriated by the fact that the hero had no idea how kind she was, but manipulated her as if he had already become her student. However, Simon said that he was misunderstood, because he had always refused her offer to become her student. He didn't create misunderstandings, but answered her directly. The professor respects his choice, and she told him to contact her if he needs any help, even if he is not her direct student. Also, it was her suggestion to invite their group another day, and Brad did not listen to it, thinking that the guy was lying to him. He's been working for her for 5 years, and knows her better than anyone else. And the hero is talking nonsense as if he knows everything, although he's only been here for a month. Simon didn't continue the argument any further, but suddenly a bracelet fell into his hands. He recognized it as a combat evolution bracelet, and Brad suggested that they stop chatting and decide everything here and now. The man said that if he could hit him just once before the curse ended, he would believe his story. Then he will apologize, compensate for everything, or quit. In general, he will do whatever Simon wants, and he suddenly asked what would happen if he couldn't hit him at all. Brad said that in that case, the guy would accept Professor Hongpeng's offer and become her direct disciple. The hero said that he understood how much he worried about her, but you can't force others to do something against their will. And also, he is not someone who is afraid to solve problems with brute force. Brad surprisingly acknowledged Simon's zeal, and so they both prepared for battle. The man immediately made a quick dash towards the guy and prepared to attack. Simon tried to read his opponent's movements by watching Brad's stance. Although the guy thought it would be a straight left hook, a millisecond later, he noticed a blow from a completely different side. A man's fist came flying at his face at full speed, and he was unable to dodge. Brad angrily asked why Simon was just standing there and not moving. The hero, however, was actually standing and taking absolutely all the blows, but suddenly his legs began to move quickly and slide along the ground. His face changed and he became more serious, and Brad was surprised that this kid was actually trying to beat him up. This irritated him even more, because some freshman had challenged someone like him. The man suddenly thrust his knee straight into Simon's chest. He then clasped his hands together and raised them above himself, intending to strike. The hero did not have time to recover from the previous blow, and therefore both fists fell on his head, and his body was pinned to the ground. Brad decided to make the finishing blow, and thought about what would correct his vulgarity once and for all. But the guy decided not to give up. He managed to get up in time and grabbed the attacker's leg. He grabbed her with both hands and was about to not let Brad make a move. The man was prepared for this, and therefore managed to make a sharp jump back and return to his original position. Brad complimented the protagonist on his agility, asking if he was a fighter before joining, and the guy said that he trained to become a lord, his father's heir. The man again did not believe his words, and at that moment Simon summoned 2 of his skeletons. He noticed one thing, and thought that he only needed to strike 1 blow to win. The fight began to turn into a struggle. The man broke through to the guy's back and grabbed his body with his arms. With his arms clasped around the protagonist, Brad braced his feet on the floor and began to push himself backwards. Simon couldn't avoid it, and so his head, like the rest of his body, hit the ground. After this, the man quickly retreated, breaking the distance between himself and the black-haired man. But in place of Simon, there remained only a dark trace. He disappeared from sight. Brad missed the guy's punch, but this time he really did almost get hit. He thought that the hero really was a monster, and now he understood why Hongpen had her eye on him. The man realized why the professor wanted him to become her direct student. At that moment, Brad was distracted from his thoughts. Turning around, he saw 2 tree trunks that were falling on him. During the fight, someone managed to cut down some wood, setting a trap for the man. The ones who did this were Simon's skeletons. And Brad at that moment thought about the guy's exceptionalism, because he fought with him, while simultaneously managing to control the undead. But the man did not fall into the trap. He jumped out of there with a sharp jump and shouted that it was time to put an end to all this. Landing on the ground, he accelerated at full speed and ran towards the main character. However, during his flight he felt pain in his legs. Simon looked extremely focused at the moment. Brad, deciding to check what had caused the damage, realized that deep cuts had appeared on his legs. And when he looked at the black-haired man again, he saw sharp bones driven into the trees. Looking at the skeletons with half their limbs missing, he realized that this had all been planned from the very beginning. Due to the damage he received, Brad was unable to dodge the attack. The next moment he saw Simon flying towards him, who had already swung his leg. A powerful, sharp blow whistled as it hit the man's jaw. Simon was able to defeat Brad, and then said that now he would have no excuses. Looking down at him, he firmly declared that he had won. At that moment, the man began to laugh heartily. Patches of darkness began to hover around him, and his body began to fill with power. Like a psychopath, he began to talk nonsense, but still admitted his defeat. His body changed and became enveloped in something like an exoskeleton. And now, for the rest of his life, he will regret not having destroyed Simon here and now. Simon, however, stated that this was different from what he had promised, since he had simply taken off his black jacket right in front of the freshman. However, Brad said that he didn't care what the guy said to him, and at that moment the guy sighed tiredly. The man ordered him not to stand there like a pillar and to prepare for battle. and the hero agreed and said that he was fed up with this nonsense. He added that since he was behaving the way he wanted, he would too, suggesting that Brad simply beat him up and finish it. The man, who looked like a demon at the moment, grabbed the hero by the clothes and called him names. Suddenly, a deafening cry rang out over the forest, calling the man by name. They heard footsteps slowly approaching them. Hongpen was walking towards them, apparently worried that Simon had not teleported. Brad began to justify himself, saying that it was a misunderstanding and the main character himself asked him to fight him. However, the woman was adamant, and without saying a word, she simply hit the man. With an irritated look on her face, she said that she was sure she had given him orders to bring the students to her. Her eyes were filled with pure rage, and she ordered Brad to explain why he had not followed her orders. Suddenly, she looked at him and called the man by name, and he responded. She then ordered him to turn around and assume the most beautiful pose he could muster. Brad's face was sweating and he didn't know what to do. Simon looked at the woman with confusion and asked what she meant. However, she did not answer him, and the man suddenly began to stand upside down and leaned on only one of his fingers. The guy thought that in order to maintain this pose, he would need to use both endurance and darkness, and that would probably be very difficult. Hong Peng asked Simon solicitously if he was injured, and he said that he was fine because Brad had given him a protective bracelet before the fight. But she didn't believe his words and began to feel his body to find injuries. The guy was no longer able to resist, and so he simply endured. Suddenly, Simon asked Urs to stop, and Hong Peng's face turned cute and her eyes changed. He saw through his subordinate, because the professor wouldn't have groped him like that. And then he asked about the task he gave her, and she said that she had done it perfectly, removing all the Nusluk corpses. She also said she felt relieved that his wise decision had helped them avoid a crisis. He ordered her to memorize the images and voices of the professors, in case they needed to leave Kaizen while investigating the priest. The guy thanked the girl for saving his life, and she began to hug him under the pretext that she had not finished checking his wounds. Then Erzabet, in the guise of Hongpen, put her hand on his chest and erotically offered to examine his body. However, the hero looked thoughtful, so he did not react to the spider's actions. He ordered her to stop, because they needed to deal with the assistant first. Erzabet called him by name, and he quickly responded to the professor. She said that she was terribly upset by his behavior, and that he needed to stand like this for 20 hours, and only then could he come back. She then told him to behave naturally from tomorrow onwards, and not to mention what had happened today to anyone, including her. Brad began to suspect something, but she said that it was necessary because just thinking about what happened made her so angry that she wanted to tear him to pieces. Also, if he ever fights Simon again, the outcome will be disastrous. Brad only briefly replied that he understood everything. Closer to night, the guy was finally able to reach the place where he was supposed to teleport initially. Cammy met Simon, who explained that he was delayed because of the Nusluk corpses. He said he asked the assistant if he could take some of the dead for his research, so he helped him, and the girl praised him for working so hard on the summoning theory. Cammy said that they had already prepared the wood for the fire, so all that was left was to light it, and Simon asked to let him do it. Sometime later, Malin sat in front of the fire and wondered whether she should lay out the firewood in squares. Simon explained that there were different ways to do it, and when Kami asked why he had put the leaves down first, he said that if you tried to set the wood on fire straight away, the fire would take a long time to get going. Dick asked what would happen if there were no leaves on the island, and the hero said that then mushrooms, pine cones, or birch bark could be used. Suddenly, Hongpen came out to them and suggested that they start cooking. She said there were a bunch of different monsters out there, but the basic butchery was pretty much the same for all of them, and then asked to see the Nusluk they caught. She went on to explain that whether it was an animal or a monster, it had to be bled first, skinned, and then cleaned of organs. Bleeding is quite simple. They need to cut the arteries and veins near the neck. Then you need to cut off the front paw and get the tendons. And when they are finished, you need to cut out the bones. She said that she would teach them how to clean fish, and the students happily agreed. After putting the fish down, she said that first you need to cut off the head, clean the scales with the blunt side of a knife, and then just cut and open the body, taking out the insides, which is much easier. Having placed the meat on a special tray, she suggested starting to fry the food. She also reminded them that they needed to take some spices with them to the island. The woman said that there are parasites in meat, so it needs to be cooked well, and Mei Ling enthusiastically said that she understood everything. After some time, Hong Peng asked where Brad had gone, since she had told him to stop and try the meat since he had helped with the teleportation. Simon said that the man was not feeling very well today, so he said that he would go home early. Cammy got drunk on alcohol and dozed off on the black-haired man's shoulder. He said that she had fallen asleep and told the professor that he would put her to bed. While Simon carried the girl into the house, Hong Peng and the students continued drinking. The hero laid Kami on the bed and covered her with a blanket so that she wouldn't freeze. Looking at her tenderly, he wished her good dreams out loud. But when he was about to get out of bed and leave, a girl's hand reached out to him. She grabbed his clothes and Simon turned around in surprise. With one deft movement, Kami laid him on the bed and sat over him. Slowly approaching, she became closer and closer to his body. And at that moment, when a random flash of light illuminated the room, Simon saw Kami from a completely different side. The girl's eyes became truly wild, which was confirmed by her narrow pupils like a cat's. Her head slowly moved towards his head, and Simon began to ask her to stop worriedly. She almost bit him on the shoulder, but the guy loudly screamed her name. However, after this, the hero did not feel pain, but only heard that Kami said that she could not do this. More to herself, she covered her mouth with her hands and said that she couldn't bite Simon. The main character tried to understand what was happening to her, and so he lowered his gaze to her. He was surprised that she held back for his sake, and at that moment the girl suddenly fell asleep. Kami's sweet and innocent face made Simon feel touched and smile. And after that, he wished her good night again. Some time passed, classes started again at the academy, and Jane was in a hurry to make an important announcement. She said that from now on, in 2 days they will practice survival assessment on the island. And while the assistants are handing out reference materials, she wants to briefly talk about this assessment. All first-year students, 961 people, from all classes, participate in the event. When the evaluation begins, they will be teleported to a random location on the outskirts of the island. The evaluation will last for a total of 4 days, during which time their task will be to survive on the island as best as possible and move to the center of the island. But just surviving and achieving the goal will not be enough. This time, they will have a point system. They will be able to earn points for hunting monsters grazing on the island. The rank of monsters varies from 1 to 4, and, depending on the type, can bring them from 1 to 20 points or more. They will use a special artifact to count points. It is easy to use if they bring this artifact close enough to the killed monster. The bracelet's bone mouth suddenly opened and absorbed some of the magical darkness from the core. It automatically processes the magic power of the killed monster and displays the numbers in the language of mana, and the corpse of the killed monster will be transformed into a mana bead. Hunting is not an option, but an obligation. If not for the points, then for their own food. Also, going back to the rules, fighting other students is another way to earn points. If their barrier value drops to 0, their evaluation will end and they will be transported to a safe area, in which case their bracelet will release all the mana it had collected. In other words, winning a battle against another student may give them the opportunity to take all of their opponent's mana. Lastly, in the center of the island there is a mansion built by Kaizen. This building is the only place where fighting is prohibited. All attacks in this area will be nullified. And also, everyone who enters it at least once will receive 200 points upon completion of the assessment. The important rules are easy to understand, but there are a lot of tricky details, so Jane advised them to read the handbook carefully. She decided to devote the remaining time to the lecture that would be given by Edward Buckback, who had just stepped into the center of the auditorium and greeted the students. Dick was very surprised that this man would be giving their lecture, and Simon did not understand his surprise. The blonde-haired man explained that Edward was a legend. He had discovered more than 10 ancient ruins. He was the best of the best treasure hunters, and Mei Ling also did not share his emotions. The man hesitated a bit, saying that he never thought he would give a lecture in Kaizen, since in fact all his current success was brought to him by his father. He decided to skip such conversations, and said that he was proud to have visited all corners of the Dark Alliance. Jane called the man's name again, urging him to begin the lecture. Edward started to get down to business. He opened the card and said that he didn't have any cool dark magic abilities, but he was able to survive until today due to his excellent training. He hung the map on the board and said that the island where their assessment would take place was called Kira. It was surrounded by several islands of different sizes, and the man had visited each one, so he was able to assess the vegetation and monsters. The book he holds in his hands has a detailed description of the island, so the students can consider it their textbook. And now he wanted to tell everything about the island they were going to. The students were given textbooks, and the man said that all his warnings about the island's habitat were written down in it, and then asked if anyone had any questions. A certain girl with brown hair raised her hand and reminded him that he had said that the island was divided into smaller islands. At that moment, Simon was looking at a photograph of a certain creature that was depicted on one of the pages, and Fear suddenly spoke up and asked to stop. He asked to show a closer look at the photo the guy was currently looking at. The skeleton said it was just a nightmare, and asked himself what that creature was doing there. And Simon asked who it was. Fear explained that it was an ancient dead man who had once been a general in his battalion. He asked the guy if he remembered his father's sin, and the hero said that it was that he fought the Necromancers, protecting his mother because she was a priestess. The skeleton said that this was the correct answer, but it was in the past. The Dark Alliance was desperately trying to catch their battalion. They were then forced to retreat due to the Alliance's furious advance, and the dead protected them from the attacks and allowed them to escape. The guy in the photo was the one who once helped them. Fear frowned and said that the dead man's name was Vikram. He was a battalion general of their huge detachment. Unlike the dead, he was loyal and devoted to the battalion, so he decided to sacrifice himself for everyone, risking his own existence. The skeleton thought that he had definitely died then, so he could not imagine that he would see him alive. Simon suddenly thought about something, and Fear asked what happened. The hero thought that something was clearly wrong here. He couldn't believe that his father's dead body would be on the territory of the hero's certification. It was too good to be true. Fire confirmed his words. but said that if he went to the other islands connected to the island of Kera, he would reach the port city. They lost Vikram in the battle in that port, so there was a high probability that it was him. Now the guy understood how the dead man was able to get there, and then asked if there would be any problems with his acceptance into the battalion, and the skeleton said that there would be no problems with that. He also added that he was irreplaceable in the battalion, and if Simon could call him, he would become his excellent assistant, and the hero firmly decided that he would get in touch with him. However, a lot of time has passed, so his personality or thoughts may have changed. Sophia asked to take him with him, but Simon said he didn't think it was possible. Before teleporting to the island, all their things and hiding places will be checked, and any things that are not necessary for survival and any food are also prohibited. The skeleton called the organizers annoying, and Simon said to give him time to think of a way, he should stop by the ruins that evening and talk to Urs. Fear told him to come as soon as he could because Erzabet was already going crazy. Suddenly the silence in the classroom was broken by Jane, who said that their lesson was over for today. She advised them to prepare well in the 2 days before going to the survival assessment. Simon's team invited him along, but he asked them for forgiveness and told them to go without him, as he still had some things to do. He suggested that they meet later, and Kami awkwardly agreed with his words. Sometime later, Edward stood next to Jane and asked her for a few free hours, because he could not return without exploring this mythical island of Roke. The girl said that the island was forbidden to anyone without official permission from Kaizen, so she allowed him to stay for exactly 6 minutes and 24 seconds. It was now 6 minutes and 23 seconds, and Edward was thinking that he couldn't believe how stubborn Jane was. The man said that if the problem was how long he was here, then he wanted to somehow stretch out his stay, like Professor Bakil had just asked him to teach a lesson in his class. Jane looked at him with all the severity in her eyes, and Edward immediately retracted his words. She turned around and asked her assistant to tell Bakil to come to her office right away, and the guy asked what reason she should give him. The black-haired girl irritably told him to tell him to shut up and be with her in 10 minutes. Otherwise she would come to him herself. Suddenly one of the assistants said that some problem had arisen, and Edward had already thought about himself. She again said something irritably about the problems that had arisen with the teleportation circle, and the man realized for himself that this woman was too scary. Jane ordered her assistants to gather all the participants of the teleportation in her office by 6, and then turned to Edward. She bowed to him and said that his return would be delayed for 10 minutes due to some reasons, so she asked for forgiveness on behalf of Kaizen. Then she made a very scary expression and asked the man to stay there for 10 minutes and not go anywhere. He obeyed her and sadly sat down near some fence, saying in his heart that the people living in Kaizen were too stubborn. Suddenly Simon approached him, introduced himself, and reminded the man that he had just given a lecture. Edward thought of something completely different and, putting on a smart look, asked the guy's name. And he said that he didn't come for an autograph, but came to ask a question about his lecture. The man was a little upset, and Simon said that among the monsters from the materials he had handed out, only one creature had no name. The old man said that he wrote all this mixed up, so he did not give a description for each photo. Understanding what the guy was talking about, Edward said that he couldn't find out anything about this monster. He took a picture of him then, because he seemed interesting, but he never met anyone like him after that. Simon asked, surprised, what he meant by interesting, and the man said that it was very foggy that day. That monster was roaming the island, and it was truly gigantic in size. But as soon as he took a picture of it with the mana camera, it became normal size. This picture was taken when it took its normal form. Simon asked how big the monster was, and the man said that its size could cover an entire island. Suddenly, the action moved to Hector's room, and someone told him that everyone was gathered behind the next door. The blonde was training with a barbell at the time, and asked the guy to pass something on to everyone else. He said that in this island survival test, they would get rid of Simon Valencia by any means necessary. As long as he is here, they will never surpass Class A or get the highest score, and the rector herself is interested in this class. He said that gaining control over this class was more important than anything else right now. His protege thought that Hector was reacting too inappropriately to someone who was not fit to hold a candle to him. So he got the idea that perhaps there was some kind of hereditary feud between Valencia and Moore. The action from Hector's room was transported in time a little later, and some figure in a dark robe was moving near some ruins and saying that he hoped that he was not wasting his time here in vain. This man turned out to be Simon's very first opponent, who was currently walking somewhere. He thought about the fact that in the last combat assessment he barely made it to the middle group, but this power had almost reached its limit. He was gradually losing it. The guy thought that he needed to somehow win Professor Bakil's love in this certification, but suddenly, he heard something. Suddenly he heard the flapping of wings and saw some girl right above him. It turned out to be a priest, and she asked him to allow her to offer him something he could not refuse. The next day, Simon's team stood near the teleportation facilities, and Kami said that she was a little worried. She was worried that she would be the only one in the group who would fail the test, but the guy told her not to worry because she would do great. Suddenly Dick turned to the girls and asked with a sly smile if they were really going to cut up the monsters. Kami said that she was practicing fishing, and Malin was going to find provisions, but if there was no choice, they would have to hunt them. Simon did say that this one would be difficult, provisions would not be provided at a certain time and place, and there would be artifacts that were only available during the survival, so many other students would be hunting as well. Malin said that they had no other choice, and that the provisions would help her a lot if she could get them. Dick said that the girl would turn into ashes anyone who tried to approach the provisions, and might even burn the provisions themselves, to which Malin began to scold him. The organizers informed them that the teleportation was starting, and the blonde-haired man asked Simon to look somewhere to the side. Hector was looking at them, and Dick said that the black-haired man would probably have to face him again. Myling wished everyone good luck, and Kami suggested that everyone survive and meet again in Kaizen. The girl also told Simon not to show off and not to try to get to the center, but to simply avoid low scores. The guy agreed with her words and said goodbye one last time before teleporting. A few seconds later, he suddenly found himself in the middle of a real jungle. His face twisted into an incomprehensible grimace, and he began to think about what he should do first. But suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on his face out of anticipation. Looking at the wild nature, he declared at the top of his voice that it would be incredibly fun. He was smiling all over, and fear told him that he was too happy, and that he should not forget their goal. The guy said that he remembered everything. He needed to find Vikram and earn points in this survival. And then suddenly there was the sound of someone's spine being crushed. The skeleton asked what happened to him, and Simon said that it was his first killed snake that day. His eyes filled with excitement again, and he asked Fear if he thought it would be fun. It was as if he had struck a pose on stage and shouted that this was his finest hour, and the skeleton called him a weirdo. Meanwhile, Malin tried to move through the forest and noticed all sorts of scary insects everywhere. Many students, who had never been in the wild, were scared by every rustle. Some kids were scared even by the sight of ordinary worms and climbed trees out of fear. Malin was thinking that she couldn't move when these insects were right in front of her. Suddenly, she heard the sounds of a battle and decided to see what was going on. In a certain clearing, Hector and Malcolm Randolph, special student number 10, were already fighting over provisions. After seeing this, Malin sighed in irritation. The girl gathered her strength and told herself to pull herself together and deal with this. At the same time, some students looked at Simon strangely, noticing him nearby. The guy was already chewing something, and on his body were materials collected in the forest, as well as an improvised club. Some people thought he was a local, but he looked like he knew the jungle well. And all these students simultaneously thought that they absolutely had to recruit him to their team. The boys and girls swarmed over him like locusts and offered their services. But Simon politely turned them all down, saying he planned to be on his own for the first day. And then he just as peacefully went about his business with his skeleton under the gaze of his students. After some time, Fear mentally addressed him, wanting to say something. He said Simon's desire to find Vikram was understandable, but he was concerned that it was taking him too far from the center. The guy said that everything was fine and he would catch up with them, and the skeleton asked worriedly how he was going to do this, since he had already reached the beach, and it was on the opposite side from the center. He said he had a plan, and suddenly came across the organizers who were moving boxes. Simon began to look around, not understanding where he was. Brad was also sitting there, asking what the black-haired man was doing there, and also telling him to leave, since students weren't allowed there. Later, the man waved at him and invited him to fight again. The black-haired man said with a smile that he had to refuse such an offer and apologized, saying that he had wandered into the wrong place. The guy was actually following some specific tracks, and suddenly said that he had been here quite recently. Sometime later, he found a tree with a web. He said that he finally found something, and that item turned out to be a bracelet. Fear finally realized what he was looking for, and then told him to get it quickly. Simon said that first he needed to check if there were any observers nearby. While the surveillance device was not pointed in his direction, he took out this bracelet and told Fear that it was time for them to meet again. Suddenly, some portal opened and the battalion general appeared from it, along with several skeletons. After that, Simon told him to quickly jump into the subspace that he himself had opened. Fear began to get indignant about this, because he had just come outside, and he already needed to hide somewhere else, to which the guy said that he needed to act quickly while there was no one nearby. Suddenly a voice came from behind him, saying that Simon had been caught. It was Brad, who thought that the hero wanted to jump into subspace on the sly, while the assistants and professors were digging on the shore. He stated that this was sufficient reason for disqualification from certification. And then he put on a sweet expression and said that this concerned everyone except the commander. Fear was already covered in non-existent sweat, and said that this was the worst thing that had ever happened to him in his entire existence, and Simon said that he had no other choice. The action was moved to the day before the start of the survival certification. One evening, the hero approached Brad and said that he would fulfill any of his wishes if he won the duel. Simon stated that he wanted the man to become his pawn. He, in turn, jumped up and irritably declared, like, how dare a first-year student ask a professor's assistant for such a thing? And the guy said that if he refused, then he would have no choice. The protagonist said that Professor Hongpeng didn't know the reason why they fought that time, but he could tell her how it all started. He said he didn't think she would get away with just punishment. Brad exhaled angrily, because he would have to accept the guy's terms. He asked Simon what he wanted, and Simon asked to borrow his bracelet first, after which he would need to remain unnoticed while the survival assessment was taking place. Brad guessed that the guy wanted to replace him and explained his guess by the fact that while he was working as an assistant, he had already seen all the students' tricks. That's why the man quickly agreed, but said that if Simon was caught, he would not help. The action moved back to the present, where Erzabat, in Brad's body, was already running to hug the black-haired man. She said that she had obediently followed all his instructions and wanted praise. But Fire interrupted her passionate desires and asked her to be silent, otherwise all his bones would rot. Simon asked what she was doing there, since there were other assistants with her, and she told him not to worry, since she told them that she would check if the student got back and they let her go. Erzabet happily declared that her professional acting had deceived everyone, and Fear took out his sword and asked her not to make such a face in the form of this man. She then asked if they would go to meet Vikram, and said that she wanted to go too. But Simon categorically refused. Now she has to replace Brad, and if she disappears, the school will suspect something. He said that he and Fear could handle it, and the girl called them mean. Erzabet showed her sadness with her whole appearance and said that she would go back. On the way, she also sadly said that she also wanted to see Vikram. She pretended to be offended and said that you can't go against the commander's order and that she shouldn't cry because she was already a grown-up dead person. Fear said that if he was worried about her, then she should be rewarded, because encouraging his warriors for their merits is also the direct responsibility of the commander. And without Erzabet's help, this operation would not have been possible. He said he thought Simon already knew what she loved most. Suddenly, the guy turned to her and asked her to return to her normal form. She complied, but asked worriedly what had happened. The girl stood calmly and looked at him questioningly as Simon moved closer and closer to her. He hugged her tightly and gently pressed her head to his chest. The guy also whispered in her ear that she was great and that they had succeeded thanks to her. Now she needs to transform back into Brad and return to her position, because they can't give others any extra reasons to doubt. Turning back, he said that he would tell her everything when they returned. The girl, in turn, became very embarrassed and tried to recover from her emotions. Her face turned red and she thought at that moment that Simon was very cute. As the night approached, the guy finally finished making something in the form of a tent out of wood, but it was more of a raft. Immediately after that, he climbed into her to sleep, and Fear was surprised that he did it so abruptly. He said it was very early, and they could search the immediate area, and Simon said that if he went to bed early today, he would get up earlier tomorrow. The hero hung the plaque with the skull on his tie and asked him to stay on the tie today. He asked the skeleton to look after him tonight, and Fear was indignant at that time, saying that he couldn't do that. In his opinion, doing this while being a battalion master is a disgrace. And when Simon asked to wake him up closer to the morning, the skeleton, almost crying, asked how he dared to use him as an alarm clock. After some time, morning came. The guy got out of the tent and greeted Fear. The same one said that he would never forget this humiliation, and the hero said that he was sorry, but he promised that he would join the battalion when he earned more money. The skeleton asked the boy what he was going to do so early in the morning, and Simon, raising his skeletons, said that he wanted to go downtown. After asking the undead if their grip was strong, he asked them to lift the wooden raft. Fear asked the guy again about the center, asking him if he was talking about the center, and he said that the skeleton was right. Simon explained that Kira Island consists of a large central island with 4 smaller islands surrounding the larger one. All 5 islands do not form the island of Kira, but only one central one. So the correct name for this area is the Kira Islands. Now they are on one of the separate islands and there are several waterways connected to it. And they may look like rivers because the islands are close to each other, but they are actually parts of the ocean. Therefore, if you follow this same source, they will immediately go towards the central island. Around this time, Dick was peeking out from behind some bushes, his face looking a little upset. Looking at the bridge across the islands, he realized that it was well guarded. He knew that the chances of crossing the bridge would be slim, and so now he thought about what they should do. One of the students from his form team asked to look at the water, and at that moment, something was floating down the river. With attentive expressions on their faces, they both tried to see who it was. But suddenly they both realized what was happening. Dick smiled happily and his friend looked shocked. Simon at that moment was sailing on his raft along this river and heading towards the central island. Suddenly the black-haired man looked somewhere and said that, apparently, other students had already gotten here before him. Fear asked what he meant, and Simon pointed towards the cliff in front of the river where a group of students stood. One of them noticed the raft and loudly alerted his teammates, ordering them to block its path so that it could not swim through. Dick called his friends to follow him because it was high time to cross the bridge. He explained that thanks to Simon, the guards had let their guard down. At this rate, they will get tangled and the black-haired one will also be able to swim without problems. Dick and his company quickly sped up and ran across the bridge, and on the other side they were spotted by another group of students. Simon, meanwhile, was looking up, expecting an attack. He saw a big fireball flying towards him and thought that he didn't know who did it, but that someone was definitely capable. The black-haired man suddenly cast a banishment spell, and 2 bony hands jumped out from under his raft. They flew upward, holding some green cavities in their palms. Simon's raft was blown to pieces by the incoming fireball, and the boy jumped towards one of the lilies. Having stepped on the first one, he pushed off from it with his foot and made another jump. Later, he jumped onto the second one, and the students tried to figure out how he ran on water. Dick hastily explained to his friends that Simon was running through the lilies. These plants float on the water, which allowed the hero to push off from them. Having jumped away from the last lily, the hero soared into the air and flew straight over the bridge. He pointed his hand towards the guards and cast a return spell. Soon, the scattered bones flew through the students, intending to return to their owner. Simon landed on a hard surface, and there were already 4 skeletons standing next to him. Having finished his incredible pirouette, he and his undead took poses and prepared to run further. The students standing nearby were unable to move, thinking that this was the first time they had seen skeletons used in this way. Suddenly, the guards finally came to their senses and realized that they had let Dick and the others pass by. One of the guards turned to Heron and said that he also needed to run after them. However, this guy simply took his comrade and threw him away with his shadow hand. Other guards tried to stop him, threatening him and ordering him to stop. Heron approached one of them and asked what would happen if he didn't stop, and later said that they should sort it out without him. He said that he had other things to do and went somewhere into the forest. Simon later said that everything had worked out more than well, and Fear praised him, and said that since the bridge was the only passage, those cunning kids would definitely have grabbed onto it. After that, the guy said that he could now calmly start searching, but the tracks were not so easy to find. The skeleton explained that there was nothing to be done about it, because that dead man leaves no traces behind him. And perhaps if those students start a fight in the forest, they could attract Vikram, because he becomes huge when he is scared or angry. He said that it would be a good idea to wait for him in this area, and Simon agreed with his words. They need to pass through here if they want to continue on, but it's quite high up here. The hero looked around the different corners of the slope, and Fear asked what he was looking for. The guy explained that he was looking for the reason why this island is called Kira. Coming to a certain area, he discovered that there was a goblin settlement there. Simon said that because there are so many goblins living here, the island is named after them, and the description of the island says that the easiest way to get through the canyon is here. Suddenly, the boy heard rustling in the bushes behind him. The cause of the noise was a guy who immediately apologized and said that he did not want to attack, because it seemed to him that Simon wanted to go through the settlement of Kira. The black-haired man's skeletons aimed their weapons, and the guy suggested that they join forces, because no matter how cool the hero was, he would hardly be able to get through here alone. He also explained that he came alone in case he scared Simon, and the rest of his team were behind him. The protagonist thanked him for the offer, but he wants to go himself, and the guy said that going alone is crazy. Fear mentally said that it would be a good idea to take them and then abandon them, and the black-haired man said that he wanted to do so from the beginning, but he could go alone, and therefore it was better not to risk it. The blonde man returned to his team, and his friends said that it would be possible to catch Simon. He told them to forget about the black-haired man, it was a waste of time, and suggested they just stick to the plan. He doesn't think they'll lose to Kira, but since they're in the forest, it's best to split up. The blonde's group went to attack the goblins that were closest to them. The small green-skinned humanoids began to growl wildly at them. Fear laughed kindly, and said that the boy looked like his father, and Ursabet suddenly turned to him. She said that she agreed to his offer to join the battalion. She also added that she had one condition, and Simon suddenly looked at her thoughtfully. Suddenly, the girl pointed her finger at the priestess, who suddenly panicked. Erzabet ordered the guy to finish off the white-haired girl with his own hands. The priestess panicked and looked at the spider with fear. Simon approached both girls and asked her about this request with a serious expression on his face. Erzabet made a scary look and insistently said that this was her only condition. In response to this, the main character looked at the former general with some arrogance. He then asked why she thought he should fulfill such a request. The girl with the manic look said that this was necessary so that he could justify himself, because she was interested in whether he was a master worthy of her loyalty. Simon, in turn, asked why he had to prove anything to her at all. Erzabet was taken aback by such a question, and the guy said that she was very much mistaken if she thought that he would be lenient towards her because she once belonged to his father's battalion. He will manage the battalion based on his own considerations and principles. He also added that based on his observations, she lacks skills. He said that she was consumed with evil thoughts, like a real dead person, and also did not notice significant things. The guy asked what he could prove by killing this priestess. He didn't like the fact that she wanted to control him according to her impulsive and vulgar desires. Finally, to break her resolve, he said that he could not trust such a creature. In his opinion, there is no place in his battalion for insecure creatures like her. Simon turned towards the exit and ordered Fira and the priestess to leave here. Before leaving, he mentioned that he didn't want to waste his precious time here any longer. After that, Fihir asked the guy if he really wanted to leave Erzabet there, and he said that he did it only to establish power in their relationship. He realized that she liked things to happen the way she wanted them to, and she was dependent on it. And so he had no other choice if he wanted to control her in the future. Fear asked him if it was part of his plan for him to be hit by the beam of sacred power. Simon smiled and said he had no comment on the matter. The priestess suddenly turned to the guy and said that she was really sorry for attacking them. The hero said that he was fine, and when Fear asked him that the beam had passed right under Simon's chest and that he should feel bad, he said that he didn't think that the necromantic core had been hit. The skeleton didn't question him further, but he noticed that the beam definitely passed through his core. But he didn't understand why the guy was okay. Not only is he fine, but their contract has not been affected in any way. Fear thought that all this was too mysterious, and Simon asked what was wrong with him and called him to go faster. The skeleton forced himself not to ask in detail about his guesses and meekly followed the hero. That same evening, Simon went to the city hall and an elderly man was already meeting him. The gray-haired man greeted the young man and said that he was Count Raymond, Lord of Arnish. Trying to please his guest, he invited him to rest and recuperate. Simon said that he was not tired, because he arrived in the city through the teleportation circle. Raymond hesitated and said that in that case he would invite the guy to dinner. And the guy said that he wanted to discuss the task first. But the Count decided to change the subject again, and said that although this was an important matter, it was already late. Trying to steer the conversation in another direction, the old man called his servants with a smile to bring drinks and food. But the guy stood his ground. He said that he needed to have a serious talk. Raymond suddenly said that he was sorry to report this, but the problem had already been solved and he could pay Simon the cost of the task. Parrying his wave, the guy said with a bored look that it was strange, because according to information from the guild, a similar incident had happened just this morning. He can't accept payment for a case he hasn't solved, and they'll both be in trouble if Kaizen decides to run an investigation. The hero decided to put pressure on the Count, and he began to nervously clench his fists and get very angry. Instead of answering Simon's question, the old man slammed his hand on the table and aggressively asked why he couldn't sit quietly when he said to sit quietly. He also added that the boy was only a first-year student and did not dare argue with him, the Count and Lord of this city. Simon said he was the first one to try to sweet-talk him, and now he was threatening him so confidently. Even though the guy was surrounded by a squad of knights, he didn't show an ounce of fear. He said that since the Count had allowed himself to use armed forces, the hero could not simply sit idly by. All the infantrymen suddenly began to take a step back out of fear from Fear who appeared in front of them. The skeleton, in turn, began to take out his huge sword and say with a grin that their battalion would be greatly replenished today. The Count was shocked, and, not believing his eyes, asked how a first-year student could summon so many dead soldiers. The old man's squad retreated to the end of the room, and Simon and his minions only continued to put moral pressure on him. After he showed his powers, the boy asked if the Count was ready to start a normal dialogue. But the Lord would not tolerate such an attitude towards himself, and therefore asked how he dared to look at him with such disdain, since Simon had no other power than the title of Kaizen's disciple. And even if he is a member of Kaizen, he has no right to interfere with his dead in the affairs of the Black Alliance feudal estate, and use force without reason. The boy asked if the Lord was sure that there was no reason, and at that moment Fear began to release the priestess from under his cloak. She came out into the world, and the old man's face began to show an expression of extreme surprise. Simon explained that while they were solving the case, they captured the priestess from Efnel, and now she is unconscious and under a curse. They could get a lot of information from her if they sent her to Kaizen for interrogation. The guy said that the priestess's intervention in this matter would have led to the Lord's imprisonment. Making a clear hint that the old man was in a mess, Simon approached him and asked if his guess was correct. Count Raymond's legs stopped supporting his body, and he fell to the floor. The old man bowed, burying his head in the floor, and began to ask for forgiveness, because he needed to sort out this problem by any means necessary. He explained that his men were shaking with fear, so he wanted to resolve this matter as quickly as possible, and he would also take full responsibility for everything. And Simon asked why he did not want to give them this matter, if he was so worried about his people. But the Lord said that it was all because they had only recently gotten their business back on track. But if such brutal incidents continued, then the Crown Prince would not visit them, and the business would fall apart. Raymond said that because of this, he covered up the Information Guild and hid all the information. He tried to keep all the information as best he could, but things were not moving forward, so he got worried and contacted Afnel through brokers. He didn't think that a real priestess would come, but Simon said with a smile that he understood everything. The Lord bowed again and humbly asked not to punish his people, but to punish only him. The guy said that this city was a strategic point, the closest to the Holy Federation, and he couldn't watch it die out. Besides, he liked this city, which surprised the old man greatly. Simon said he would shut this case down so that the city would not be disbanded. The Lord was already happy, but the hero suddenly said that he would do all this for a certain fee. Raymond was ready to make any concessions and give any amount, but suddenly one of the guards called him, saying that they had a problem. Simon, like the Lord, was suddenly taken aback by the horde of undead moving towards them. A little later, they came out onto the castle wall and saw Erzabet standing in a crowd of spiders. The hero ordered Raymond to give the order to close the gate, and the black-haired man would go there himself. Although the old man warned him that all this was too dangerous, Simon stood his ground and said that everything was fine. Looking at Erzabet, he said that although he was a first-year student, he was still a necromancer. Approaching the girl personally, he asked what she wanted, and she politely addressed him as the son of a former commander. After that, she said that she would like to serve him as her new master. Moreover, getting down on one knee, she said that she was asking for the opportunity to join the battalion, and also to undergo a test. After a minute of thought, Simon said that if she wanted to join the battalion, she would have to accept some conditions. While the Lord was telling the public that they were no longer in danger, the guy was explaining the rules to the girl. And the first rule was that she could no longer kill people without his permission. The second rule is that she is forbidden to hurt Simon's loved ones in any way. The third rule was that she had to obey the guy no matter what. At that moment, Erzsébet was thinking that she was going to hell again of her own free will, because the contract irritated her. It contained many prohibitions, and the future was completely unattractive. But she would have made that decision anyway, regardless of the circumstances. The girl bowed politely and said that she could endure everything as long as she was with him, and he could limit her as much as he wanted. She also said that her body and soul belonged to him, but she asks for something in return for her devotion. Erzsébet looked at him with eyes full of admiration and said that she wanted love from him. She abruptly took his hands in hers and said that she would do anything for him, but would not pressure him, because for now, this was enough for her. Simon thought he was feeling a bit uncomfortable, and the girl asked him to sign the contract quickly. While his hand was on her chest, he felt very embarrassed, but in this way, he was able to quickly conclude a contract. Darkness began to flow around them and began to soak into the spider's body. She, in turn, stood at that moment and thought with embarrassment that the guy looked very cute. Fear congratulated her on her return to the battalion, but she only thoughtfully said that she hadn't signed a contract for a long time. She also said that she now understands why the skeleton became so weak, because all this happened due to the influence of his new commander. But at the same time, she said that now the darkness warms and calms her mind. Simon became embarrassed again and urged them to go to Helen, and Erzsébet saw his confusion and said that she wanted to heal his wounded heart. Having finished the humorous dialogue, they met with the priestess, and the guy thanked her for her work. She happily asked how they found her acting, and Simon declared that she was irresistible. Then they looked at how much money they had earned. Fear thought it was too little, but the guy said that 500 gold, which was 10 times more than they were supposed to get for completing the task. Then he handed the priestess a smaller bag and asked her to take it with her. He explained this by saying that she needed to support her family and take good care of them. Helen thanked him with tears in her eyes and said that she would never forget his kindness. She also said that she would return back to a place called Loharan, and if Simon was ever in the Holy Federation, she wanted him to find her, and then she would be his guide. The boy thanked her in return and said that he hoped that the next time they met would not be on the battlefield. Fier looked at this whole scene strangely and asked the hero why he not only let the priestess go, but also gave her some of the money. The protagonist said that when he becomes a senior student at Kaizen, he will take on menial tasks, and it would be nice to make an acquaintance that will be useful to him in the future. If he gave her some money, it would be a good start. And Fear confirmed his guess by saying that, in essence, Simon had bought her trust with money. While Erzsébet was quietly admiring her commander, the skeleton suddenly said that when he watched the guy's actions, he didn't understand whether he was a good guy or a bad one. The hero said that he doesn't need to be just one thing, because part of his blood was given to him by the priestess, and he doesn't want to hate someone just because he is a priest. There is no point in him going to extremes, he just needs to get what he needs. Fear said with interest that he needed a little time to understand what kind of person Simon was. He then asked if they were going back to Kaizen, and the boy said that he wanted to train before returning while they had time. The skeleton said that it was a good idea, and suggested that they learn from Erzsébet this time. Suddenly she understood his meaning, and clarified that he was talking about her children. She said that it was a great idea, and since he was her new master and commander, he should know how to control these little ones. She then stated that she would teach him the basics of spider corpses called spider cadavers. Simon turned around and exclaimed happily that he was going to be taught a new skill. Erzsébet began to explain the work of these skills. The main ability of spider corpses is the web. She also added that the web is a limiting skill. With its help, spiders can move faster, or hang on this web upside down. Erzsébet demonstrated all these ways of using the skill and asked Simon to practice. The boy concentrated and ordered the spiders to use spider webs. The spiders immediately directed their gaze to the same point and released a web from their mouths. She, in turn, stretched out into a wide net, and Erzsébet praised the guy. She then said that he needed to immobilize the enemy and block their movements, or move faster than them and use the poison fang bite. These two skills are the basic skills of corpse spiders. The hero said that he understood everything, but suddenly noticed some movement not far from them. Erzsébet also looked into the forest and saw 2 orcs, and later suggested testing the skills Simon had learned on them. A little later, he placed the spiders on a tree to make a surprise attack. As the orcs came a little closer, he ordered the creatures to release their webs. The first volleys did not hit the monsters, but now they were in confusion. Simon then ordered the spiders to jump right above these orcs. They saw the hero's henchmen, and they, with a powerful jump from the branches, flew up several heads higher than the monsters. At that moment, the guy ordered the spiders to perform another web attack. Due to this arrangement, the web spilled out from top to bottom and fell directly on the orcs. The monsters tried to untangle themselves from the net that was holding them, while the spiders aimed straight at their heads. Simon ordered them to use their poisonous fangs to bite, and his minions bit hard into the orc's skin. The monsters were defeated, and Erzsébet at this time praised the guy, because it was his first time, but he was already doing very well. Suddenly the girl heard some grunting sounds a short distance away from her, and realized that there was an orc settlement located nearby. She turned to the guy and said that this was a great place to demonstrate the power of the Spider Battalion. When asked to show the monsters what the Spider Battalion was like in action, Simon thoughtfully rubbed his chin. He grinned contentedly and said that they should do a job worthy of 500 gold pieces. Sometime later, they attacked the camp. The hero gave orders to his subordinates and went on the attack himself. Fear, along with the other skeletons, went on a frontal attack, scattering the orcs with his huge sword. Erzsébet, in turn, sent her spiders forward to hamper the movements of the enemies with their web. They quickly completed their tasks, and soon the entire monster camp was cleared. Simon looked at his subordinates with enthusiasm, thinking about how much he enjoyed being a battalion commander. Soon after, the girl approached him, praising him for his impeccable orders. The hero responded by telling her that he had done nothing, and that all the work had been done by her, Erz, and Fear. The girl became embarrassed and suddenly jumped up, asking him to repeat what he called her. Simon simply shortened her name, and because of this, she couldn't contain her emotions and squealed happily. The guy thought that she looked happy, and Fear at that time turned to him, urging him to do something. He pointed his skeletal hand at the corpses, and said that the protagonist needed to turn them all into skeletons. While Fear was thinking about how much stronger their battalion would be with so many orcs, Simon said that he had forgotten one important point. The protagonist explained to him that he had not yet learned black magic for acquiring corpses. This was studied in higher-ranking classes. The skeleton realized his mistake, and sadly recited that the guy was still a first-year student, and Erzsébet urged him not to be upset. She also added that these corpses could be sold, and this also gave her another thought. Simon asked her what she was thinking, and she said that it would be sad if they just threw away these orc corpses, so they could send a letter to the Lord and sell them. A short time later, the boy received a reply letter and said that those orcs had probably done a lot of harm to the townspeople, and the Lord indicated in the letter that he would add this to the official quest and give him an additional reward. The old man also plans to send him money from the sale as a reward very soon, and Fear responded to this by saying that this was great news. Immediately after that, he asked Simon, with a bit of weariness, how much longer they had to get to the ruins, because it was very cramped for him here. At the academy, the boy was met by Kami, who greeted him and said that she was glad to see him. She said she was worried because she was told he had taken on a difficult mission. While they were having a nice conversation, Erzsébet also began to feel indignant because she and the skeleton had to huddle in a narrow subspace. Finally, Simon said goodbye to Kami, and his henchmen were able to climb back out. The spider quietly came up behind the guy and angrily asked who this girl was, and he jumped up in fright. The hero stated that she was just a freshman, and Erzsébet insistently said that Kami irritated her. But she remembered her oath not to touch her commander's friends. Simon nervously said that he was glad that the girl remembered the oath she had given, and she said that she was his despicable servant, and he could give her any orders. The guy asked her to go back home, because there were people walking around here, and Erzsébet suggested an idea. Suddenly she turned into a completely different girl, completely changing her appearance. After that, she asked her commander how he thought she looked, and he was surprised that she was wearing spider webs and not clothes. She stated that the clothes made from her web were of the highest quality, and also added that if he had an assignment inside or outside of Kaizen, he should call on her. Simon was very surprised by this, because he had heard that special defensive spells were cast on Kaizen, but the girl proudly declared that she could not only change her appearance, but also bypass spells with the help of her skills. Her spider battalion also specializes in ambushes and surprise attacks, so he can use them in her stead if necessary. The guy thought that it was not in vain that he took Erzsébet into the battalion, because her abilities are very useful. The girl then said that if he didn't like this body, she could change it, and suddenly turned into Kami. The hero was surprised to find that she looked exactly like his friend. Erzsébet tuned her vocal cords and rushed at him, joyfully saying that she was glad to see him. She pressed herself against his shoulder and began to behave exactly the same way as Kami had reacted to Simon's appearance, which made him very embarrassed. The girl got carried away and said that she was worried that the guy might get hurt, and therefore he needed to undress so that she could personally examine his body. Simon became even more embarrassed and ordered her to return to her other form. While they were arguing sweetly, Fear suddenly emerged from subspace and angrily declared that they needed to quickly go to the ruins, because Erzsébet's spiders had finished him off. Sometime later, they finally reached their former home, and Simon suggested that they clean up the place. He asked the girl how many spiders they had, and she said that they had about 30 of them. Fear suddenly intervened in the conversation and said that in order to redistribute forces, the guy needed to either increase the number of spiders or learn a spell to collect corpses. Simon asked the girl how she replenishes her army of spiders, and she said that she is their queen, so she just needs to lay more eggs. The phrase about laying eggs, coming from a spider in the form of a female human, somewhat shocked the guy with its absurdity. She then sheepishly said that he could personally observe this process at any time, but Simon was adamant and in panic refused such an offer. Erzsébet was about to protest, But the guy angrily said that no one would want to look at that. Fear merely watched this performance, saying that the girl was too provocative for a boy his age, while the skeleton and spider standing next to him nodded in understanding at his statement. Finally, the hero decided to change the subject. He briefly recited that she needed to replenish their army. Shaking off the unpleasant feeling, he said that they needed to do something else. Suddenly, the image of that traitor priest popped into his head, and he involuntarily thought about something. He turned to Erzsébet and said that he had one question. He wondered if the spider could turn into the priest who had attacked them earlier. This unexpected question made her think hard. The hero explained that this happened to him not so long ago, and suddenly he involuntarily began to remember past events. After telling Erzsébet about that fight, she said that she now understood why he asked that question. She also added that she could do it, but first it would be better to summon their spiders, because no matter how good she was at transforming, it wouldn't help her if the opponent was a priest. After all, those who use sacred power have a special ability to sense and quickly recognize the dead. Even if she somehow hides the fact that she does not have sacred powers, she will not be able to avoid their sensitive abilities. Simon told her that she didn't need to worry, because there was a core in that priest's body. Erzsébet was surprised by this fact, and Fear added that that priest could use dark forces at the level of a professor. The girl said that with the core in his body he would not be able to use sacred power. Then he would most likely lose the ability to recognize the dead as well. She said that she would send out spiders to track the forest while she studied the facial expressions and mannerisms of high-class priests. And if the corpse spiders tracked the priest, they would immediately report the information to Simon. Erzsébet asked him to rely on her, and the guy responded to her request with approval. Sometime later, the hero came to class and thought that everyone looked happier than before. Probably it was all about the mission. Suddenly he noticed his friend Malin and called out to her, to which she turned around in surprise. She said goodbye to her acquaintances shyly and called out to Simon in response. After that, she sat down at his desk and said that he was shameless. The guy tried to ask her what was going on, but she frowned and said that he was also stupid. Without explaining anything to him, she hushed up this dialogue and asked him to take a certain box, which she had previously extended into his hand. The girl closed her eyes and said that she did it only because they were in the same group, and nothing more. And Simon thanked her in surprise and asked why she gave him a cake so unexpectedly. The hero looked at Malin and said that today was not his birthday. The girl explained her action by saying that today is a holiday called Cake Day, and on it girls give boys cakes. He thanked her again, and she turned away in embarrassment and said that she baked this cake only because she had nothing else to do. Suddenly, 2 more girls approached him and gave him a couple more cakes, saying that this was gratitude for his lessons in combat magic classes. Malin was about to be indignant about Simon being popular with girls, but she stopped herself, because these gifts were just a sign of gratitude. The guy once again heard someone calling him, and suddenly noticed Kami, who was running towards him with a huge box. She thanked him for his concern, and said that she hoped that they could become good friends before the end of the semester. Putting the box of cake on the desk, she bowed and asked to accept this gift. Malin recited in surprise that it was a homemade cake, but Kami immediately said that it was not homemade and that she had simply bought it in Rochester. The girl added that she had only decorated the top, and Simon at that moment thought about the fact that Cake Day was the same as any other day, but he was pleasantly surprised by how grateful Kami was to him. Suddenly he rose from his desk, taking something out of the inside pocket of his jacket. It turned out to be a handkerchief, with which he sweetly began to remove something from the girl's face. The unexpected closeness made Kami feel embarrassed and speechless. Suddenly she shoved her gift into his chest to distance herself and quickly thanked him. Not a second had passed before she ran out of the classroom screaming. Simon, however, sadly and surprisedly declared that he had done something wrong again. Finally, Dick came to them, greeted the girl and the boy, and asked if they had a free seat. Suddenly, Malin decided to ask Simon if he had seen the new interesting monument that was built in honor of Cake Day. The hero turned around with his company to see what the girl was talking about and saw Hector, who was sitting surrounded by gifts, like a Christmas tree. The guy said that Hector must be having a hard time right now, and Malin and Dick smiled and said that the outfit suited him. Suddenly, the girl asked Simon to tell her honestly whether he knew that today was Cake Day at the academy, and he remained silent, excited. He asked in response if it was so obvious, and she said that he should not forget that he was at school, because she knew that he was not aware of the holidays, because he grew up in the village, but he should be more interested in holidays and events. His teammates will understand him, but the other guys are unlikely to, because sometimes it can be difficult here, and they will resort to any opportunity to do harm to the guy. He then asked if there were any holidays like this where the opposite happens. Malin explained that such a holiday really does exist, and it is called the Holiday of Decorations, to which Simon managed to be surprised because it was unfair. But the girl hastened to calm him down, saying that, of course, there is no need to give real decorations. You just need to give her a toy or some cheap ring, but she won't stop him if he wants to give her real jewelry. She winked sweetly and said she would look forward to it. And he thought again that it wasn't fair. Sometime later, their class finally started. Jane started by saying that she received a report that all of the Class A students had returned to Kaizen without injuries, and she was very impressed. She also said that she had an announcement, and that starting this week, they would have a combat evolution class that would last the entire semester. Dick, hearing this news, was greatly depressed, and Simon wondered what kind of object this was. The rule is simple. They will fight the other first-class students one by one. All 14 classes of Kaizen will become their enemies. The winner will move up, the loser will move down. The levels are updated every week, and the increase and decrease depend only on the students' victories and defeats. Each level gives different points that they can earn or lose in battle. For example, the points they get for losing at a higher level are greater than the points they get for winning at a lower level. In other words, they must pursue the goal of advancing to the highest level by any means necessary. Students who remain in the lower class until the end of the semester will all be expelled. 10% of the students will be expelled in the first semester, another 10 in the second. So they should think about how they are going to survive with the abilities they have. She thinks that she was a good advisor to Class A, since their class was the only one that went through Avalon's training and the actual battle with the Cyclopes. She proudly stated that she could not think of any class other than Class A that she could recommend. She also said that she would recommend Class A, even though she was in an advisory position, and believed that they would not let them down. Dick stood on the desk and loudly declared that she shouldn't worry, because they would do everything to make sure she walked with her head held high. Some of the students began to support his zeal, but Mei Ling only covered her face with her hands out of embarrassment and shame. Jane, in turn, sighed and turned to Dick. She said that she was most worried about him, and his ardor had cooled sharply. Later, there was a practice, at the beginning of which Jane asked the students if any of them could tell her the difference between fighting monsters in their practice and the personal battle they would have to face this time. One girl volunteered to answer, and said that they had previously made up tactics and attacked monsters in battle. But in a personal battle, the enemy could also use his tactics against them. The black-haired girl said that this answer was correct, but that was not all. Hector complimented her answer by saying that unlike fighting monsters, there were certain limitations to dark magic in this case. Jane asked him to describe what he was talking about, and he said that the limitation was in skills that took a long time to use, or that were slow to act. Also, summoning skills from summoning theory are not as effective in personal battles. There are tactics to defeat the summoner, and unlike low-intelligence monsters, humans can ignore the summoned creatures and attack their commander directly. Jane was satisfied with his answer, saying that certain areas of study require more effort to produce good results. However, there are skills that may not be as good in personal combat, but can still be great weapons depending on how they are used, such as Dick's spell. If he took the easy way out when using it, then defeating a student who used magic for hand-to-hand combat would be a piece of cake. But if he gets a student with a talent for hematology, specializing in long range, he'll lose before he can blink. They will get good results if they learn their strengths and weaknesses, and learn to approach the battle wisely. Now they will conduct individual training and test their specializations. Jane also reminded that they can contact her assistants with any questions. Before the team battles, all the teams started discussing different tactics. But for some reason, Simon sat in a detached position and thought about something of his own. What worried him was that summoning magic really wasn't that good in fights like this. So he didn't know how he could get good grades with it. He could easily win by summoning a battalion, but he can't do that during training. All he has is 3 summoned skeletons, but they are too slow. He was already thinking that the more he thought, the sadder he became. But suddenly someone called out to him. The professor's assistant approached him and said that if he had any difficulties, he could contact her, since she had already spent almost 2 years in Kaizen. Simon said that he was thinking about how to participate in battles, since he specializes in summoning. The girl said that based on her experience, in such cases, practice helped much better than thoughts. He didn't understand her words, but she told him to try, throwing protective equipment into his hands. With a flirtatious pose and a thumbs up, she said she would play his opponent. She then asked him if he knew what a barrier indicator was, and the guy said that Jane had already explained it during the last practical training. After mentioning that she would only be using first-tier magic, she asked him if he was ready, and he confidently agreed. Without wasting a second, she summoned several spells around her. At that moment, Simon sent his skeletons into a frontal attack. The hero recognized the spells created in the air as shadow arrows. The girl said that he was right. This technique is used by most first-year students for long-range attacks. While the protagonist was thinking that she would really only use first-year spells, he also sent 2 skeletons to protect the third. They protected the last undead, so that he could break through the girl's attack. She, in turn, smiled and wondered out loud that he could control 3 skeletons. However, Simon's undead eventually ran into his assistant, who had already enveloped her fist in her darkness. She hit the last black-haired skeleton with all her might, and declared that he wasn't that bad for a first year. A blow of such force made Simon tense up even more, because now he had nothing to attack with. The girl saw his confusion and, calling on another spell, asked where he had time to relax. Shreds of darkness flew out from the magic circle and instantly entangled the guy. He recognized the spell as an exhaustion curse, and thought that it was no wonder she was a helper since she only used basic skills. But he could tell that she was very strong. The girl slowly approached him, and said that she had now gotten rid of the creatures, and also cast a curse of exhaustion on the owner. Smiling from ear to ear, She said that this was a great chance to get to the Necromancer himself, but we can remember that curses do not work so well on Simon, and therefore he found the strength to make a sharp and unexpected attack. Darkness flowed from under his feet, and he made a dash towards the girl. Giving himself a boost of speed, he made a wide swing with his leg straight towards the girl's head. The assistant did not expect his attack, and therefore was very surprised that he did not defend himself in such a situation. The sound wave created by the incredible force of the blow made all the students afraid. Simon was shocked that he didn't feel like he had touched anyone, even though he had landed the blow correctly. The girl at that moment stood at some distance, apologizing to him. She apologized for saying she would only use basic magic, but she used spiritualization unconsciously, so she wants to finish the battle. In her own thoughts, she thought that she would most likely die if she had not used this skill. She told the guy that the original reason why Jane decided to conduct this training was that people like him needed to understand their strength advantages. In his case, he started with the theory of summoning at will, but switched to magical combat without any hesitation when he was cornered. Even when no one knew whether she would use melee or ranged combat to defeat him, he instinctively prepared for close combat. So she urged him not to jump to conclusions about the outcome of the battle, but also not to give up when he had both talent and skill. By pointing out his strengths, she made him think. Simon at that moment was thinking about Hector's words, who said that summoning magic would not help him. He wondered if it would really be that difficult to duel using only summoning. Suddenly, Hector approached him, threw him some equipment, and challenged him to a duel. Malin had just argued with Dick a little while earlier, who was trying to justify himself after losing to her in a battle. But suddenly, she was attracted by some very loud bang. At his side, she saw Simon with an assistant and said that she didn't think he would train with her. Dick asked her opinion on whether he had won the duel or not, and she said that she couldn't see the defense indicators that well from that distance. Then she said that Simon was sighing heavily, so she thought he had lost. But immediately after that, she suddenly noticed Hector, who challenged the guy to a duel. This made her angry, so the girl decided to get up and personally go and see what was going on. Simon, at that moment, stood and nervously looked at the vest thrown to him. He was also angered by Hector's statement, and so the black-haired man threw the vest back to him, saying that he should fight someone else. Simon started to walk away, but then turned around and said that he wasn't in the mood right now. Hector took this to heart, and contempt for the hero flashed across his face again. Malin decided to stand up for the main character, telling the blonde to cool off. Bugai said it was none of her business, and she said that if he continued to pester Simon, she would report it to the professor. Hector could not tolerate her antics, and so, pressing on the sore spot, said that she was just a fake Cern. Dick and Kami, who were standing nearby, did not appreciate the blonde's banter. The other students thought the same, and one of Hector's henchmen asked him to calm down, because this was too much. Malin couldn't bear the volume of her negative emotions that arose, and so she called forth her most powerful spell. Simon rushed towards her, trying to stop the enraged girl. Suddenly, one of the assistants approached them and asked what was going on. Hector bowed to him and said that he apologized to him for disturbing him. Malin didn't have time to do anything irreparable, and Dick at that moment was scolding the blonde while he was leaving their group. The assistant said that they were both being warned and asked if they realized that they had just almost done the thing Professor Jane disliked most. Malin said she understood this, and the assistant advised them to continue training. Cammy approached her friend to ask about her condition, and she apologized to her friends, saying that she had lost her self-control a little. Simon was about to ask something, but Malin interrupted him and asked when he would let go of her hand. He asked her for forgiveness for this, and she said that he had really gone crazy. The girl asked him how he even thought of grabbing the dark flame magic circle with his bare hand, and at that moment, there was a burn on his hand. She then informed Kami and Dick that she would take Simon to the infirmary. A short time later, they reached the medical center, and Malin suddenly turned to the guy. She wondered why he covered her hand with his. He also said that she would have gotten into trouble if the assistant had admitted that she was going to use magic. Although Hector was wearing protective gear, he was not fully dressed. Simon asked about the phrase the blonde said to Malin, but suddenly he immediately interrupted her, unexpectedly thanking her from the bottom of his heart. She did not understand the meaning of his gratitude, and he explained that she stood between them to stop Hector when he was provoking a conflict. The guy said that she almost overpowered him, but he stopped her, and therefore they should not discuss it at all. Malin, in turn, suddenly said that this was Simon's biggest problem. She jumped up from her chair and blurted out that he was too kind and so friendly that it was annoying. Grabbing him by the shoulders, she said that this time it wouldn't work, while Simon panicked and tried to understand what she was talking about. But at that moment, the girl came closer to his face and asked him to listen carefully, because she would say this only once. Her face flushed a little with embarrassment, but she thanked Simon sincerely. Immediately after this, the girl ran out of the medical center at full speed, leaving the hero alone. But the hero was not left alone by Fier, who decided to express his opinion about this situation. He said that when he heard them, he remembered Richard, and Simon squeezed the small skull and told him to shut up. Sometime later, he was sitting with Kami, and they both looked very depressed. Dick asked them what happened to their closed group from the spiritualism class, and Simon said that it was too painful. The guy explained that the professor of spiritualism only teaches when they can sense spirits, and they have to be part of a closed group while they do it. Their wolf-headed teacher urged the group to sense the spirits, but his students only said that they could not do so, no matter how hard they tried. In response to this, he began to perform something obscene, shouting that they just needed to feel it and they needed to try harder. Kami burst into tears, and Simon said that this process of feeling the spirit was too much, and he never wanted to see this dance again in his life. He then took his mind off the trauma he had experienced, and asked Dick and Maylene how their lesson had gone, and the girl said that they had been learning attack spells. She added that hematology didn't require any preparatory classes, unlike spirits in a spiritualism class, so she wondered if they would learn anything useful from those classes. Suddenly, Professor Sillage appeared nearby and called on the students to gather, as the lesson would soon begin. He apologized for their first class starting so late in the semester due to his personal circumstances, and said they needed to step it up. To begin with, hematology is a dark magic based on blood. Many believe that this teaching reveals the secret of vampires and werewolves, but contrary to popular belief, it has a long history due to the fact that blood is the best substance that cooperates with darkness. Before they moved on to the practical part of the lesson, he said that it would be difficult for beginners to work with blood, so they would use auxiliary equipment. Darkness and the blood of the caster are compatible, no matter how much they may think otherwise, and necromancers can artificially mix darkness with blood in order to create different magical reactions. In other words, for a necromancer not to use blood is a waste of power. Their stamina is wasted. But blood can become the fastest and most powerful weapon they will ever have. The professor said that they would use blood bullets in a real fight, and Kami's ardor suddenly died down at that phrase. Salim asked the second row to prepare for practice. The girl was now supposed to go after the first row, and Simon was encouraging her at that moment. Now she stood up and gathered her strength to demonstrate her skills. Sometime later, Salim ordered the sixth line to attack the targets. A clot of blood from one of the students flew straight towards the target. He pierced the target through and through, and the professor began listing the characteristics of the student's blood. Blood type AP5, hole diameter 45 millimeters, with 3 targets pierced through. Blood of this type has the property of agreement when it meets with darkness. Since it can develop darkness to the maximum, it shows outstanding penetrating power, and in fact, it is more specialized in creation than in attack. Therefore, it is useful in helping the darkness, for example, to form a magic circle. Salim then asked the student to take the card with the name of the blood type from the assistant and come here. He also added that from now on they will wear these tags in every class. Finally, it was Ursula's turn, and she was called to have her blood type checked. Kami pointed her hand forward, and the professor ordered her to attack. A small clot of blood flew out of her finger under powerful pressure and flew straight towards the target. But instead of the usual hit on target, a huge fiery explosion opened up around the target. Salim said it was a KP blood type, and measuring the diameter of the hole was probably pointless. The 4 targets were completely destroyed by the explosion, and the professor added that this type of blood has explosive properties when mixed with darkness. As a single offensive force, it is the strongest known blood type, unique to vampires. Salim told Kami that from now on they would see each other more often, which surprised the students. The girl was very happy about this news, because the professor would teach her personally. Malin and Dick were also happy for her, and began to praise her for her abilities. Next, Salim called the 3rd line and 4th place to practice. Next comes the 6th line, and the first to go was Simon, who responded to the professor's voice. The boy pointed his finger towards the target, and Salim ordered him to attack. A spell circle formed around his finger, and instead of blood, for some reason, a clot of darkness appeared. It flew out of the guy's limb and suddenly just disappeared from sight. No one present could understand where Simon's attack had gone. The guy was upset about this because he thought that dark magic had caused the bullet to disappear. Suddenly, someone noticed something and asked everyone to look at the target, and at that moment a dark bullet appeared on it. Having reached the target, she tore it up like a sheet of paper, and disappeared in the same way. One of Salim's assistants reported that his blood type was unknown, and that it was a new variety. The 2 front targets and the 2 left and right targets were hit, and the assessment of its power is immeasurable. Salim also said that he had never seen this type of blood that spurts out like a fan, and so they would look into it in the next lesson. Simon was a little upset, and the assistant said that she did not have a card for him, and so they would give him one later. Kami was happy for him because he discovered a new type of blood, but the guy was rather sad. Dick said it looked cool because it made him special, but in other words, it means there is no training for his blood type. Although no spell can compare to hematology, they have classes based on blood type, and Mailing said that there are no identical blood types in their group. All 4 have different ones. And in hematology, the professor gives direction, and the students provide knowledge in certain areas. Simon said out loud that in that case, he didn't know what would happen to him. After a while, the lesson ended, and Salim thought about the black-haired man's blood type, saying that his quality was unification. When his blood meets darkness, the darkness devours it, and the darkness, under the influence of the blood, grows in size and strength. So when it seemed to everyone that the bloody bullet had disappeared, the darkness simply swallowed up the blood, and the bullet became invisible. And when the bullet reached the target received the necessary damage. Salima was intrigued by this. Strong vampire blood like Ursula's Kamibara's eats darkness to increase stats. But in Simon Valencia's case, it's the opposite. The blood indulges darkness. He decided that he should investigate this, and he also realized something. Now he finally understood why Bakil had put so much effort into Simon. He remembered one of the conversations with the professor when Bakil came to him to offer a deal. The blonde guy said he had a vampire in his class. But what's interesting is that she wants to get an education in curse theory. He said that she had talent in curse theory as well, but in the final and entrance exam, she got the highest score in hematology. Salim was curious about what he had to offer, and the man said that he would encourage her to graduate with a degree in hematology. Suddenly, Salim became angry with him and said that he had been too vulgar since his student days. Even though he is part of the school, he should not become arrogant. And Bakil, in response to this, asked for forgiveness and said that he only wanted to help him as his former student. However, there was something else hidden behind his story. He said that he wanted only one thing. With fire in his eyes, he asked the old man not to invite Simon Valencia to Class A. Salim understood why he acted like that, because he should have guessed that when Bakil told him to reject a student who wanted to graduate with summoning theory instead of hematology, he was probably trying to take a genius like Simon for himself without the old man's knowledge. While he was thinking, one of his assistants came up to him and brought him coffee. He thanked her and asked the girl to go to his office and get ready to fill out his research papers. She asked what he planned to research, and he said he wanted to study a new type of blood. The old man wanted to start this quickly so that no one could recruit Simon, and said that for now he would name this blood type CM1. With a serious face, he ordered her to tell all the other assistants about this, because he was going to enter the fight for the main character. Then Simon's group started another lesson. Bakil said with a grin that they were probably suffering now. They were probably all racking their brains over combat evolution. He said that he understood them well, because he himself had once been a student of Kaizen, and therefore wanted to give them some advice. In this class, he wants to teach them how to quickly and safely defeat their opponent. Holding up 2 fingers, he said he would divide the class into 2 groups. Anyone who has already decided what dark magic they will use in the combat evolution receives additional curses. He will teach them the curse of the leg down, which can be cast quickly. For those who are going to use curses the most, and for those who have not decided on a specific direction of dark magic and evolution, he wants to teach them the advanced paralysis curse. He personally invented and developed both curses, so they will not be studied anywhere else. Legs down creates a precise exhaustion, including legs, to restrict movement. They can cast it much faster and easier than exhaustion. The modified paralysis is less effective than the existing paralysis curse, but he improved it for combat so that it can be cast faster than the original. Now he asked them to line up in 2 rows, according to the skill they wanted to learn. While Simon and his group were talking, Bakil was thinking that a genius like the main character should wear appropriate clothes. Curse theory is the best way to make the most of your darkness. He wants him to forget about the disgusting plan to use summoning theory as the main ability in the combat competition and choose curse theory. Bakil looked at Simon with bated breath, but he suddenly chose something that wasn't quite what the teacher wanted. The professor realized that the boy had once again chosen the theory of curses as an auxiliary magic. One of his assistants said that the blonde man was showing that expression in public again. Throwing an angry glance at her, he was finally able to gain control of himself. The man thanked her, and she said that it was her job and also reminded him that he had a lesson to teach. He told her to send all the assistants to study paralysis. He would teach the students legs down himself. The girl flared up because earlier he wanted to personally teach paralysis, and because all the assistants had prepared material on the spell of the leg down and spent the whole night on it. But Bakil did not react to this in any way, and the assistant nevertheless agreed with his order. She then conveyed his request to the rest of the assistants. Although they started arguing because they had already prepared the materials, the bespectacled woman said that this was Bakil's order. He's not the type of person who will listen to them even if they try to convince him, so she can handle teaching the lesson. Besides, she guessed that the professor changed his mind because of Simon. Finally, with a tired sigh, she said that this made things more difficult for all of them. He then approached the Legs Down study group, asking if everyone had made a decision, and the students agreed. He said that since they were using the curse theory as a support ability, it would be in their best interest to study it well. In dark magic, there was no better direction than a curse to buy time for their main attack. One of the students asked what types of magic take a lot of time. Bakil said with a smile that he would highlight most of the spells of the summoning theory. After the lesson, Simon sat down on a bench near the academy and sighed tiredly. He asked Fear if it was necessary for a battalion commander to study the theory of conscription, and he said that there was no such rule. If he chooses another direction, then he will be able to manage the battalion independently. He himself must decide how he wants to manage it. Simon remained silent, and the skeleton asked if he expected Fear to decide for him. The guy said that everyone says that the summoning theory is weak and takes a lot of time. Even Professor Aaron, who teaches the summoning theory, said so. The skeleton decided to ask a leading question and directly asked his commander if he wanted to abandon the summoning theory. But after thinking hard, Simon firmly said that he didn't want to do this. Fear just laughed and said that what the protagonist was experiencing now was the voice of his heart, and it seemed like he was thinking about something else now. The skeleton said that instead of giving up on the summoning theory, he wanted to win the battle evolution using only the summoning theory, and then asked if that was true. Simon recited that nothing could be hidden from fear, and then asked if that made him a fool. It's driving him crazy. All his friends and professors keep telling him that the summoning theory takes a lot of time, needs support, and that it's too weak. He's tired of hearing it. He thought about the fact that this wasn't even his direction yet, and he was sad to see that the theory of conscription was treated this way. But Fear said that Simon has always prioritized efficiency in his choices, and that belief and his feelings are at odds with each other, and that's what worries the boy. Then he asked his commander what his final decision was. Simon enthusiastically declared that this time he would only listen to his heart. He delved into his fantasies and asked Fear to imagine a situation where everyone denied the effectiveness of the summoning theory. But Simon wins with it in front of everyone. The hero asked his friend if he thought it would be incredibly cool. Fear laughed in response and said that this is what he was talking about. The guy should happily accept the path that others do not dare to walk. Simon is the commander he chose, and so he should ignore the limitations imposed by the narrow-minded. The main character firmly decided for himself that in this combat evolution, he would use only summoning magic. At this time, a real nightmare was happening in Bakhil's office. He was screaming hysterically about how Simon did not understand that the man was trying for his sake. He didn't understand why the boy allowed himself to rot in a discipline like summoning theory. His assistant came to see him and asked if he was done venting his anger. The blonde looked very battered, and his face showed pure rage. He said he just couldn't understand why the boy couldn't understand that he would become the next Aaron if he surrounded himself with the old teachings of summoning theory. No matter how much he excels in a particular field, at best he will become the same as the current professor of summoning theory. He was the #1 outstanding student with such legendary talent. Bakhil, looking at an old photograph of himself with a young Aran, said that now no one respects his old friend. He blocked the photo from his view and said that they were all too stupid. He couldn't stand the fact that such bright talents were dragging themselves to the bottom. The man is not going to watch this happen again. Only he can bring Simon to his senses. Only he can calibrate and cut this diamond, which will shine brighter than all the stones in the world. The assistant asked him why he didn't just tell everything honestly, and he said that was also a way out. With passion in his eyes, he declared that he wanted Simon for himself. He really wants the guy to be his. He wants to make the guy his own at any cost. For his sake, he is ready to give his soul. He wants to cultivate his talent to the maximum, using everything necessary. His goal is to create the next Nephthys with Simon's help. His dedication, merit, care, even his life and soul. He will put everything on the line to help him reach the kingdom of God in return for one thing. He wants to be recognized as the only mentor. When someone asks Simon how he got to where he is, Bakhil wants him to answer the way he wants. That the guy achieved everything thanks to his mentor, Professor Bakhil. He said the thought of it gave him goosebumps. The girl was about to leave him alone with his thoughts, but he abruptly stopped her. He moved closer to her and said that he was the one who needed everything he wanted. Pinning her against the wall, he mentioned that the same thing had happened to her. Chehel pressed her foot against his leg and said that he was going too far. He responded by saying that she still didn't have the best character, ever since her student years, and that his heir shouldn't be so stubborn. The girl said that she thought he had decided that Simon Valencia would be his treasure, and Bakhil said that the guy was still far from him. He would have to surpass the professor. He also attributed his obsession to the fact that he shows the right desire to learn as a teacher. Not admiring such talent is simply abnormal. He then asked her if she thought his desires were vulgar, and she replied that trying to monopolize the right to teach her was a vulgar obsession. The man asked her if it was true that she had recordings of everything he talked about, and then said he had a great idea. Simon Valencia is more or less satisfied with his summoning skills at the moment, and this is not surprising given how successfully he applies summoning theory in practice. This was the main problem. At this moment, he needs to experience the most bitter defeat, and only then will he think, figure out the problem, and choose his path. Chihil recited that this was the most sensible thing he had said today, and asked if he was thinking about making this genius experience defeat. The man agreed with her, saying that it would be a wonderful opportunity for him. The next day, Simon was walking down the street with Dick, and said in surprise that they wouldn't have a single lesson on summoning theory this week. And the blonde-haired man said that he heard that Aaron was currently away. The hero was upset by this news, because he hoped to study everything that would be useful before combat evolution. Suddenly, Dick noticed that the competition table for combat evolution was ready, and called Simon over to him. The hero and his friend were confusedly looking for a table with their class. Simon will have to fight with some Heron Coke, and Dick will fight with some Chopra. The black-haired man asked Dick if he knew them, and he said that he didn't know all the students at the academy, but since they were both from the same class, he could find out the directions of their rivals. Simon said he was ashamed that he always asked him for help, and he said that's what friends are for. Suddenly, Dick asked the guy if he was planning on going to personal training after class, and he asked in response where he got this information. The blonde said it was obvious, because what was the point of training if only a few guys could survive his deadly magical combat strike? And Simon said he wouldn't use it. Dick didn't have time to say a word, and the hero added that he would only use the summoning theory. Suddenly, the blonde-haired man held up 2 fingers in front of the guy and asked him to choose one of them. After Simon chose the index finger, Dick suddenly made a face just like Maylene's and began to imitate her. He just wanted to ask the black-haired man how he liked his parody of a girl, but she had already managed to come up from behind and hit him painfully on the head with a book. Some time passed, Simon reached Rochester, and it was already evening outside. He decided to follow Dick's advice and go to the necromancy shop. There were several human skeletons on display in the windows of this store. He walked into the building and the salesman started getting up from his chair and asking if he was looking for anything in particular, to which the guy replied that he was looking for skeleton archers. The man was surprised that Simon looked like he was only a first year, but he had already come for something like this. While he was looking for a suitable product, he asked the hero if he knew about the positions of skeletons above archers, and he said that there are skeleton mages, as well as skeleton writers. The seller delivered some boxes and then asked why the buyer chose archers. Simon said he came to this conclusion from personal experience, as he had tried giving the bow to existing skeletons, but they were too bad at it. The seller opened one of the boxes and said that this was a Sapiro skeleton, the most reliable choice for beginners among the archer class, and he recommends purchasing a skeleton from this brand called Vanilla. The man then lightly tapped the bone and asked if the buyer had heard the sound, and then explained that such a sound meant that the skeleton had been properly cooled. The seller also added that this brand offers excellent repair service, and when Simon thought about the price, he said that the price was only 30 gold pieces per box. Suddenly, fear spoke in the hero's head, shouting that he should buy Vanilla right now, because even if he broke, they could simply inject him into the battalion and recycle him. If they recycle him 3 times, it would be the same as getting 90 gold. Simon didn't argue with his subordinate and immediately blurted out that he wanted to buy 3 sets of Vanilla, as well as some other things. Already on the way out of the store, Fear said that the hero had spent a really huge amount of money. But later, he said that he had nothing to add if Simon himself wanted it, but also warned the guy not to let the purchased goods go to waste. On the way from the store, the hero met the figure of someone familiar. The skeleton asked if he had seen his friend, and Simon said that it was not a friend at all. In the familiar figure, he saw the face of Professor Bakil. The action moved to a certain room where a teacher stood and talked to someone, saying that the operation was successfully completed. In front of him lay a guy with red hair and a tattooed body, and Bakil asked Heron Koch how he felt. The same one, with predatory joy, declared that he felt how power was filling his body. Bakil said he was glad to hear this, and now the student was allowed to return to Kaizen and keep a low profile. He also added that his tattoo cannot be shown when the fighting competition begins. It will disappear on its own, so he needs to be careful. The anti-doping test will also reveal nothing, and the curse will last for about 2 months. In response to Heron's question about why Bakil was helping him, he said that the reasons were not important, and the guy would have to do one thing that the professor would ask. Koach asked if the teacher meant defeating Simon Valencia. Bakil agreed and also said that there was no need to worry even if he was a special student, since Heron's powers were now superior to his level. At that moment, the guy looked at his tattooed hand and clenched his fist. At that moment, a viscous darkness flowed from his back and began to take on some form. His energy turned into something like a third hand, and Heron thanked Bakil for making his darkness bigger and stronger than before. After that, the guy asked if he should kill Simon, making it look like an accident. Because of this phrase, the professor began to approach him and angrily say that he should not waste time on useless things, and he should just follow the instructions. And if something goes wrong and Valencia dies, then Heron and his family will die a peaceful death. Suddenly, Bakil came close to the guy and said that in that case he would do everything to ensure that they suffered even after death. The tattooed man was afraid of such a possible fate, and therefore became frightened and fell to the floor, saying that he would take this into account. The professor thought that he was sorry that he had to resort to this method, but he had no other choice, and he would ask Simon for forgiveness later. Bakil fanatically shouted that if Valencia found out about this only in the future, then he would probably thank the professor. At this time, Simon was already in the hostel, and Dick asked him if the security had noticed him on the way back, to which he replied that he had almost been caught. The blonde asked why he wasn't in his room then, and he said that he wanted to make a skeleton and needed space. Dick began to ask with interest who the black-haired man had bought, and he said that he had bought the skeleton of an archer from the Vanilla brand. Suddenly, the protagonist's friend noticed that the instructions said that he needed to create a rotation on the magic circle. Simon panicked and asked what the rotation was, and he said he thought it was a technique for creating circles in dark dynamics, which they had not yet studied. While the hero was trying to find information about this in his notebook, other residents of the dormitory looked at him with interest. In the notebook, he read how this circle is formed and declared that he could do it. Gradually isolating the information he needed, he began to realize what he had to do. He began to remember the lesson with Bakil, The guy began to concentrate and try to do what was in the lesson. Closing his eyes, he gathered a stream of darkness into his chest. Then he put his hand to the skull and said out loud that the darkness would move on its own without his control. This is exactly how the circulation works, when the darkness moves along the current itself, and is not controlled by a necromancer. Dick asked Simon in surprise how he could do this just by looking at the book, and he replied that it looked like a technique he already knew. The hero's friend asked if he would be able to tame the skeleton so quickly, since it usually takes 2 days, and the black-haired man said that he did not have time to wait, and he was collecting the skeleton right now. Opening the box containing the skeletal parts, he turned to the skull, gently telling it to wait. Dick had already fallen asleep, and Simon had finally finished assembling the skeleton. The horned skeleton was able to feel its body and began to come to its senses. In fact, the guy had already gathered 2 dead people and asked them not to make a fuss. Having finished the tedious work, the hero wanted to test his undead skills in practice. He led his subordinates out into the street at a rapid pace, and after that he gave each of them 1 bow. The skeleton stood up and Simon ordered him to shoot at the tree he pointed to. Without wasting a second, the dead man pulled an arrow onto his bow and instantly fired an accurate shot. The arrow whistled through the required distance to its target and struck the wood with force. Simon enthusiastically declared that he had succeeded in doing it, but during classes, his face looked completely different. It wasn't worth staying up until the morning. Trying to keep himself conscious, he lay down on the desk, and Malin worriedly asked if everything was okay with him. Suddenly, Dick jumped up to him, nervously asking if Simon had prepared those skeleton archers for combat evolution, to which he agreed. The blonde-haired man said that he should abandon this idea, to which the hero asked in shock what the problem was. Dick explained that this was the most terrifying match he could think of, because Heron Coke is the son of a family of an infamous necromancer from the kingdom of Baldwin, and the dark magic he uses is the Black Hand. Meiling said that being a member of a necromancer family and having dark magic that had never been heard of meant that it was a special magic that belonged to the family. The boy confirmed her words, saying that Heron's magic forms something like an arm directly from his back, and it is considered to be excellent defense against long-range attacks, so much so that it can easily deflect arrows. This doesn't mean he's invincible, as Kami heard that Koak can't use other dark spells while using the Black Hand, so in that case the strategy he must use is clear, and it is the curse theory. Maylene agreed with her words, saying that Simon would be able to win using 1 exhaustion spell. This victory would be easy if he just gained enough distance and cast a curse. But she thought that the guy had already decided to use only the summoning theory, to which he agreed. The hero began to nervously think about what he should do in such a case. Suddenly, a good idea came into his head. Sometime later, Simon's company stood at a distance, each of them looking at the black-haired man in shock. They couldn't figure out how to stop the main character from his vigorous activity, because at this rate, he would drive himself to the grave. Simon, meanwhile, was fanatically writing something in a notebook, and pure madness was already visible on his face. Malin asked if they could just leave him like that, and Dick said that there were a few days left before the combat evolution, and the hero cannot exhaust his body. The girl nevertheless decided to approach the guy, and then called him by name. The face that looked like a living dead man turned towards her, and Mailing said that at this rate he would get sick. He thanked her for her concern, but also asked her not to distract him. The girl did not listen to him, and came close to him, taking his chin in her hand and asking him to open his mouth. She said that she brought an energy pill and he needed to swallow it. Simon listened to her advice, and she said that this medicine was not all-powerful, so he could not rely on it to help him completely. The guy thanked the girl, but also asked for a couple more of the same pills. Malin got angry at him because of this, and Dick suggested that Simon contact Professor Aaron. The hero understands that his methods will have a negative impact on his health, but he has no choice, because the fair-haired man himself said that the professor is not in the office. However, Dick smiled and said that he had received information that the man would arrive this afternoon. Aaron was returning to the academy and walking towards his office when he suddenly noticed someone near the door. Simon sat near the office and waited for the professor all this time, reading some book at the same time. The guy stood up abruptly and excitedly turned to the man, saying that he really needed to ask him for something, but he said that he was not officially working right now. Sadness had already appeared on the hero's face, but Aaron suddenly said that he was joking and asked the guy to come into the office. Simon was surprised by the spacious room, full of books and containing the skeleton of a dragon. He sat down on the nearest sofa and said that he wanted to ask Aaron how he could win in combat evolution using only the summoning theory. The man asked why he was going to do such nonsense. Aaron knows that Simon is showing off his talent in magical combat and other subjects, and therefore does not understand why the guy is complicating everything. Suddenly, the hero turned to the man, asking him to ask one question. He asked Aaron why a student who wanted to graduate in the field of summoning theory wanted to win with it, and whether he thought that was a sufficient reason. The professor just thoughtfully sipped his coffee, thinking about this question. They both looked at each other in silence for a while. Simon was already wondering if it was possible that he was wrong about something. Aaron asked with a smile if he wanted to hear a solution to the problem from him, or to improve his own method. The hero understood the hint and hope flashed across his face. Several days had passed since the conversation. The day of combat evolution had begun, and Simon's group was looking for him at that moment. Kami stated that there were a lot of people here, and Mei Ling explained that today's battle was very important, so it was not surprising. If she wins today, she will be in the middle group. If she loses, she will be in the lower group. And if she loses again, she will be close to being expelled from the academy. Kami panicked and began asking if she could survive, but Mei Ling calmed her down and said that she could handle everything. The girl continued to worry about little things, while the other one continued to calm her down. Some people were not from the academy. For example, the men sitting near them were from a dark alliance interested in talented students. But Mei Ling decided not to tell Kami about this, because the girl already had too many worries. A loud voice called for Heron Koch and Simon Valencia to come to the center of the arena. Heron was already standing and waiting for his opponent, but the hero was not yet going to show himself. The boy thought about how special students, famous because of their parents and families, take their talent for granted, which really pissed him off. Bakil told him that everything would be fine if he didn't kill Simon, so he would definitely try to break one of his arms and legs so that they couldn't be healed. One of the organizers said that they were behind schedule, and if Valencia did not show up within 5 minutes, he would be disqualified. But suddenly Dick appeared nearby, asking them to wait, because he was already carrying Simon to the arena. The hero apologized for being late, and the organizer said that everything was fine, and now the opponents needed to put on their bracelets. As the man explained that the bracelets were enchanted with barrier spells that absorb damage, it became noticeable that Simon's face was devoid of life. Heron saw it too and thought that it would be too easy a victory. After the organizer said that if one participant passed out or their bracelet became 0, the battle would end, their duel finally began. Heron released his hand from his back, and Simon summoned skeletons equipped with shields. The tattooed man thought that he was completely ready to take down the main character, despite the fact that he wanted to become a graduate of the summoning theory, which makes him the most important in the magical battle. He also thought that he should just not approach Simon, but suddenly his gaze caught on something. He was extremely surprised that the hero simply stepped back. He didn't understand why Simon had pinned himself against the wall with his own hands. While Heron was trying to figure out his plan, the hero began to cast some kind of spell. But the tattooed one decided not to think so much and take action, and later attacked the black-haired one with a dark arrow. She immediately bounced off the shield of the left skeleton, who stood in front of the guy. This situation began to irritate Heron, who was waiting for some action from Simon. The hero did not consider it necessary to answer him, and simply closed himself off from the attacks with his darkness. Suddenly, a curse of weakness was placed on him, which greatly undermined his capabilities. While he was coming to his senses, Heron managed to get closer to the skeletons, and cut one of them down with one blow of his shadow hand. At this point, Mei Ling was scolding Dick for saying that a tattooed person couldn't use black magic while using his hand. The blonde-haired man also didn't understand what was happening, because he could hardly have made a mistake. But one thing is clear here, and that is that Heron is now much stronger than he was before. Bakil watched this fight and said that he was interested in why Aran also came to watch this fight. The blonde said he thought he hated watching students suffer, because he knew the pain they would go through when they chose the summoning theory. Aaron just looked angrily at Bakil, who added that the professor had never accepted any students because of his sense of guilt, and now, apparently, he had a student. In that case, the blonde offered him to personally see what terrible pain their beloved student would have to endure. He asked Aaron if he was right, but he looked at the arena with a bored look and remained silent. Ignoring the blonde's question, he simply turned around and went somewhere. Bakil was surprised by this, because he thought that Aran would watch the fight until the end, and so he asked him where he was going. However, the man replied that he had come to make sure and had already seen everything. This answer did not satisfy the blonde, but he did not ask again, and therefore simply looked awkwardly at Aaron. At this point, Heron went all out and created another spell in his hand. He stated that with this magic, he would defeat Simon. The hero did not respond to his words in any way, continuing to try to defend himself. Heron thought he had finally defeated the black-haired man, and began asking how Mr. Special Student Number 1 was feeling. The guy asked if he thought the nameless boy was not his equal, and also how it felt to be broken by that same boy. Continuing to rant about how Simon should just give up, the black-haired man suddenly stood up from the ground. After this, the hero declared that he would never give up. Although extreme fatigue could be read on his face, he smiled and said that now everything was ready, and it was his turn to attack. Heron started looking around and trying to figure out what Simon had prepared, but he couldn't see any changes. The protagonist began to talk about the details of the rules of combat evolution and about a specific paragraph, which caused Bakil to start sweating. Heading number 3. Paragraph 4 states that students participating in combat evolution will be disqualified if they leave the arena during the competition. But no matter how carefully he looked, he couldn't find any rules about bringing anything into the arena. Suddenly, a huge monster broke through the wall behind him and launched a frontal attack on Heron. The tattooed man was taken aback by such a surprise and could not believe his eyes, because this was just the combat evolution of first-year students. And Simon brought a whole huge golem to such a competition. All the spectators who watched this fight also could not believe their eyes. Myling explained to her friends that this spell involved summoning magic to control the golem's core, and it was like a symbolic spell for summoners. The summoned mud golem was born from a golem core made from lumps of sand, mud, and earth. Depending on the materials, the varieties of golems can vary. Even so, the spell is complicated, so none of the first years have summoned the golem in battle evolution. Simon did something incredible. Dick decided to tell about the circumstances under which he found the black-haired man. He said that he found Simon right in front of the arena, burying the golem's core, as he planned to summon it from outside the arena. Kami realized that the black-haired man had been intentionally defending himself all this time. He moved to the side where the golem's core was buried outside the arena, and since the core was outside, there was no danger of him being attacked. Maylene was imbued with all of Simon's genius. She stated in surprise that he was actually good at summoning theory. At this time, Heron was thinking that life is unfair, because people are born in different conditions. He wanted to destroy all of this. He wanted to strike at those who had never felt despair, those for whom everything came easy. But he still admitted that he didn't stand a chance against the golem. However, he didn't plan to give up either, and so his mind was filled with anger. The guy hit the golem's body with his shadow hand, but it didn't react at all. Immediately after that, Simon also began to bring in his fist, just like the golem that imitated his actions, and said that when you deliver a direct punch, you need to put all your strength into it. The golem's blow hit Heron's body straight, sending him flying into the wall at fantastic speed. His body, flying to the other end of the arena, crashed into one of the walls and made a huge dent there. A voice rang out over the arena, informing the spectators that Simon Valencia had won. The spectators whispered among themselves in surprise, saying that not only had the first-year student summoned a golem, but he had also used nothing but the summoning theory. Simon's team decided to support him, and they all started cheering for him, congratulating him on his victory. The black-haired man waved at them and smiled as Heron was carried out on a stretcher to the medical center. Suddenly, the hero turned to his former rival. He said he didn't know what grudge he held against him, but he would never defeat Simon with a power that wasn't his. Heron realized that he had been found out, and his face showed surprise. Now Simon suggested that the golem finally go home. The guy's company went out into the fresh air, and everyone in turn decided to inquire about the fight. Maylene told Simon that she was worried about him, and Kami petted the golem and talked to him. She asked the guy if she could climb on the golem, and Maylene told her to ask later. The girl explained that darkness was needed to maintain it, and Simon's darkness would soon run out if he continued to waste it. Finally, the guy gave himself a little rest and dispelled the spell, after which the golem crumbled into dust. Its core turned out to be that yellow sphere that looked like an eye. Dick was surprised that Simon could afford such an expensive thing, because it cost a fortune. The guy remembered the dialogue with the seller, who was thinking about what to do, because the black-haired man had 610 gold, and the price of the cores starts at 700. The man turned out to be kind and offered him a discount of up to 650 gold pieces, and also that Simon could give him 600 gold pieces and bring the rest later. Speaking about how he earned this money on the mission, he suddenly decided to ask when the next period of missions would be. Dick asked him why he was asking that, and Simon said that the lesson had been difficult for him this time. It turns out that being a necromancer costs a lot of money. After a short break, the fighting evolution between Dick Hayward and Ligang Copra began. The boy thought that according to the information he had collected, Ligang was a sorcerer just like him, and she controls the weapons at her own will, using the darkness to create a connecting thread. Suddenly, he pointed his finger at her and started listing all the information about her. That her name was Ligang Copra. Her full name was Flinka Copra. Her homeland was Deepak of the Shahid Kingdom. Copra was her mother's surname, and a sage from her village awakened her core. It took her a year from opening the core to using darkness for the first time. She is good at hunting and her hobby is cooking. She is attached to her class and her subject knowledge test was above 70 points. Then he began to list her physical characteristics, and the girl became very embarrassed and asked him to stop. Dick said that he knows her weaknesses like no one else, and it is precisely because of his approach that he is very interested in information about others. The guy said he studied her thoroughly, and then asked her what she thought about it. The girl didn't answer his question and suggested that he shut up, while at the same time going on the attack. However, all the blades flying at him suddenly stuck together into one heap. He explained that he had some kind of electromagnet. It attracted metals of the same element, and the girl's swords were made of the same alloy. He also knows that she bought weapons but did not buy armor, apparently thinking that he is a weak necromancer. But according to the information he dug up, he has a strategy against her. Her weakness is accelerated long-range attacks, so Dick decided to use exactly that against her. The coin that the guy sent at wild speed to her head began to rapidly approach the girl. A small metal circle flew into Li Gang's head and she fell unconscious. A voice resounded over the arena asking to stop the battle, because the girl had lost consciousness. To a standing ovation, it was announced that Dick Hayward had won. Milan and Kami felt awkward about the boy's victory, and so they didn't clap their hands as loudly as the others. One of the girls asked why she was so ashamed, although she should be happy about her friend's victory. Next to be called into the arena were Malin Vilan and Iban Barshani. The blonde ordered his team to prepare for battle, but did not have time to finish the sentence. They all turned towards the sound coming from nearby. And when they realized that it was moving in their direction, they were struck by genuine shock. Simon sat on his stone golem and moved towards the goblin settlement. He looked very happy and joyfully shouted that the air was very fresh. The students abandoned their plans and began to run away from the one-eyed man, and the goblins did the same. The shaman of the small humanoids began to grunt something to his subordinates, and then he stood in place, raising his staff above his head and began to cast a spell. However, this did not help him, because Simon's golem simply kicked him with its foot and ran on. Like a medieval battering ram, he rushed straight through the enemies and ran into the thicket. After such humiliation, the goblins shouted something after the black-haired man, and he turned in their direction. He was intrigued by their reaction, and wondered why they started doing this. After some time, Simon dispelled the golem's spell and thought about how he had been able to collect 127 points from all the monsters over the past 2 days. This is not bad considering it is only the result of hunting monsters, but it is not enough to get into the high ranks. He needs to prepare for a fight with other students. He decided that by the end of the test, he needed to defeat at least 2 or 3 students. Suddenly the guy ducked sharply and behind him there was an explosion from a fireball. A lot of spells flew towards him and he immediately remembered Mailing, because these balls were similar to her magic. The guy was able to avoid all the attacks, and they in turn flew into the trees and started a fire. The fire quickly engulfed nearby plants and spread further into the forest. He thought that this was very dangerous, and at that moment Mailing came out to him, who immediately recognized the guy. The hero said that he had been wondering all this time how things were going with her, and she said that from the very beginning of Kaizen they had been together almost all the time. As teammates and classmates they worked together and relied on each other. Simon was already beginning to guess what she was getting at, but the girl continued speaking. She asked him if he had ever wondered during all this time which of the two was stronger. The guy asked her if she was going to fight him, and she said yes. The girl said that this was a chance to give it her all in the fight. She added that such a chance does not come often, and then used another batch of spells. Simon thought about how he knew this would happen sooner or later, but it bothered him that it looked like they were being forced to fight. No matter how much she wants to beat the others and get to the top of the list, it's hard to believe that she would seriously attack him like that. The girl did not wait for him to finish his internal struggle, and loudly asked how long he would stand and watch. And at that time, more fireballs flew out from the magic circles created around her. The destructive power of the spells made the air become hot, and everything around Simon began to burn. The guy tried to avoid all of this, and mentally noted that Mailing was indeed an outstanding student. But even if she is armed to the teeth, it doesn't mean he doesn't have a chance against her. When it comes to attacks, Mailing is the strongest in Kaizen. Her destructive fire abilities are a powerful defensive technique in themselves. A poor attack will simply melt away against her fire magic barrier. However, she also has weak points, which Simon, by the way, is aware of. Taking out his bow and enveloping the arrow in his darkness, he began to say something. The guy aimed his gun at the girl and told her that she shouldn't forget that he knew her as well as she knew him. At that moment, she was creating another spell and suddenly asked him if he really thought that it would really help him. In response to the fireball, Simon's dark arrow flew towards Mailing. She quickly closed the distance between them, and the girl managed to react to the attack in time. The arrow stopped right next to her stomach because Mailing had managed to put up a magical barrier. The girl noticed that it was not an ordinary arrow, but an arrow shrouded in the darkness of the protagonist. However, she regarded such an attack as childish babble, and this only made her more angry, because she thought that Simon was underestimating her. The girl decided to go on the offensive. Darkness spread under her feet, and her body suddenly pushed off the ground. The magic circle was still built in her hand, and at this time, Mailing herself was flying towards Simon at full speed. She thought that the guy thought he had a chance since he was able to get to her. But in her opinion, when she ends the dark flash, it will be the end of him. Unexpectedly for the girl, a dark arrow suddenly flew at her leg, but she still went into the barrier. This unexpected attack made Mailing distracted because she didn't understand who was attacking her. She began to put the facts together, standing right in front of her. Simon wasn't shooting a bow. Those arrows were coming from 3 other directions. That means there must be 3 skeletons somewhere that he controls. This means that he did not avoid battle, but all this time he was preparing these archers in advance. Simon, meanwhile, was thinking that the girl's weak point was projected attacks at long range. Knowing this, he set up the attackers on 3 different sides. The girl mentally addressed him and told him not to underestimate her. Because she knew his weak points better than anyone, he was not the only one who knew how to build a strategy. The arrow Simon fired again headed towards the long-haired girl. However, at that moment, a blue magic circle appeared under her feet. A huge block of ice instantly appeared beneath the girl, causing Simon to lose sight of Mailing. He said out loud with annoyance that this was probably the end. With a fake smile, he said that he should run while he still had time. And somewhere nearby he heard a girl screaming, calling his name. She asked irritably if he really thought that this was the end of it, and he was trying to escape. Mailing suggested that they finish it here and now, and Simon was surprised that she was so insistent about it. Suddenly, Fear's voice was heard in the boy's head, anxiously advising him to run away from here. The black-haired man asked in surprise what he was talking about, but a second later, he noticed cracks in the ground. The skeleton shouted out that it was Vikram, and at that moment a huge hand appeared from the ground and fell on Maylene. Simon suddenly began to panic because her life was really in danger. The girl, in turn, at that moment lost the power of speech and froze before her inevitable death. The black-haired man rushed towards her, trying with all his might to protect her, and Maylene suddenly wondered why he did this. She didn't understand why he suddenly made a dash towards her, because her dark flame would now tear him to pieces. If she cast that spell right now, it will be the end of Simon. But suddenly she caught herself thinking, why is she fighting with him at all? Fortunately, her spell dissipated, and the main character managed to save her, throwing her body away from the hand, which at that moment hit the ground hard. Simon tried to bring her to her senses, telling her that they needed to run, but she was unconscious. He had to throw her body over his shoulder and retreat with the exhausted girl somewhere away from the dead man. Darkness flared beneath his feet, and Simon tried to jump away from Vikram's hand to a sufficient distance. The guy realized that right now in front of him was a former general of a huge battalion group. The landing after the jump was not the softest, and so both students fell to the ground. Fear suddenly informed Simon that Vikram was trying to run away somewhere. The hero at that moment again rushed after Maylene, whose body began to roll down the slope. However, he managed to grab her hand at the very last moment. Holding himself and the girl with one hand on a piece of land, he hung right over the abyss. Luckily, he was able to get out with her, and then asked Fear how the situation was, and he told him that Vikram had escaped. Suddenly, Simon noticed a feather sticking out of Maylin's neck. After removing the girl's hair from there, he saw that a white feather was slightly embedded in her flesh. However, less than a couple of seconds passed before the unknown object began to disperse in the wind. As a result, it simply disappeared, and a drop of water fell on Simon's nose, which made him close his eyes. A heavy rain began to fall on the island, and the guy thought that he should find some place to rest. While Mayling was unconscious, she had dreams of her past, where a little girl stood and was told that because of her severe ability deficit, no one could put their hope in her anymore. She was faced with the fact that she was no longer an heir, but little Mayling tried to justify herself. However, her father was adamant, and then he said that a new heir had already been chosen. Suddenly the girl's eyes opened, she came to her senses, and saw only the ceiling of the cave in front of her. The last dream was considered disgusting. Maylin began to get up, holding her head. But suddenly her gaze caught on her clothes, because this robe was clearly not hers. She saw a guy's bare back not far from her, and asked him where they were. Simon sat shirtless near the fire and asked if she was okay. The girl finally recognized the hero, and then in a panic asked where his things were. It suddenly dawned on her that this robe was his things, and some of her things had disappeared from her body. Mayling immediately tensed up and angrily asked where her old clothes were, and Simon sincerely apologized to her. He said he thought she might get sick, so he took off her wet clothes and hung them over the fire. The girl loudly called him a pervert, and the guy asked her to be quiet, because there could be monsters in the cave. He began to apologize to her heartily and said that nothing happened. From the very beginning to the end, he had his eyes closed. Maylin began to breathe deeply, trying to calm her anger. Her hands clenched nervously with anger, and Simon kept trying to smooth things over. She finally managed to come to her senses and asked irritably what had happened. After some time, the guy finished his story. Then she stood up and asked Simon to turn away and continue telling the story. And he looked at her in confusion and asked what was going on. She said irritably that she needed to change her clothes, and the black-haired man understandingly did as she said. He sat and looked at one point with embarrassment, listening to the sounds of Maylin changing her clothes. Finally, the long-haired girl sat down next to him in her previous form. The hero said that he was worried, and Maylin said that his worry was nothing, because it was her who was being changed while she was unconscious. A little later, Simon took an improvised plate and offered the long-haired girl dinner. The guy poured soup into her plate, and she suddenly turned to him in a calm voice. She thanked him for saving her, and he accepted her gratitude with a smile. But she didn't understand why he did it, because she didn't think that he would save her after that. After all, it was she who attacked him first. Simon leaned back and looked into the distance and said that towards the end, when she was conjuring the dark flame, he saw that she was hesitating. She responded by saying that she couldn't stand this, and told him to take all her points except one, as a sign of her gratitude. The girl forced Simon to lean her bracelet against the stones, and he asked her why she was doing this, since she also planned to get first place. Mayling, however, said with a smile that she still had 2 days, and that this time was more than enough for her. Touching his bracelet, he realized that he currently had 260 points. After that, he turned to the girl and said that he wanted to ask her about something. However, Maylin gave a sly smile and said that he could ask about anything, as long as it didn't involve any perversions. Suddenly his gaze dropped and his face became unusually serious. He decided to ask her why she wanted to be in first place so much. The action moved somewhere into the forest. At this moment, Heron's team was moving through the jungle. He would turn to Malcolm Randolph and tell him not to shirk and to check everything carefully, and he would obey him. The other students were surprised why Special Student number 10 was subordinate to some Heron. Suddenly, one of the girls decided to turn to the guy with red hair, saying that it was already the 3rd day and they should head to the estate, and he shut her up and said that if she was not happy with something, then she could leave his team. The girl said that he was not the leader of their team because they initially followed Malcolm. Suddenly, Heron called the white-haired man to express his opinion on this. Randolph responded by saying that the guy with red hair was their leader because he was the only one who deserved to be the leader. The same girl asked what Heron did with the blonde, and he said that Malcolm himself volunteered to help. And besides, there is no such thing as black magic that enslaves people. Although, if we assume that it exists, then a first-year student like Heron would hardly be able to use such a strong curse. He told the girl that if she was worried, she could come closer, and he would tell her a secret. She, in turn, approached the blonde and called him by name. However, at that moment, Heron grabbed her hand and pulled her towards him. He began to whisper something to Emily, and she obediently stood still. Then the guy said that now everything is fine, because he told her even things that do not concern black magic, and now she must say again who is the leader in their group. The girl's gaze changed, and she said with a smile that Heron was their commander. Emily's friend didn't understand what happened, and the guy said it would have been faster if she had admitted it from the start, and he was furious, so she should get on her knees and apologize. The girl obediently knelt down and said that she humbly apologized, because she was a complete fool who did not notice his leadership qualities. One of the guys in the group started yelling at Heron, asking what he did to Emily. The red-haired student, in turn, said out loud that all this was annoying him, because he shouldn't waste feathers, but these idiots don't listen to him. At that moment, he called out to Malcolm, saying that he needed to deal with the others, and he obediently stood up and walked towards them. A little time passed, and the blonde's entire former group was lying on the ground. The action shifted back to the cave, where Simon asked Maylene why she wanted to be number one. The girl thought for a moment and said that she wanted to defeat someone. The guy understood who she was talking about, and then asked if she was talking about Cerna Aindark, and Maylin said that it was. He said he had his suspicions because when they first formed the band, he also mentioned Cern without knowing about her. The guy said that Mayling had a really scary smile back then. The girl said that she had never told anyone this, but she used to be the official heir to the Ivory Tower. This decision was made when she was still very little, because everyone in the tower spoiled her. She remembers that she was a very proud child. However, she was still young and did not understand how heavy the burden of being an heir was before. She simply enjoyed the way her elders bowed before her. But one day, the master of the Ivory Tower adopted a girl. The master deliberately took her as a competitor to Mayling, and since the reason was so obvious, this decision was met with great negativity. Everyone said that adopting a daughter at the time seemed like a shameless attempt to steal the inheritance, and because Cern wasn't part of the bloodline, it seemed like her position as heir was completely secure. But years later, it turned out that she was a real genius. Not even that, you could say she was a real monster. It took her only a week to transform the darkness, when it took Mayling a year, and no matter how insidious and false the tasks were, she solved them immediately, guessing at the level of deduction about what she had not even studied yet. The Ivory Tower certainly values blood kinship. However, everything paled in comparison to Cern's incredible talent. Everyone began to anticipate that when Cern grew up to become the tower's master, it would be able to restore its former glory. So Maylin was left behind. The adults kept comparing her to the blonde, and she became the fool who let Cerna shine. The elders even went so far as to reform the laws of the tower for official inheritance, after which the family elders, servants, friends, and even Mayling's parents stopped expecting anything from her. When Cerna turned 17, she was taken in through a special arrangement between Kaizen and the Ivory Tower. Simon asked Mayline how she got into the academy, and she said that she studied on her own and passed the entrance exams. The guy understood why the long-haired girl wanted to fight him so much, because he is the #1 student, and therefore, logically, he should bypass Cerna. And the girl decided that in this way she could get closer to her if she defeated Simon. Mayling confirmed his words and said that she would never give up. Everyone tells her that it is impossible, but she will take back what she took from her. She decided this at the moment when everyone turned away from her, and she will do it at any cost. Suddenly, she asked him if he knew that all the excellent students had already arrived on this island, and he said that he was aware of this. Maylin said that if he meets Cern, he should run away, because she says this because she lived with her for several years and watched her. The girl said that she really didn't look like a living person. Sometime later, they went to bed, and it was morning outside. Maylin woke up under Simon's robe, and next to her lay a plate of food and a letter. It said that the guy had to leave urgently for personal reasons, and he believed that she would succeed, but she said out loud that it didn't matter because she didn't plan to form a team with him. However, the words of encouragement made Maylin smile softly. She mentally wished him to be careful, and he, in turn, was already walking through the jungle. Someone appeared from behind the tree, and Simon stopped in his tracks, speechless. He asked in surprise what the same priestess he had once saved was doing here. The action moved a little back in time. Simon stood in front of the cave created by Vikram, and the guy at that moment asked Fear what provoked the dead man. For some reason, the skeleton didn't get in touch, and the guy suddenly became worried. He asked if everything was okay, and Fear said everything was fine. The skeleton then said that Vikram was growing in size out of anger, and Simon suggested that the dead man might have held a grudge against him, to which Fear agreed. but also added that the general was different from the one he had seen before. This gave the skeleton a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, Simon suddenly noticed a certain figure standing near the tree. He recognized her and ran after the girl, who in turn ran away from him. At that moment, Helen, with a grin, was running away from him at a light jog. The guy thought that she had returned to the Sacred Federation, and therefore did not understand what was going on here at all. Suddenly, instead of the girl, a bright light appeared, which made Simon close his eyes. After that, he realized that Helen was missing, and so the guy had to stop. But immediately after that, he heard a scream not far from him. A guy with brown hair was crawling towards him, asking for help with a tear-stained face. But a second later, a sharp object flew into his back, piercing his spine. Simon looked at this horrific picture and could not believe his eyes. He noticed that there were many students lying in a clearing nearby, and each one had a white spear stuck into them. Another guy was sitting by a tree and trying to reach the magician who did it, asking why she was doing it. But his neck was suddenly wrapped in chains and he began to choke. This chain suddenly flew in the other direction, taking the student with it. The iron thing nailed him to a wooden cross, and the boy screamed shrilly for help. It suddenly dawned on Simon that he had seen a similar arsenal of spells somewhere before. At that moment, a dozen spears flew at the student and pierced his body. The boy's bloody body fell to the ground, and Simon was still watching. A white feather fell on the lifeless body, and a female voice said that they were all whiners. The girl sitting on the tree branch said that they don't really die, and all the painful memories will still be erased. Simon looked up and suddenly realized who was sitting on that very branch. And the girl, in response to the last question, said that she does all this for fun. After that, she pulled away from the branch to jump down. The hero recognized the girl as Serna Aindark, the second special student of Kaizen Academy. The girl started to go on and on about how they were dating for the third time, and some would call it fate. But Simon told her to get to the point. However, Cern said that they were in no hurry, and she always wanted to chat with him. She was about to address him as Seaman Valencia, but suddenly hesitated. Her face twisted into a predatory grin, and she addressed him as the commander of the 7th Battalion. The girl asked how Fear was doing, and she also noticed that Erzabet was not with him now. She quickly guessed that the spider had transformed into someone on this island. Simon's face was angry and shocked at the same time, and Serna suddenly told him not to worry. She said that they were inside her barrier so that the observers could not see or hear them, and the guy suddenly asked how she knew so much about the battalion. The girl suddenly asked him to give her a quiz, and asked where they met the second time. The guy said they met in the teleportation magic circle, and she said that was the correct answer. Simon guessed that from that moment she began to follow him, because that time there was no one else but them. And Serna said that in fact it happened much earlier. She said that the Ivory Tower had been closely monitoring the ruins that Nephthys had sealed, so they had placed alarm spells in case the ruins opened. And not long after they heard an alarm, and when they ran there, they saw Simon. Cern saw how and when he became a battalion commander. The guy asked about Erzabet, and she said that it was obvious, reminding him about Arnish. She went to the settlement where Erzabet lived to follow him, and she kept an eye on him. After he left, she read the memoirs of all the people who lived there. And she also reminded him of that same Helen Zeil, whom he had let go. She asked if he understood how great his crime was, since he left the priestess alive. And Simon said that Helen did not belong to any branch. Since they were currently on a military break, he prioritized resolving the conflict peacefully, rather than causing trouble by killing someone from the Holy Federation. Cern was surprised at the sweet talk he was giving, and then said she thought it was the least of his problems. For the moment he came into contact with Fear, he became a criminal who had committed the highest degree of crime, treason. Simon told her not to make him laugh, because she could simply report him to Kaizen and bring him to court. He asked her why she had brought him here and was talking such nonsense. And she said that she felt that now was the best time to discuss business. With a sly smile, she invited him to join them in the Ivory Tower. He found this proposal quite interesting and wanted to try to get her to talk. The guy said that if she wanted to steal him, then she should make a formal proposal after he finished his training, because with the power and wealth of the tower, they would have enough advantages to lure him away. However, Cern said that she did not need a graduate of Kaizen's school. She explained that after all, Kaizen was just a school, and then she asked Simon if he'd ever be interested in how ordinary high school kids came to rule half of this continent. If we take the neighboring kingdom of Dresden, for example, 4 out of 5 generals of Dresden were students of Kaizen in the past, and 17 of the 20 royal knights previously studied at this school. The ministers of general affairs, foreign affairs, defense, even the prime minister, who is the right hand of the kingdom, also studied at Kaizen. She asked him who he thought their allegiance would be to when Dresden was in danger, the kingdom or Kaizen. She then asked him if he now understood the whole point, and he really did understand her words. He realized that she needed someone who would obey only the laws of the tower. The girl said that he is not stupid, and she likes that he grasps everything so quickly. With only 2 choices, execution for treason or joining the Ivory Tower, Cern doesn't think he has a choice here. The girl began to list the advantages of the tower, as well as the fact that he would be given full support, and Simon asked to allow him to ask one question. He asked why he was given such an offer, because of his own strength or because of the strength of his battalion. Cern dodged the question and said that it was more likely due to the combination of these forces. Simon said he couldn't trust her or the tower, and then asked if there was any guarantee that the ivory tower wouldn't take the battalion away from him. The blonde said that she thought he shouldn't worry about it once he showed his abilities, and if it would save him from worrying, then she, as the heir to the tower, promised that they wouldn't take the battalion away from him. Now that she had dispelled his fears, the girl invited him to answer the question she had asked. Simon was in a deep thought at this point. He realized that he had let Serna talk too much, and later he began to calm himself down, trying to continue his plan. Suddenly he spoke out loud, addressing the blonde. A predatory smile appeared on his face, and he mockingly asked if it was true that Serna was really bad at political matters. But she didn't understand what he was talking about, and Simon went on the offensive. He said that threatening your opponents by revealing all your cards is not the best habit. Since she was so bossy, she probably already realized that she didn't have to try too hard, since everyone else only said yes or no to her orders. Apparently, in her opinion, hiding all the tricks is the action of weaklings. Suddenly he told her that she could keep quiet about the fact that he was a battalion commander for the rest of her life, and then asked her if she knew why that was so. He went on to explain that the ivory tower was divided between those who were for Kaizen and those who were against him, and that she and the current tower master were against the academy. Cern said that he was well informed about the internal state of affairs, because Malin was not stupid enough to share such information, and Simon mentally thanked Dick. The guy continued by saying that in any case, the reason why she wants to take the battalion commander is the reason why she is increasing her power, because she wants to separate from Kaizen, but if she reports the protagonist, he will be executed. The battalion in turn will be transferred to someone from Kaizen. The girl also cannot kidnap Simon and take the battalion by force, because getting into a fight with number 1, chosen by Nephthys herself personally, is as stupid as declaring war on the academy. However, Cern said she has other options. She explained that she could kidnap him and his battalion without anyone noticing. Simon apologized to her, saying that she would not have such an opportunity, and fear appeared behind him. Cern clearly didn't expect such a trick, because the skeleton shouldn't be here. Kaizen is checking all the storage facilities. Simon also asked her again if it was true that observers would not be able to see them under her barrier. The question was more rhetorical, and then he went on to say that this was another mistake by Serna. However, the girl was not scared, and later said that it could be quite funny. She said she would be happy to play along with Simon, who recognized the feathers as Cern's special skill. On this continent, only a few select people were given powers that were not related to darkness, light, or pure magic. Simon thought about how he needed to dodge the attacks as much as possible, until he figured out exactly what kind of damage they were doing. He then tried to use his sword to deflect one of the feathers that was flying at him. However, the metal blade crumbled into dust after coming into contact with Serna's magic. One of the feathers flew past Simon and scratched his cheek badly. Immediately after that, he felt something inside himself, unable to resist it. He felt like he was standing on hot magma, and his lungs were clogged with something. Trying to breathe in at least a little air, he coughed shrilly, asking what she had done to him. Fear became worried about the boy, and Serna asked questioningly if he thought they were ordinary feathers. Suddenly, behind the hero, one of the feathers stuck into a tree. The girl explained that this was her power, and her feathers contained emotions. Simon smelled a scent coming from the tree, and Cern explained that the tree was emitting toxic insecticides, suggesting that harmful insects were gnawing at it. The girl said that the emotions she can put into feathers are not limited in choice. Any is within her control. When it comes to people, she can make them crawl with just one feather. Her face twisted into a crazy smile, and she invited Simon to experience it all for himself. After this speech, Fear asked the boy what he was going to do. Simon said that they were going to have a battle, and after that he gave all his subordinates the order to attack. The battalion general attacked the girl, but his blow was blocked by a feather shield. She said she never thought she'd be fighting an ancient dead man here. At that very moment, a skeleton with a spear began to attack her, approaching from behind. He was not alone. Skeletons from all sides struck the place where she stood, but Serna easily dodged this attack. Releasing a few feathers from her hand, she easily cut down several spearmen. Suddenly, a swarm of spiders jumped out of the forest at her, and the girl said in surprise that she saw that Simon had enough strength to call himself a commander. However, the spiders were just as easily defeated. Several feathers had already flown into their bodies. The protagonist thought that the girl had repelled the attacks of so many dead people at once, which meant that the feathers contained something more than simple emotions. After this, Cern's existing feathers began to sink into the darkness that appeared. Behind her, many magic circles flared up and she prepared to attack. The guy was extremely surprised by the huge number of spells she could cast at once. The girl, in turn, looked at him haughtily and created the magic of dark flashes. The whole earth before her eyes was covered in flames. Simon was surprised that she was able to cause such a fire as a freshman. At that moment, Fear came up behind her and said that he was ticklish. A second later, there was a dull thud as the skeleton attacked Cern. However, she was ready for the next blow. Fear swung his sword at a tangent, but the girl blocked his attack. He told her that her level was much higher than that of the other students, However, she is still an inexperienced girl. Cern responded by saying that he was caught, and at that moment 20 feathers of lethargy stuck into him. She said that her powers usually don't work on the dead, but luckily he's an ancient dead man. Fire's eyes dimmed, and the girl said that due to his long existence, he began to look more like a human. After that, she turned to Simon and said that his best card had passed. She became curious about what he would do next, and the guy asked her again about her previous statement. The black-haired man said that she was wrong, and behind her the dead man suddenly came to life. Fear started laughing wildly and said he had feelings. However, such magic will not stop him, because his will is not so weak. Cern was surprised that the skeleton was able to free itself from 24 feathers by sheer force of will. His body was enveloped in darkness, and he said that he would no longer give her any favors. Having shouted at her a wish to die, he raised his sword. A blow of unprecedented force has cut through reality. The trees around began to crack at the seams and lift off the ground. Simon shouted at the skeleton that she shouldn't be killed, because she was the heir to the ivory tower. He told him that he was panicking, because the girl wouldn't die from something like that. Cern summoned her wings, which allowed her to avoid the attack. Simon was surprised by the girl's true abilities, and then asked Fear if he could use this skill again. However, the blonde interrupted them, pointing to the collapsing barrier. Several observers were already hurrying towards them. The black-haired man ordered the skeleton to return back to space, and he said that her feathers would destroy Simon. The guy replied that he left the space open, and if he got into danger, then Fear himself would decide whether to intervene or not. The skeleton agreed to his proposal, and began to disappear. Simon told the girl that her offer was now irrelevant. She replied that she had another option. Throwing a feather at him, she said that she was upset and would erase his memory. A white feather fell near the boy's leg, and he stood still. Voices began to speak in his head, which made him feel desperate. However, he easily threw off this obsession and said that he now understood how Cern had dealt with the other students. He said some of them don't want to follow her path, so her approach will only create more enemies. The girl started to get angry and asked him who he was to lecture her. She is the next master of the ivory tower. Throwing feathers at him, she said that she would split the continent in two and start a new era. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard near them. Lorraine came to Simon's aid, saying that she would not allow Cerna to do whatever she wanted. The black-haired girl said she was defending the guy and called the blonde an ivory tower mongrel. Cern responded to her with mockery about protecting Simon, and Lorraine said that this was the voice of a man who was hiding from surveillance behind a barrier. The blonde said that she always wondered who she took after with her character. The black-haired girl continued their squabble, and they exchanged insults. However, after this, Cern began to cast spells, and Lorraine asked Simon to step aside. He was about to say something, but she shut him up, saying that he could end up between them. The girl used magic and fired black arrows at Cern. She in turn said that it was a rather cute spell, hinting at its weak power. She also added that they had nowhere to rush, and at that moment, Lorraine appeared behind her. There was a loud crash from a powerful blow, and the black-haired girl fell on Cern with all her weight. Simon at that moment thought that if he had stayed there, he would have already died. The blonde managed to dodge the blow, and told Lorraine that she had scared her. The black-haired girl was in no hurry to follow Cerna's lead, and did not give in to her ridicule. Throwing a huge stone at her, she said that it was time for the blonde to come down. However, the block froze in the air right in front of the girl, and in an instant it split into pieces. Cern asked her what would happen to her if she refused. Lorraine urged her to stop fooling around because she needed to finish her off today. The blonde noted that the black-haired girl had a tongue that was too dirty for an aristocrat. She also added that she also does not understand why she sent Simon away, because he could have enjoyed her excellent performance. And then she said that perhaps Lorraine would not have displayed such disgusting behavior in that case. The black-haired girl felt that Cern was crossing the line, and so her eyes filled with anger. Lorraine used her unique power to summon a gate to the demon realm. Red eyes began to appear from the torn space. Cern was about to say something caustic, but something suddenly flashed past her. It was an attack from one of the eyes, and the others were gathering strength at that moment to release even more lasers. The blonde easily dodged them, saying something towards Lorraine. She also said that they were destined by fate to fight against each other. To prove her point, she said that one day they would become the rulers of Kaizen and the Ivory Tower. If they continue to fight then, millions of innocent people will die. So they better end it while they are still students. Simon stood there at that moment and was amazed at such a sight. And Fear said that he shouldn't admire such primitive fights. He also added that he is a battalion commander, and he can achieve more than this. The guy didn't agree with his words, but the skeleton said that he would be able to catch up with them if he gradually developed. Simon later decided to leave the two girls to sort out their own affairs while he went looking for Vikram. He thought that the dead man must have reacted to all this somehow. As if reading his mind, Vikram emerged from the ground next to the boy. His head appeared, and he began to growl at the black-haired man. Simon started running away and also telling Fear to get out. The guy threw an iron coin with a skull on it at the dead man. Fear, in turn, shouted to Vikram that he was the same battalion master, and the dead man recognized his name. Simon told the skeleton that they only had a couple of minutes, so he opened subspace. Fear climbed out and asked what Vikram was doing here, since the battalion had been reborn. He called upon the dead man to join them, But when Vikram heard the word battalion, he suddenly became even angrier. He began to repeat this word over and over again, and little lumps of darkness crawled out from under his bandages. Gradually, his body began to tear apart. Simon asked the skeleton what was happening to the dead man, and he said it was not Vikram. The dead man's body began to fall apart, and Fear said that it was his fake. The fake Vikram grew a lot, and Simon told the skeleton to go back. The dead man was breaking everything around him, constantly repeating that he was in pain from the battalion, and the black-haired man was trying to run away. Suddenly, Fear shouted that the guy needed to duck because he was about to be crushed. He also added that Vikram would continue to grow at this rate, and at that moment the dead man began to run somewhere. Simon, however, cried out in alarm that he had turned where he shouldn't have. The skeleton asked him what was wrong, and he said that they needed to stop the dead man. Having reached Lorraine, he turned to her, and she turned around abruptly. Simon waved his arms and shouted that they had a problem. The girl flew up to him and asked what was going on, and he said that the huge monster had gone berserk and was heading towards the students. She asked where he was going, and the guy replied, like, towards the southern island. Suddenly, Cern turned to Lorraine and said that she was funny. She added that she would not let the girl go anywhere. And Simon, as if nothing had happened, asked the blonde for help. All the arrogance suddenly disappeared from her eyes, and she looked at the guy with confusion. Cern asked why she should help them, and the black-haired man said that he would owe her. She began to create new attack spells, but suddenly she stopped abruptly, thinking about Simon's words, who said that she was bad at politics. After this, the girl said out loud that she couldn't believe she was thinking about such stupid statements. At this point, Simon asked Lorraine if Nephthys had said anything to her. She didn't understand the question, and he thought that they probably hadn't told her about the battalion. But he told her out loud about this monster. The boys said that their teacher met him by chance and didn't know anything about him, and she replied that it could be a fake monster. Finally, they found Vikram, who was beating his hands on the ground at that moment. The disciples tried to escape from him, and he, in turn, followed them. Right under his fists was a girl who jumped back from the blow in time. However, now she couldn't go anywhere, and the pseudo-Vikram began to raise his leg. He wanted to crush the girl, but she cried and said that she didn't want to die. However, Brad appeared next to her and repelled the dead man's attack. The girl thanked Erzsébet in the body of a man. And the next moment she extended her hand to the student. Romantically lifting her from the ground, she said that it was dangerous here, and that she should go away. The student began to run away somewhere into the forest, and confusion was visible on her face. Suddenly, Erzsébet realized that Brad was behaving differently. After that, they contacted her on a long-distance line, asking something about the monster, and she said that it was sensitive to human noise. The voice also praised him, saying that Brad had become quite sympathetic. Suddenly, Erzsébet herself turned to the manager, saying that they should avoid a confrontation with the monster as much as possible. At this point, Lorraine and Simon were already flying up to the monster, and Brad was asked why he thought so. Suddenly, the pseudo-Vikram was pierced by several demonic clots. Huge holes appeared in the dead man's body. However, the couple was surprised, and Simon asked the girl to look at his wounds. He said this because the wounds that Lorraine had inflicted on the monster had already healed. At that moment, Vikram launched a counterattack. The girl tried to dodge his attacks, and Simon guided her. However, they failed to predict one of the attacks. The dead man's hand struck them and the demon they were riding on. Simon couldn't stay on the bull and fell off it. Lorraine also couldn't catch him, but suddenly a lot of feathers appeared under the black-haired one. He didn't expect this, and so he was surprised to fall on something so soft and not on the ground. Feeling the surface, he realized that these were Cern feathers. Other feathers in turn flew towards Vikram. They tried to cut him into pieces, but the blonde said that apparently neither physical attacks nor feathers worked on him. This was making her quite angry, and behind her a voice was heard calling for Cerna. Lorraine asked Simon if he was okay, and he said yes. Suddenly, a voice was heard saying that this was an announcement from the Action Committee, and that some kind of monster had attacked the students on the southern island of Kara, and therefore all the students from there would be teleported to other islands. After teleportation, students will gain immunity to danger for 5 minutes, and those who refuse teleportation can click on the refusal sign on their bracelet. Lorraine told the boy that he needed to continue his certification, but he replied that he had a reason to stay. Suddenly, Pseudo-Brad started screaming and calling for Simon. The black-haired man told Lorraine that he needed to go somewhere, and he asked the girl to distract the monster. After that, she sighed, but agreed, and also gave him an earphone. She explained that it was a mana communicator, and there wasn't much mana left in it, so it should only be used when necessary. Simon jumped and was caught by Erzsébet in the body of a man. The guy told her that this was a fake Vikram, and that he needed to be dealt with quickly. She asked how they could defeat him, and Fear said that he and Simon already had a plan. He also asked the black-haired man if he was really ready to do this, and he agreed. Fear accepted his words, and a skeleton sword appeared in Simon's hands. He wrapped him in his darkness, and Fear said that they needed to turn his crazy plan into reality. The action moved forward a few minutes before the present time. While discussing the plan of action, Fear said that there was one way to defeat the monster, but it was almost impossible. Simon persuaded him to tell, and the skeleton explained that the method involved using his sword. His sword has the power of destruction, so it blocks regeneration and restoration. The only problem is that Fear can't show himself to anyone, Also, his sword is made from a part of his body, and therefore no one but him can lift it. In this case, he may try to separate his hand from his body. Then from the outside, it will look like Simon is simply holding a sword in his hands. Fear supported his plan and said that the guy was crazy, and he took it as a compliment. The action moved to the present. Simon contacted Lorraine over the link, and she said that the monster was moving back to the center of the island. The guy told her that he had just come up with a plan. He said that he had a weapon that could defeat the monster. And so she and Serna would have to tie the monster's hands for 5 minutes. The blonde told Lorraine that she shouldn't trust the black-haired man's words. The girl, without turning around, said that she still believed him. The black-haired woman asked Serna to go around him from the other side. She, in turn, called it all nonsense, but Simon's words were still spinning in her head. Brad and the main character were running towards Vikram at that moment. Finally, Cern gave in and decided to follow Simon's plan. At that moment, he was running and asked Erzabet to ensure him. The boy raised Fira's heavy sword above himself. The black blade pierced Vikram's body. Simon took the sword in both hands and decided to run up the monster's body, cutting it down along the way. While he was making a long and deep cut, Vikram attacked them with his bandages. At that moment, the main character activated a concentration spell. He dodged the attacks, leaving them literally a couple of centimeters from his body. Erzabet said that he needs to be attacked to reduce the number of attacks. Suddenly, something began to move in the monster's body in front of Simon. Another hand grew out of this place, which was trying to throw off the two people. Erzabet rushed forward, saying that she would take care of it. She took the attack head-on, trying to push the hand away with brute force. She also managed to shout to Simon that Vikram was now going to attack him too, but instead of his hand, only blood flew at him. Lorraine arrived in time and repelled the monster's attack, telling Simon to keep running. Black feathers also flew over him and headed in the other direction. They entangled Vikram's right arm in long lines. At that moment, Serna was sitting on one such line and boredly casting spells. Simon thought that everyone was helping him, and therefore he couldn't give up. The blonde thought that she couldn't imagine how the guy was going to do it. He runs with a wounded leg, fights the fear of screwing up, and with great willpower heads straight into the mouth of the monster. The girl wondered if the necromancers of the Ivory Tower could be like that. She wondered if they could even compare to him. Simon, at that moment, was somehow climbing up the monster's body and realized that his legs were starting to get tangled. Cern's feather fell before him and a voice came from it, supporting him. Like a guardian angel, she guided him and called him to action. The support the girl gave helped Simon and he rushed towards Vikram's head. Finally, he reached the monster's vulnerable point and called out loudly for fear. He said he was ready, and the skeleton's blade began to take on something light. Light blue magic pierced through Vikram's entire body from top to bottom. The monster froze in place, and Fear mentally shouted at him that they could do it. Simon, however, had exhausted all his strength and was falling exhausted to the ground. Lorraine noticed this and quickly flew towards his body, holding out her hand to catch the guy. However, her hand was thrown off by one of Vikram's bandages. She noticed that the monster's body was starting to fall apart. At that moment, Serna urged the girl not to worry. She said that she gave the remaining feathers a slowing effect. They do not hurt anyone. The black-haired girl looked at her understandingly and thanked the blonde. However, Cern did not appreciate this and said with disdain that she was helping Simon, not her. She also added that Lorraine should not thank her but fly and deal with the remains of the monster. Simon, at that moment, safely descended to the ground. Haran appeared next to him and said that he was lucky. He thought that if he distinguished himself here, he could join Serna. But the boy looked up and saw Hector standing in front of him. In a panic, he greeted the blonde and asked him if he would like to join his squad as well. He asked Hector to let him finish off Simon, and then the guy with red hair would give him whatever he wanted. The blonde walked towards him silently, and he was still trying to appease him. However, Hector's hands suddenly began to be covered in shadow armor, and Haran began to panic even more. Finally, a fight broke out between them. Haran's shadow hand didn't help him, and now Hector's fist flew into his face. After that, he said out loud that he was not interested in such deals. Lorraine flew up to them, and the blonde man told her that she could take Simon. After this, Hector began to walk away from them with a calm expression on his face. Suddenly, he glanced towards the lying Simon. His gaze caught on how the black-haired girl was worried about the main character. He walked further and further, and then stopped and sighed heavily. Haran had already woken up by that time, and was running away as fast as he could. He thought that he should not give up, and that he had to see this through to the end and attract Professor Bakil's attention. Suddenly, his leg accidentally got caught under some carcass. The guy came to his senses and tried to understand why he fell. It turned out that he had come across the dead body of a huge wolf. Haran recognized him as a high-ranking monster, and then tried to figure out who did it. But he didn't have to go far, because he noticed a white-haired guy who was sitting on the same carcass. Haran saw this as a chance, because it would be good to hypnotize such a guy. The red-haired man took a feather from his bosom, and slowly walked towards the white-haired man. He threw the pen at his back with a sharp movement. A small white feather flew straight towards the guy's neck, and later it stuck in just as successfully, and Haran said out loud that he had succeeded. He called out to the boy, ordering him to stand up and come over. But his gaze caught on something and he looked at the student with confusion. Haran said that he looked creepy, and the white-haired man asked what he wanted. The red-haired man asked him his name, and he introduced himself as Kaizen Edwalt. Heron said that this was the first he had heard of him, and then said that they needed to catch Simon Valencia. He continued to describe his plan to him, and Kayan suddenly asked if he really wanted to target Simon. Heron said in surprise that the white-haired guy was right, but after that he angrily said that Kajan was forbidden to ask questions and he had to follow his orders. However, the white-haired man simply took and broke the feather without any problems. He was amused by the fact that Heron already believed that he could subdue Kayan. The red-haired guy tried to somehow get out of the situation by offering him his points, but the white-haired guy said that there was no point in that. He said that if he was aiming at Simon, he better give up on the idea. When asked why he shouldn't do this, Kajan said he didn't know, since he was just the black-haired man's neighbor. He explained his answer by saying that he had not had a roommate he liked for a long time, so he could not allow Simon to be expelled. He said that if he was expelled, they would put some noisy slacker in his place, and then he hit Heron hard in the head. The action moved to the central mansion of the island of Kara. Kami stood there at that moment, looking out the window, worriedly thinking about Simon. Suddenly Malin approached her and said that Simon and Dick would be here soon. Kami thanked the girl, and she said that she was not entirely sure that they would arrive at the mansion, even though they were giving 200 points for it. Together they thought about how the black-haired man would arrive here. Malin assumed that he would show up on a golem, and they both started laughing. Suddenly they heard that in the center of the mansion, Elisa Celine, special number 7, was talking about something. She said that there was only an hour left in her assessment of the survival test, so she was asking everyone to come out and help defend the mansion. If the others manage to get points for the mansion, the competition will increase. Meiling said that the girl had a gift for speaking, since she was the daughter of the kingdom's prime minister. Elisa approached her and asked for her help, and she said that she was not interested. The prime minister's daughter was surprised by this reaction, because she thought they were in cahoots. She suddenly remembered some offensive situation, and Meiling asked if she was still upset about it. Elisa noticed that selfish people only think about themselves. Meiling told her with a smile that it was rather she who was too self-centered. Throwing an angry look at her, she told her not to think that all people would listen to her. Elisa decided to hush up this dialogue and go about her business. After that, Kami asked Malin if it was worth provoking her like that. However, the girl said that with people like Elisa, it couldn't be done any other way. Suddenly, Kami glanced outside and saw Simon. Malin was surprised that he was going with Serna, since she had told him to avoid her. She thought the blonde was manipulating him. However, Kami saw this as friendship rather than manipulation. Malin couldn't believe her ears and eyes and just looked at her in confusion. At that moment, Elisa was standing on the roof of the building and addressing Simon. She said that she had no intention of attacking them, but in exchange for non-aggression, she asked for help with the others. The girl asked them for help in stopping the other students. Simon asked what the problem was with letting them in, and she said that entry into the mansion gave 200 points, and therefore they needed to eradicate the competitors. Cern responded by saying that it was just funny. After that, she quickly threw the feather towards Elisa, which flew past her ear and stuck into the column. After that, the blonde asked with a smile how she dared to order her around. Elisa was not going to put up with this, so she accepted the challenge. A flotilla of flying ships appeared in the air behind her. Simon thought she was storing them in a spatial pocket, but Lorraine explained that it was summoning magic. She added that she moves with the help of spirits and black blood magic. Elisa screamed, ordering that anyone who dared to enter the mansion from now on be torn to pieces. The students ran towards Simon and his company and began to attack. The Trinity, in turn, did not hesitate and also released their entire arsenal. Many targeted Simon, who tried to escape on the golem. To thwart pursuit, he attacked them in return. Bones began flying between the students at enormous speeds. Suddenly, someone called the main character by name. Hector approached him and said that this was the first and last time they were on the same side. A magical clot began to form around his mouth. A second later, he emitted green flames like a dragon. The flames engulfed the golem as it tried to shield itself from the spell. His earthen body burned and he stood still. The blonde decided to make a finishing attack with his hand. However, he noticed that the golem had lost its armor. Simon managed to escape and take the golem's core with him. Hector thought that this was not enough, so he began to create another spell near his mouth. However, at that moment, a clot of Kami's blood flew into his face. She stood outside the window and shouted to Simon that she would help him. She formed her hands into a gun shape and said that she would cover him while he ran into the mansion. Suddenly, Elisa ordered everyone to catch student number 1. However, she heard a voice not far from her, and her ships began to burn. Malin thwarted her plans and set her entire fleet on fire. In response to the request to leave, the girl only said that she had already told Elisa that people are not puppets. She also added that if she goes against her friend, she will stand in her way and bring her friends back. Elise didn't like this answer at all and she frowned. Maylene, however, shouted at Simon not to stop. Finally, his foot crossed the threshold of the mansion, and a voice confirmed it. The guy ran into the building and said out loud that it was finally over. Lorraine was already standing there and told him that he was late. After this, Cern approached them and said that she was the last one to arrive. She pointed to some guys in feathers and said that she got there safely thanks to them. Lorraine was indignant that the blonde could have walked there on her own. Cern only said sarcastically that the black-haired girl could complain to her mother. They continued to argue, and Simon thought that they were very difficult. After that, Kami finally came running to meet them. She took his hand, and with tears welling up in her eyes, began asking the guy if everything was okay with him. This helped Simon to pull himself together, and he thanked her. Cern came up behind him and reminded him that he now owed her. The guy said that he didn't say that he would fulfill any of her wishes, and she said that she understood. Suddenly, an angry Mailing started walking towards them. She nudged Cerna in the shoulder, and Cerna seemed to enjoy the rudeness. The long-haired girl was very angry that Simon was hanging out with a blonde. The guy was about to justify himself somehow, but suddenly Cern hugged her sister. The blonde deliberately spoke to her nicely, and Malin became even more angry. Her face was filled with rage, and Cerna enjoyed it. Malin was very angry with her because she attacked Simon, but the blonde denied it. Furthermore, she explained that her ability is not to create something out of nothing, but only to enhance existing emotions. So the reason why Malin attacked Simon is because she is hiding something. These words caused the blue-haired girl to pounce on Cerna and beat her with her hands. Suddenly, a blonde man in a hoodie entered the mansion with a roar. He cursed Cerna because of her even a fool who doesn't know his own class overtook him. She in turn stood up and said that she knew nothing. She said it was his fault because he had sunk to that guy's level. The blonde was filled with rage, and he hit Cern hard in the face. He said that no one but her would dare to mock people like that. Cern's mouth started bleeding, and he started insulting her and said that she would get it badly today. Simon grabbed the guy by the shoulder and told him he should stop. The black-haired man explained that this was neutral territory. However, he began to turn towards Simon and get even angrier. He said that Special Number 1 needed to be taught a lesson, but suddenly he noticed that Lorraine was looking into his eyes. With irritation in her eyes, she invited him to continue. But after that, his face lost all confidence. Malcolm didn't dare to act further and left, muttering something under his breath. Simon, however, took care of Cerna and helped her up. The blonde assumed that this help was in the black-haired man's plans as payment for her service. He, in turn, just laughed nervously, since he had never thought about such a thing. Cern turned to Malin and said a sweet goodbye. Lorraine also said goodbye to everyone, and Simon thanked her for her help. The black-haired man said that they were finally all assembled, but suddenly realized that Dick was not with them. Cammy explained that they were all waiting for Simon, and therefore did not notice that the blonde-haired man was missing. Elisa entered the mansion and immediately began to get angry because of the ship that Malin had destroyed. But she only smiled sarcastically. The girl angrily walked past the girl, who smiled sweetly. Cammy was worried that the girl had a fight with Special Number 7. The voice said there were 10 seconds left until the end of Survival Island, and Dick was still not there. There were literally 5 seconds left until the end, and the guy was still nowhere to be seen. The counter had already reached 2 seconds, and the girls began to worry. However, at the very last second, someone entered the mansion. The system alerted them that Dick Hayward had arrived at the building. Malin tried to figure out where he was, and he said that he didn't want to rush while shells were flying everywhere. He said that he waited in the bushes and waited for the right moment. Simon raised his hands enthusiastically and declared that they were finally going home. Suddenly, Hector turned to the black-haired man. He asked the hero if he had killed that monster in the south of the island. Simon said that the blonde is allowed to think the way he wants. Hector just looked him sternly in the eyes and remained silent. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked off somewhere to the side. That evening, Cerna was standing at her home near the window, and someone asked her how she had gone with recruiting Simon. She said that she had failed, and the voice said that they needed to go to Plan B. Cern noted that judging by such haste, her uncle was impatient to take up the post of Corps Commander, and he was trying to justify himself. The girl leaned over in front of the magic ball and said that she wanted to give one piece of advice. She said she would take responsibility, so he shouldn't go with Plan B. He tried to persuade her, because the future of the tower depended on these plans, but she only touched the ball with her finger. The dialogue ended, and the girl said out loud that she was interested in what would happen next. Meanwhile, a few days have passed since the evaluation of Survival Island and everyone has returned to their normal lives. Cyclops battle evaluation, duel evaluation, Survival Island evaluation. The harder the exams became, the more furious the other students were. Simon, on the other hand, was thinking about becoming stronger. However, more failures awaited him during training. Everything was not going as he expected, and Aaron advised him not to worry so much. He then suggested that Simon try again. He used magic again, and the bones beneath him began to rise into the air. He tried with all his might to apply bone armor to himself. Bone armor is a body protection technique that is created from the bones of a skeleton. The professor explained that this technique would be useful to him in battle. Simon suggested that the force of the blow would also be different, and the teacher confirmed his words. The student stood next to the skeleton with a shield and prepared to strike. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and delivered a powerful blow with his right hand. He said that even though it wasn't exactly black blood magic, he had become much stronger. Aaron explained that this is all because the skeleton's natural strength and black magic are replaced by physical strength, and this spell creates a kind of exoskeleton. The professor asked him what was special about bone armor, and Simon said that its effect varied depending on the assembly form and the skeleton used. Also, the style of using bone armor is different among necromancers. He needs to figure out which skeletons are right for him, and Aaron said he'd tell him the difference between partial armor and full armor. Typically, 2 full skeletons are needed for a complete one. In addition, Joint mobility must be taken into account when considering the balance of the entire skeleton with the body. Simon realized why he had failed, because he had not taken balance into account. The professor asked him to compare the control of several bones in the hand with the control of the bones of the entire body. But then he said that you shouldn't give up, because if you don't succeed once, you can gradually achieve success. He then asked if they would have a mission next week, and the student confirmed his words. Suddenly, Aaron asked him if he had decided on the mission. Out loud, he said that he would look at the missions from the list, but in his heart, he thought that he urgently needed to earn some money. The man just looked somewhere to the side and chuckled. He said he wanted to give the guy some advice. Aaron said that if there is no mission he likes, then let him choose later. Simon doesn't realize the impact he has on the other students as a special number one. The man suggested that he take advantage of his position. After his instruction, he suggested that the boy go back to the academy. Some time passed and Simon was already standing near the notice board. He thought that there was nothing special about the ads. Fear launched into a tirade about how he hated the continent for its peacefulness. He also added that the only thing that raises questions is the black sheet, which says that a body torn to shreds was found on the side of the Holy Federation. It was too risky, and besides, the professors would hardly allow him. After some time, Simon was already lying on the bench and was sad, because there was not a single task for good money. He decided that he would have to do as Aaron advised. Suddenly, during one of the classes, the professor felt ill and started coughing up blood. It was that same grandfather, and the students thought that he was getting worse each time. Malin said it was strange to say this, but she liked the way the assistant professor taught better. In Kaizen, everything is determined by skills and abilities, so if you think about it, Professor Lang doesn't have the strength to compete. She was upset that the professor was relaxing himself, while the students were forced to compete more and more. Dick said that it all sounds simple in words, but if the professor is gone, then all the assistants will be left without work. He continued to say something, and Mailing asked him to be quiet, and asked if he even knew where Professor Lang used to teach. However, the blonde-haired man stated that Assistant Francesca is good at toxicology, and he likes her lessons, but if the teacher leaves, then Francesca will leave with him. Malin grabbed her head and declared that this was all too complicated. Kami bertanya kurawan ni apa yang akan terjadi jika Francesca menjadi profesor. They all thought about it, but it is difficult to reach the position of a teacher. Suddenly, in the middle of the conversation, an irritated voice was heard asking how much longer they would continue arguing. Francesca approached them from behind, and they only looked down. Her face showed extreme indignation and resentment. She said that since they had rested, it was worth continuing the lesson. A second later, she turned around and walked towards the board. But suddenly, for some reason, she glanced over her shoulder and looked at Simon. He, in turn, did not understand his assistant's reaction. Francesca took out a thick book, and putting it on the table said that the lesson was beginning. She said that there is a famous saying about poisons. Everything is poison. There is no poisonless substance, and only the dose of toxins determines how poisonous a substance is. Any substance can be poisonous if it causes even the slightest harm to a person. A reasonable question immediately arises: if everything is poison, then are spices poisonous? People don't die from spices. So she asked what the reason was. And at that moment, a girl with green hair extended her hand and said that it was all based on the fact that the dose of poison in spices was not lethal. Francesca said that this was the correct answer, because any poison must contain a certain dose of toxins. Otherwise, some substances can be used, on the contrary, as a medicine. She asked why the medicine didn't turn into poison then, and Jamie said the percentage of toxins was too small. The teacher said that there could be a lethal dose there, and it could be enough to kill someone, for example, if they eat 4 tons of tomatoes and they die from the toxins in those fruits.